Can you email that to me, please?
Yeah.
If I could just send it to the printer at work,
Works.
we'll just run over to
Okay.
grab it.
I'll make it, no problem. All right, we'll come to order. It's 9 a.m. Morning. Welcome, everyone. First item, well, first we have a proposed agenda. Before we actually deal with any modifications to it, there's 10 minutes allotted for opportunity for public comment. If anyone in the public, in the gallery would like to comment, please, indicate by showing a hand and hear what you have to say. And seeing none, we are already 10 minutes ahead. Just as an informational item, this meeting is being streamed on the internet, I think by at least 2 different modes. So, keep that in mind. Meetings are open and now they are very public. Housekeeping is the next item on the agenda. Credentials report and paperwork check.
I'm just checking attendance here. I see 3 to 4 officers, Arvin not having arrived yet. I see all the at-large reps, those being Goldstein, Johnson, McClendon, McMahon, and Redpath. I see all the regional reps except Rob Oates. And alternate, I currently have a Marsh is present, Brett Bittner, Scott Lieberman. I just haven't looked for Scott Spencer yet. There he is. For some reason, I have Rob Oates listed as his own alternate, and that is not correct. It's that. And Daniel Hayes, I'm not seeing. Josh Katz, I do see.
Mr. Hayes will arrive on that.
Okay. All right, so that gives us 15 and 17 members present.
It's not on the agenda, but because this is the first full meeting of the LNC and a lot of people are new, I think we'll take a minute to just go around the room, have everyone introduce themselves, state your name, where you're from, what your position is, just so that members of the public, the gallery, anyone watching knows who's talking. I'll start. I'm Nicholas Sarwark. I'm the chair. Currently in Denver, moving to Phoenix next month. And then we'll go Mr. Hagan.
Tim Hagan, treasurer from Las Vegas.
Evan McMahon, at-large rep from Indiana.
Gary Johnson, at-large, Austin.
Guy McClendon, at-large, Louisiana.
Jay Estrada, Region 7 from Midland, Texas. Jim Lark, Region 5, Free Union, Virginia.
Wes Benedict, Executive Director here in Alexandria.
Mark Allen Feldman, Region 3 rep from Cleveland, Ohio.
Dan Wiener, Region 4 rep from California.
Sam Goldstein, at-large rep, Indiana.
Rich Tomaso, Region 8 rep, New Hampshire.
Bill Redpath, at-large rep, Virginia.
Vicky Conklin from Orlando, Florida, Region 2 rep. Norm Olson, Region 1 representative from Denver, Colorado.
And Louise Matson, secretary.
Alternates in the gallery. Loud and proud.
John Katz from Connecticut, Region 8.
Brett Bittner, Region 3, Indianapolis.
Ed Marsh, Region 2, Bristol, Tennessee.
Scott Lieberman, Region 4, alternate, California.
And Scott Spencer, Region 5, alternate, Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay.
I have 2 guests in the gallery that I haven't yet identified.
You could
The 2 guests in the back of the room.
state your name.
Patrick Shuey from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as an observer.
Benjamin Klein, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Awesome. Welcome. I'd also like to take a minute to thank the staff of the national office, all of whom are present today. Wes Benedict, Carla Howell, Robert Krause, Bob Johnston, Eric Dixon. I don't see Casey Hansen here at the meeting today, and Matt Texton is also doing some work for us. Art DiBianca does some work for us remotely. Without this staff, we would not have this meeting, we would not have our headquarters, and we would frankly not have a party, and I'd be pretty terrible and ineffective. So without them, this wouldn't work, and I just want to say thank you publicly for their contribution.
Okay, now that we know who everybody is, let's check the paperwork. All the members should have a binder, of course. Let's do stuff that's in addition to the binder. You should also have separate handouts that are not in the binder, or not inserted in the binder, for a ballot access report.
Mr. Chairman, we're out of time, because there were only 2 minutes allotted to this. So I move to extend for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary, do you think that'd be plenty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second. Is there an objection? There is not an objection. We are extended for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
And I note for the record that Mr. Bora is present, Armin Bora from Maryland, Vice Chair.
Okay, so as I mentioned, ballot access report is separate. There's a Region 1 report that is separate.
Madam, I'm sorry, point of information, when you say separate, are they available up there? When you say
Yes.
They were delivered to me with my binder, so I presume that they are separate.
They're not in the binder.
They're not in the binder.
Okay.
So I've got 3 documents: ballot access, Region 1, and then voting procedures and prevention. Are there any other handouts that are separate from the binder?
Mr. Goldstein?
I will be handing out either now or later on, or probably I'll just hand them out at lunch or something like that. The IT committee initial report, a wish list from the staff at the office that I asked them for, and also a copy of the IT survey that we sent out to the state chair.
Dr. Lark, were you seeking to be recognized?
no, sir.
Do you want to flip through the binder and make sure everything's in there, or just report if you don't have it at that time?
Let's not waste time.
I would prefer that.
Yeah, me too. All right, the end.
All right, paperwork check is completed. We'll now move to adoption of the agenda. Everyone should have a proposed agenda that I sent out. Are there motions to modify the agenda, starting with Mr. Redpath?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to, somewhere, you select the place, I don't care, 10 minutes ballot access.
I think
No.
it is not. I would put it, we don't have that committee populated right now, but I would suggest that it would be the first of the committee, like right before the committee reports.
That's fine, but just to correct you, my report is separate from the committee.
Right, I understand. Okay. I'm just saying that's the logical place I could put it.
That's fine.
Does that work for everybody?
Where was that again?
Right after lunch?
Yes, we're basically right before the reports to standing committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson?
Yes, I'd like to extend the time allotted to Region 1 report to 10 minutes. I have, there are 9 states in Region 1, and I believe that qualifies them for a little extra time.
Is there objection? I object. Well, noting the one objection, is there any other objection? Are there any other modifications to the agenda? Ms. Mattson?
Okay, so as Dr. Lark pointed out on the list, most of our committees, I don't believe, are actually populated. Now, we've got places for reports from committees that aren't currently populated. So I'm not sure that we need those on the agenda. We've got an affiliate support committee, we have an IT committee, but are there any other of those committees? I guess there's a report from the previous convention managers. Is there a need for those other reports?
The reason I have them on the agenda is for those committees that are not currently populated. It's an opportunity for the body to discuss how we populate them, whether or not we want to explore some sort of policy manual change about who's on it and what it does. And kind of as a reminder to all of us that these are things that still need to be done. That's,
Right, so you,
so I don't anticipate it'll take all the time that is allotted, but I wanted to have placeholders.
okay, fine with that. Also, on the ballot access, executive session, in the past, we have typically put times on executive sessions, because sometimes you just don't know what's gonna be there till you get in, but, are we inclined to put time limits on them? Keep in mind that once you get into executive session, you know, when you're out here, it takes 2/3 to close debate before the time limit runs out. It only takes a majority to vote your rise out of executive session, so you can get out of it a little bit easier. Or do we wish to keep time limits on executive session?
I do. And what I would ask is that those that request an executive session, in addition to the purpose, that you estimate how long you think that we're gonna have to talk about this thing. And do your best to be accurate and, you know, go 5 minutes longer than you think. And if necessary, we'll rise out of executive session to let the gallery know that we're going longer than we thought, but let's not do that. So the question arises, just briefly, I know what at least one of the executive session things is, and I know how long I think it should take. And I don't recall who requested the other one, but is there enough time allotted for it?
I'm not sure if the ballot access petition challenges will be finished in 15 minutes, but I'm not sure what to put on it. Probably more inclined to say like 30.
Okay. Is there any objection to making that a 30-minute session?
Point of information,
Yep.
is this going to be binding, or is this an estimate? That we think it's gonna,
It is an estimate.
okay, thank you.
We will note time in executive session, and when we run out of time, and then we either rise to get out of it, or we extend, and then we rise long enough to tell the gallery that we're extending. But it is a time limit. I didn't hear an objection to having that be 30 minutes, so that's the limit.
There are 2 more agenda notes. Flipping through now to find it. There's an item under with previous. There it is. The first item under new business with previous notice. I don't believe that motion was sent 2 weeks in advance. And so technically, I don't believe it has previous notice. I don't care if it's positioned there or not. Just keep in mind when we get there that previous notice, I don't believe is involved, just because the language was not sent 2 weeks prior.
Agreed.
So I don't find it necessary to move as long as we keep that in mind when it comes time to calculate the vote. And the last thing I have in my notes for agenda is, I don't know if we want to try to schedule recesses and lunch breaks. I'm not necessarily saying the time, but our time fluctuates, and if we lock in, we're only gonna have a recess after this agenda item, you know, that may not necessarily work real well. My inclination would be just, let's recess whenever we find it works and not hard code it into the agenda, but that's my preference, is to take off the lock-in times for recesses and do it as needed.
Is that the sense of the body that you'd rather do that?
Yeah.
So what does the agenda look like? Just that there will be a 10-minute recess at some point?
No,
We just wing it.
we'll just wing it, you know, when we get to a good break point, we recess then.
Trust you all.
It's worked before, so
We'll do it.
we manage. Our bladders will speak up as necessary.
Point of information,
Yes, Mr. Johnston.
on all the motion items, is it possible to know who submitted these? I don't see anything that says who the motion maker is.
It is, and in future agendas, I'll note it. And I think when we get to it, I can probably look it up. A lot of the agenda.
Because this one says my motion will be to amend, but who's mine? Because that person needs to speak to their motion.
Correct.
At the beginning.
For this meeting, we're kind of going to depend on the idea that the people who sent me the motion will note that at the time when the motion comes up and probably speak to it. In the future, I'll put the names next to it. A lot of the agenda creation really comes down to me spending hours with my email trying to track down everybody who's asked me for a thing. And I think I caught most of them. I think there are only like 2 or 3 things that people had to remind me of, and I appreciate that reminder.
Create a tag, and this comes in after the tag on.
I'm going to start doing that. Mr. Weiner.
I had a late request for an update on the status of the lawsuit against the presidential.
And I will give updates such as I have it during my chair's report. I don't think it will require extra time.
Okay.
Mr. Redpath, are you seeking to be recognized? And where are we on time?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No.
Is anyone else seeking to be recognized regarding modifications to the agenda? There's one last thing regarding the agenda. I think most members saw it. Mr. Olson suggested 2 things regarding how the meeting's conducted. One of them is that regional reports are done and the reporter gets through their report before there are any substantive questions and before any motions related to the report are made. That is how I intend to run the meeting. The second suggestion was that motions can't be made as part of officer reports or regional reports. I do not intend to adopt that. If you have a motion that is germane to your report, that is the logical time to make it. If it goes over time, we move to extend. That's kind of how I want to run it. Is there any objection to that? The other thing, Mr. Johnson.
I don't have an objection. I just want to make a comment. If there's time for an item on the agenda, and it's obvious that there will be questions or something, I don't want the person to speak all the way to the end of their time to avoid questions.
I will watch for filibusters and I will name and shame. The other thing is, and you probably noted this at the Columbus meeting where I was working even faster because we were all on time schedules. The meetings, while I am chair, will start on time and they will end on time. We will not go over time. We will come back from breaks promptly at whatever scheduled time we come back from breaks. Everyone is expected on this board to have read their items in advance and to submit their items in advance by the deadlines. Not every board member did that. I'd like to see that change. I tend to run a meeting fairly quickly and somewhat informally. I try and be professional, but I try and keep things moving. If I am going too fast, if there's something you want me to stop, just note an objection. It's not personal. I don't take it personally. We're going to go as fast as we can go, but we're not going to go any faster than we should go. The business of this body is very important. I believe that everyone around this table cares very deeply for the success of the Libertarian Party, so everyone will have the time to be heard. The last thing is, the one thing that will not be tolerated on this board while I am chair of this board is discourtesy between the members of the board. No tolerance. Any questions?
We're out of time on this.
Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted as amended. We'll next move to conflicts of interest. Ms. Mattson?
Okay, in your binders in tab 7, the item in tab 7 is what was collected at the time Robert needed info for the binder. And I will verbally report what additions I've found since then. I will point out that only 2 board members contacted me to provide their information without prodding, and so I started contacting other people, and I've contacted most, but not all of you. So, all right, filling in the blanks on the printed report in your binder. Brett Bittner is employed by the Engelhart Group, which provides website and online marketing services for the Advocates for Self-Government. And Jay Estrada noted that he's on the executive committee of State Senate District 31 there in Texas. to the Libertarian Party. And he is also the county chair-elect of the Midland County, Texas Libertarian Party. Sam Goldstein indicated he has nothing to list.
You missed Mr. Feldman.
Yeah, I don't yet have anything for him. Mr. Feldman is present. Is there anything like party positions that should be listed here for you? Okay, so I will update that.
You said Sam's Feldman.
Sam is none. Daniel Hayes has been not yet contacted. Gary Johnson, I have new information. He is Secretary of the Libertarian Party of Texas. He's also Secretary of the Libertarian Party of Travis County, Texas. And I'll be updating this information, and it is to be reported in the minutes, so it's going to show up in print there, so you don't necessarily have to write all this down. All right, going down the page. I skipped too far. Roberts is not present. I've not yet contacted Shauna Toole. Sorrow.
I have resigned from all of my Libertarian Party positions other than this one. So that is no longer a conflict. I have changed employers, or am changing. I'm general counsel for iComply LLC, which is a cannabis regulation consulting company. Basically, we help cannabis-based businesses not break the law and not get in trouble with the state. Sort of ironic for a Libertarian, but it is what it is. And I will be assuming duties well, that won't be a conflict, but I'll be moving to Phoenix and changing professions and taking over a family business, selling used cars and financing thereof. But I doubt that that's going to conflict. And I may end up in some level involved with either the Maricopa or the Arizona Libertarian parties, depending, although I will do my best to tell them no.
But not yet, so that sounds like the
So
only
just
thing on my
iComply,
list is the
in case there's any
iComply.
marijuana-based policy, I'll probably just stay with those folks.
Madam Secretary, I think there's one I missed, and that is I'm a candidate for U.S. House of Representatives in Virginia right now for the next 45 days.
No, you can't have any money.
But to recognize for a moment, I am treasurer for the Nedler for Secretary of State campaign.
Perhaps should move it.
That's Kevin Nedler, I presume.
I am candidate for Congress in the 6th District of Colorado.
Dr. Ward, money. And especially as a board where I don't pick nominees who all are on board with what I want. You're all elected by various constituencies. And so there will be more dissent on this board than there would be on the board of a corporation, and that's okay. That's about it for my, oh, and Mr. Wiener, to answer your question, I have solicited information regarding the debate lawsuit from Our America Initiative. I have not received a satisfactory response to give you an update. I can tell you what I know from just talking to people. The briefs are written. The lawsuit is ready to be filed. It has not been filed in the appropriate jurisdiction yet. I do not have a timeline for when it will be filed, and I have not yet received a copy of the briefs, although I have requested that, since while we're not financially on the hook for the lawsuit, as a party we are a plaintiff. And as you see from my chair's report, anytime we sign on to something, coalition, lawsuit, whatever, I need to know about it first. That's my responsibility. So at this point, I don't have a good answer for you. That's not an acceptable situation, and I will try and have a better answer for you by the next meeting. But it's not for lack of trying. Mr. McClendon.
A little bit to add to that, I understand they're trying to move the lawsuit to the Washington, D.C. jurisdiction.
Correct.
And they're trying to add the Green Party as a plaintiff. and they're kind of really wanting that Green Party sign in before they proceed.
Okay. From Mr. McMahon, and then with the indulgence of the body, I'll recognize Ms. Howell.
Two points. I promise, regardless of what you just said, that I will not publicly blame you for everything that goes wrong. It's not blatantly.
Just to my face.
The next thing is, I think it's a great idea to have board members calling some of our bigger donors. My concern is, though, that many of the board members have never done this before. And it might be a good idea to have staff available to answer questions, maybe write a brief greeting script for people to kind of get comfortable. Working with candidates, we go through a friends and family list, calling 200 people that you know very well, asking them for money, because it's easier to talk to them and get in the habit of hearing yes. But I think it might be beneficial to have staff work with board members that are interested in doing that, or yourself, because we can hurt ourselves with these donors in these calls.
Okay.
If you have a $5,000 donor and you ask for $1,000, they're going to give you $1,000. So.
In addition to being insulted.
Yes.
Yes, we'll do that. And my intent is to have Mr. Kraus basically work with each board member that wants to take this on to get them in a list that's appropriate to them, both in size of the list and in, you know, if you're a regional rep, it would be people that are in your region. If you're an at-large rep, it may be people who you have some affinity with, because we want to be most effective. So between Mr. Benedict and Mr. Kraus, that'll happen. Before I recognize the two board members, Ms. Howell.
I was just going to mention that Ron Nielsen told me about a month ago that Alicia Dern is ill, who is driving the PF lawsuit, but he didn't give me anything specific. He did expect her to recover eventually, but I think it's time that we push on them to say, let's get a plan, because I think a sizable expectation was created between LP News article and the convention fundraising.
And that's, I do think they may be changing counsel, but I don't know for sure because some of my inquiries have not yet been answered. Mr. Redpath and then Dr. Larkin.
First of all, I will read the book, number one, and I will also participate in the 10 calls per month plan. But we do need to be coached up here, so to speak, and because, you know, okay, what happens when you get their answering machine? What do you do?
Right.
I would respectfully suggest maybe not just a written script and perhaps some written instructions, but actually a conference call for people who are doing this to participate in a conference call to get coached up on this, and also some input from people on the divvying up of names. Oh, I know that guy. I know that person. I've got a relation. ... It could be that some input just in the sorting of names to board members would boost results as well.
Okay. Dr. Larkin.
Mr. Chairman, I would urge you to review the briefs of the lawsuit carefully without going into details. I will note that some of us had some concerns about the nature of the lawsuit and the grounds. So please read the briefs very carefully.
I will. And unofficially, I will not accept any sort of legal work for the party because it's just not appropriate. I have a conflict, but I did go to law school, allegedly, and I take a pretty close eye when I read people's lawsuits. Mr. Hagan, were you seeking to be recognized? Okay. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized on this item, the chair's report? In response to you, Mr. Redpath, we'll do that. Mr. McMahon, can you volunteer to assist staff with some of this scripting and talking through questions for board members who may not have done fundraising
I will
before?
volunteer under one condition, that it is plainly noted, as anybody who has watched the LNCC, I am not a fundraiser. I have done it with candidates, but it's them on the phone,
Right.
not me.
And,
So,
and I promised Mr. Benedict that I would limit the number of things that I ask him to do, but I will ask him that to the extent there's anything that he or Mr. Kraus or Ms. Howell can do to assist people with fundraising, it is a priority. Don't stop the other work, but this has to work well. Mr. Tomaso.
Just out of curiosity, how, in general, how did the calls with the major donors go, and did they have any particular feedback you think we should be hearing about?
A lot of them I just left messages for because a lot of people don't answer their phone. Some people had some feedback about their state, which I duly listened to and then suggested things that they can do in their own state to change the situation in their state, but indicated that that's not me. I can't fix it. Sorry. But I appreciate it. But no feedback regarding the committee or what the party should be doing. Where are we on time?
We are with 8 minutes to go.
I don't know if I can fill up that much space. Ms. Matson has noted I don't have to take all the time. Dr. Lieberman, were you seeking to recognize?
It was okay, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Just, do you think there would be any objections from the National Committee of resuming the Give or Get program if people were voluntarily willing to let their names be listed in the chart that had how much money you've given and how much money you've gotten from various people with no pressure as to actual amounts? You know, with no pressure on goals, I mean.
Right. I don't know if there's objection. I would ask the board amongst yourselves to kind of think about that up to the next meeting, between now and the next meeting, whether or not you're on board with having sort of a list of who's doing what as far as fundraising, whether that's something you're not comfortable with. You know, if I get strong objections, I'm not going to do that. If I don't get strong objections or there are people who really want to do that, then we can do that. I'm kind of, I don't have a preference either way.
Competition is good.
Mr. Tomaso, were you seeking to be recognized? Mr. Redpath.
Mr. Chair, certainly you've already brought up a problem that the LNC has, and that's revenue right now or cash in the bank.
Right.
Do you intend for further discussion about, I think this is something that should be addressed at this meeting in some way. When would you like, I don't know whether during the treasurer's report or during staff reports or now, but do you have plans to address this to a greater extent than what you have to this point?
Yes. Well, I'll just address it now. In addition to the things I'm asking you to do, and in addition to the things that I'm asking Wes to do to get us sort of back on track money-wise, the other thing that I'm going to do subsequent to this meeting, after we hopefully adopt by consensus achievable or at least measurable goals, is to write a strategy letter to all of the major donors and send it out by postal mail indicating these are the things that we are going to do to accomplish these goals. I need your support. And then I will personally call probably the top 100 donors in our database and ask them for money. Sometime, it's probably going to be about a month out. But that is the other sort of big piece of what I can do. The only other thing that I'm trying to do is I don't want to not spend money on things we need to spend money on, and I've got agenda items for spending money on things, but I am trying to be as careful with the party's finances as I am with my own finances. This is donors' money that we're stewards of, and we will be held to account for how we spend it. So I don't know if you all noted, but the Lowe's contract for the New Orleans meeting fell through, so we went with the lowest cost option for where we're going to have our meeting in New Orleans, because I see that as an expense that we can economize on. And it's a lot cheaper for us to get a cab to go over to the place where we might want to have the convention than it is to go to a higher priced hotel on party money. So that's about all the answer I have for right now, for in the meeting. And I will be available kind of during the breaks to talk to people who want more specific questions. Mr. McMahon.
I'd like to make a comment on that. There was something kind of in the notes that was troubling me. and it's calling the top or communicating with the top 100 donors, asking them for more money. If you traditionally look at our top donors, our top 100 donors, they have a consistent giving program. They have their giving amounts. They don't exceed that. The people who are already maxed out can't give any more.
Right.
I don't believe we're going to generate the revenue that we need by asking these people to give more. I think they're at their either their max capacity or their max comfort capacity where they have historically given. I think that we need to be focusing on new revenue. We need to be focusing on new donors or donors who haven't been active in the party for the past 10 years. There are quite a few of those. There are big donors who haven't been with us for a while. And that in my opinion, is new revenue. But asking our current base of 100 max donors to give more, I don't think we're going to get the response that we want. It's not going to end up generating the revenue we need.
I appreciate that feedback, and I'll work with Mr. Benedict to figure out the best list for me to call. I mean, I kind of take direction from him because he's done more fundraising than I have about where my efforts are best spent. But, you know, the nutshell is my commitment is to make sure that I do concrete things to address the revenue situation. I don't know if my time's up, but I'm done unless there are more questions.
2.5 to go.
Well, save more time. We'll next move to Treasurer's Report, Mr. Hagan.
The financial reports are behind tab 3. And actually, Nick gave a good lead in, go page 5. One of the things that the previous LNC board set for the budget for this year was item number 23, board solicitation major gifts. And you can see we're $40,000 behind budget on that. And also $41,000 behind budget for donations. So like I said, I was also going to bring this up and talk to Wes or Robert to set up for donors list for prospecting. And also for the total support revenue, even though it's showing a surplus there, you gotta remember that includes the projects and programs which are restricted funds, such as the building fund. So subtract that out. Actually, for revenues were $47,000, $836 in the whole or behind budget for the revenue. Now we do have.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could you repeat that, please?
So for total support revenue, make sure I give you the correct numbers. Just below line number 39, which is other revenue. Next one says total support revenue.
39,
29. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Actual versus budget year to date was 12,353,000. That it says that we're above the budget for revenue.
12,500 above through August.
Right.
Okay.
However, line number 25, project program revenue is 60,371,000. Those are restricted funds. I believe that probably all of that, or almost all of it, was for the building fund. So if you subtract the 60,000 out from that 12,000, we're actually 47,000 below budget for revenue, for unrestricted revenue. That makes sense? Yeah. Okay. Good. And I also like to point out our accounts payable, which shows up on page 11. Very first line item there. End of August, we had $31,256, so to the highest, but have been paying down slowly been paying that down, and currently, we still owe $19,849 to the high for the commission.
Question, are we getting any serious problems with the convention hotel? Are they willingly working with us on that?
Mr. Kraus?
Yep.
That works. They'll get paid when they get paid. Mr. Redpath?
At the end of August, our total cash position was $22,468. This is on page 10 of the treasurer's report. August 31, 22,467.88, and the restricted. What are those restricted funds for? Why is some of that cash restricted to the tune of about $9,000 at the end of August?
Go to the next page, page 11. Line item 13, it's a temporary restricted balances. So we have we're at 3,000 for a campus fund, 3,500 building fund, $300 for radio ad project, and 2,000 for the legal defense fund.
Okay. I guess I've got a follow-up question. 3534.14 for the building fund. It just why not just pay down the mortgage? Why not take that money and pay down the mortgage?
Mr. Kraus?
There's still building-related expenses to be paid. I just got the final bill from our contractor, for instance, just this week for our electrical work concerning the exit and the emergency lightings. So almost all that will be taken care of in probably Monday.
Okay, so that'll be gone very soon.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mattson?
In discussing the amount that is owed to the convention hotel, I just want to note that the report that we received just recently from the managers indicates that the event itself, lost like $6,000 or so. So the fact that we're having trouble paying tens of thousands of dollars to the hotel is not because of the convention necessarily. We got cash in to offset that. So, that may be the debt that's owed right now, but if it wasn't the convention hotel, it would be some other vendor, because the convention itself took in almost enough cash to pay that bill. So we do have other issues, and I don't want the convention to be blamed for the whole, because we took in a pile of revenues to offset the convention expenses. It's just that's the vendor that's getting stuck.
Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized regarding the treasurer's report? Mr. Johnson?
So I'm gonna go back here, and there's about 40,000 we're behind because of the board not raising money. There's another 40,000 we're behind.
Yeah, so donations.
So that's just general.
General fundraising items.
Does anyone want to comment on that from the staff? What's going on?
Mr. Benedict?
Yeah, the general donations also includes fundraising at the convention banquet. In our developing our budget, we budgeted $50,000 in revenue from the convention banquet. I think about 23,000 came in. It's on here. So of the 40 that were short, about 23 we expected from the convention, and then just fundraising letters, online donations, random things are also a little behind.
Do you have a sense of what kind of things are driving? Because we were in a hole before we got to convention, and that kind of built into one big ball. But obviously we're running behind. Do you have a sense of what are the causes?
If you look at our total revenue, we're ahead of budget on revenue. We're way over budget on expenses in many items. And then naturally, even if we do nothing if we make no changes, the fact that we spent a lot of ballot access money early in the year and we're through with that means that we don't have those expenses the next 4 months. So we could basically do nothing and we'll probably come very close to hitting right on target for the budget for the year. But I'd like to do much better than that. But I think we'll be on target by the end of the year, even if the board doesn't raise the 60,000 that it has that's part of that budget. So we budgeted 100,000 from board solicitations. There's only been one donation raised by the board. By the way, it's board and executive director. So theoretically I could raise it all instead of y'all raising it. And that would really
Please do.
That is not an option. That is not an option.
I think we just.
But
Just so we're clear,
the one donation we got was, Mark Hinkle got it. It was a single donation of $32,400 from our biggest donor, you know, and it probably wouldn't have come in otherwise. So, but I think we can hit budget. I think we can go over budget on revenue and meet the expenses.
Mr. Tomaso and then Mr. Weiner.
I'm not sure who's best to answer this, but are we getting a sense of the campaign season? You know, people are getting money to local candidates as opposed to the party for the next couple of months. Is that historically been, like, have we seen a dip? You know, late summer, falls for election years? Could that be a contributing factor of why the donations have slowed down?
Mr. Benedict?
I'd have to look more closely at donations on an annual basis and look, you know, chop it up into months to see if that happens. Even if that's the case, membership donations tend to go up later in the year, so that's people renewing their memberships. A lot of people join in September and October because they're interested in the elections going on, and consequently, a lot of people get renewal letters in September, October, November, December. So I actually think revenue will be strong for the rest of the year.
Mr. Weiner?
I know that you've done several promotions, books and T-shirts and so on, and that the early indications were good on that. But I'd like to know, now that that's been out there for a while, how you see that, how effective that has that been, and what plans you have in the future along those lines.
For example, we did this promotion with a long sleeve T-shirt that said Libertarian on it. It was very simple. It turned out we sold, I don't know, maybe, I forget now, but like $20,000 to $30,000 worth of them. So, we made a lot of money on that. Occasionally we'll find something like that. The hats made a lot of money, but I was filling a specific void that I thought was out there with some of those products. You know, the yard signs haven't raised near as much money. You know, I don't know that for sure we'll be able to think of something that cost us $10 that people will pay $30 for. But let's keep, I do want to keep pursuing that whenever we think of something like that. But when I've done like prospecting letters, it said, join the party for $25, you'll get a membership card. And then when we send another one that says, join for $25 and get a free book or T-shirt, or pay $50 and get both, or $100 and get 3 things, those do perform better. You know, people donate significantly more. So I do think we'll keep pushing those types of things.
Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized on the treasurer's report? Where are we at on time?
Oh, about 8 minutes to go.
Okay, Mr. Benedict and then Mr. Hagan.
Was there a motion related to promotional items that was supposed to happen during the?
There's one later on the agenda.
Okay. That was.
Mr. Hagan, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone on the last page of the financial reports is related party transactions, and that's supposed to include the LNC members and alternates and their immediate family. So, ain't the carried over from the previous LNC ain't the immediate family. And so, in the new members, if you have immediate family that either gave to the party or to the party, or trying to get them listed there, just because the board needs to know about any transactions that could create a conflict of interest. So, give either me or Robert their names, and we'll get them added to that list. And also, Robert brought up to me the compensation that we budgeted for. I might this too late to be added as a motion item for the agenda, but it did not include, I think, 7,000 that has already has been paid out for the last quarter for the bonuses. I don't, probably I'll make a motion now to change the budget item for compensation. Actually see it on page 5 of the financial reports, item number 45. And second to the last column, it says total annual budget. Right now, $516,700. Move to increase it by 7,000.
Or second?
Second. Can you repeat what page? Page 5.
Who was the second?
Point of information, help me identify it. So I'm on page 5.
Page 5, line 45, compensation, next to last column, 516,700.
Mr. Hagan, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just part of the contract where some of the staff included bonus to be paid out each quarter, depending on how the fundraising went, and it did pay out 7,000 in bonus that were required from the contract. So just to keep the budget matching what we're paying out, that's why I made the motion.
Ms. Madsen?
I have some comments and some question, any question. Is it, I realize that it puts us over right now for a bonus, there to be a bonus payout in there, but since we reduced staff by laying off an employee and there's been, reduction there, by the time we get to the end of the year, unless budget revenues change, it's not likely that there's going to be other bonuses that are paid out. Is it likely that for the year that we'll still be under? We don't necessarily budget quarterly, and we can have a temporary overage. By the time we get to the end of the year, we can get caught up. So is it? If we just continued on the current path, short one employee, are we going to be on budget for the year?
Do you have feel for that list?
It's going to be close. Robert, do you have a closer?
I think it'll be close. I don't think we'll go more than 10% over budget, so technically we may not need the increase, but.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's my understanding that what happened last year is that staff bonuses are negotiated basically every year, and as it is right now, it's based on, I think, $1.5 million of revenue, and then they break it out by quarter. And if so, $1.5 million for the year means $375,000 per quarter, and basically looking at the numbers that we have, the only reason there were here we are sending out fundraising letters saying we're broke, can't pay our bills, and it's a little awkward to be, all right, we're going to increase compensation budget because we had to pay out bonuses, and the thing that made it bonusable, if that's a word, is that convention revenues are included. So there's an anomaly increase, not an anomaly, but a scheduled event that always pulls in $100,000. And that's what put us over the amount to pay out bonuses in a quarter when we're sending out urgent grants and we're broke and that sort of thing. And so that's what created the bonus. And without the convention, it wouldn't have happened. It's kind of awkward optics. And if we can stay within the budget for the year without having to make an increase while we're telling our members that we're broke, I would be inclined to do that instead.
Mr. Olson?
I just want to understand what we're dealing with here. Number one, you're moving to change the budget, which is not actually spending money. The money is going to be paid regardless of whether we change the budget or not.
Has been paid. Has been paid.
Has been paid. And the budget is just a plan of the spending for the year. So is there any other? Is there something related to being over budget, under budget? Is changing the budget do anything other than make it look nice?
Mr. Hagan, you can respond, and then I'll recognize Mr. Redpath after that.
The only limit is in the policy manual, you cannot spend more than 10% over what's in the budget. So we can't, for the policy manual, we can't spend 110% of what the budget says. That's, and after,
Okay,
they can't spend.
so 10% would be $51,000.
Yes.
So if we, so the $7,000 you're talking about is not gonna get us anywhere close to that.
Right.
Mr. Redpath.
Point of information, technically, is there actual a limit? I thought that if it was over 110%, all that triggered was a report from the treasurer. But I will have to say.
That said, will not pay out, the staff cannot spend more than 10% over.
So it would actually be illegal, or it actually would
violate our rules.
Well, I know that, but will it actually, my question is, will it actually stop it, or will it only trigger a report from the treasurer or someone that, hey, we went over 110% of budget?
Well, Mr. Benedict, go ahead.
I mean, there are items on here where we're more than 10% over, and I'll spend money if I'm told to spend money. It's been done many years.
I need a new car.
But I'll do it if the chair tells me or the board tells me. I won't do it if no one says give me a
Wise choice, Mr.
Seriously.
What about a used car? I call the question. Question's been called. Is there any objection to moving to a vote on this motion?
We're out of time on this.
I see no objection to moving to the vote, and we've run out of time. We'll proceed. Do you have a preference? I don't want to write them
In past years, people have complained that whoever sits to the right or left of the chair or secretary gets called on first. So if you want to vary it, I pulled out the D&D dice and I have a 20-sided die.
I do respect the secretary.
I've been living in Vegas too long.
I also am terrible at saving rolls, so I'm not.
Roll for initiative first.
We could start going into THACO and
If you wish
stuff.
to use it, it is available.
Is that, we're not on the agenda, but is there a sense of the body that anyone cares in this term of the LNC?
You can always pass.
Okay, then we will just, I'll start with you, if you don't mind.
That's fine. I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Olson?
Nay.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
No.
Just a second, I'm a little slow
Sorry,
this time.
sorry.
This is our first roll call vote, and I don't have my list yet.
Read the motion.
Yes, the motion is to, as I recall it, it is to increase the budget item for compensation by $7,000 to reflect bonuses that were actually paid and are a compensation expense that bonuses were not on the budget. So it's to put on the budget the money that we spent on bonuses. Is that a fair reading of the motion? Mr. Redpath, your vote was aye?
No, my vote's no.
Okay. Mr. Tomaso, are you calling?
Yeah.
Mr. Tomaso?
Nay.
Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Mr. Weiner?
No.
Mr. Feldman?
Yes.
Sorry, Doctor. I'll get better. Dr. White?
Aye.
Mr. Estrada? Mr. McClendon?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. McMahon?
No.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Goro? Aye.
Okay, so I have currently the ayes as Kirkland, Feldman, Lark, McClendon, Johnson, Hagan, Bora. I have nays as Mattson, Olson, Redpath, Tomaso, Goldstein, Weiner, Estrada, McMahon. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ayes, 8 nays. Would the chair like to vote?
I'll vote aye.
Okay, so that gives us an 8-8 tie, so the motion failed.
Moving on. I believe we're out of time on the treasurer's report. So the next item on the agenda is the secretary's report. Ms. Madison.
And I'm going to, for part of my report, I'm going to use the projector, but I'll get there in just a minute. I'm going to show you some things. All right, so I distributed a written report. I don't have to go through every detail there, but I will not assume that everyone reads all the reports that are sent out and don't get highlights, okay? So I believe we're current on our own minutes. I believe the policy manual is current. The report shows you the email ballots that have been completed since the start of our term, and those will be shown in the minutes as required by policy. In your binder, let's find where these are, is a set of EC minutes from February the 13th. Alright, so minutes should be in tab 8. And first page in tab 8 is the Executive Committee Teleconference, February 13, 2014. And this is before our term, but I circulated those minutes in advance. I copied members of the EC from the previous term. The only feedback I got on that was just a request from Mr. Lieberman, Dr. Lieberman, to clarify one of his comments, which I did, and that's been updated, and that was the only feedback I had. So I am not aware of any objections from any of the prior term EC members, and if there's not an objection from the LNC to allowing the EC to conduct a vote and approve these minutes without having to have a separate meeting just to approve them, then I will move that the EC members at this time vote to adopt these.
It does need a second.
EC members, technically the EC should approve the EC votes.
Mr. Hayes. I have no objection to that procedure, and the EC members in the room, is there any objection from any EC member on approving these minutes? I hear no objection from any of the executive committee members, so they have to vote. Welcome, Mr. Hayes. How was it? Interesting.
Okay, I have requested, but have not yet received a draft of the pre-convention LNC minute from June 26th. It's about a 2-hour meeting, and if I receive anything on those, I'll certainly pass those along and process them. There are audio recordings from the meeting, so if necessary, if I have to, I can reconstruct those from scratch. I'm hoping not to have to do that, but should it become necessary, I will. We've received a draft of the convention minutes. I do see some modifications that I'm going to propose, but due to other projects that I'm working on, I've started that job, and I'm not ready. So I was kind of hoping maybe I could have that ready by this meeting, but that didn't happen. Some things I noticed, things like there are actually some candidates missing from some of the election results in the minutes. I believe it's the JC election, there were candidates missing. Spelling of names, corrections to just parliamentary technicalities, and because I wasn't busy with secretary duties and wasn't having to pull my hair out up there doing the job on the fly, I was able to capture some additional details that you can't expect the secretary to grab the way that we run our meetings. In 2012, on the minutes, there's even a section where I put in the minutes, I know there was other business conducted, but I don't know what it was because I was counting ballots. So, so I was able to capture some of those things, and I'll add those in. And I would not expect the secretary to be able to catch that just because of the multitasking. And so what I want to show you, second I'll plug here and plug into the projector, is I want to show you some parts of the convention data archive that I have. Show you what I'm collecting and feedback for you on what else might be useful. So just a moment to get looked up here. Okay. So I know how to Alright, so today I need to video mode on here that sends it to you guys. Is there a change I need to make on my laptop to well, yeah, my machine popped up down in the further.
Rachel Board. We've got 15 minutes. Yep.
Oh, there we go. That just came better. Now we just have to vote. Yeah, there should be. You can move this and
It's PowerPoint, so.
Must be.
It's a PowerPoint.
What?
It's a PowerPoint.
Request for proposal, it's the document that you send out to the hotel to say, hey, we're looking for a place to have our convention, here's kind of specs about roughly how many room nights we need, whatever kind of concessions, how much space we need, how big the rooms have to be, that sort of thing. So these are the documents that have been used to solicit bids from hotels. I've got a directory here that has itemized convention expenses from QuickBooks for 2008, 10, and 12. And you might say, what do you mean 2008? Because we contracted that. There were still expenses that were incurred by the LNC for things related to the given convention. So I've got itemized details there. When you look at the profit and loss statements, you see multiple transactions rolled into one category. And so this breaks it down to a transaction by transaction level. So you can see more detail than we get on profit and loss statements. Information on the schedules and speakers. Some of that I've been able to get from, I tried and haven't gotten it for every year, but I try to grab copies of the website so that information just kind of gets archived. And so some of these I've been able to pull from website information, some of it I've pulled from the binders that were handed out at conventions. So documentation of where speakers were. I have information on vendor booths. I happen to have been in the position on the LSLA where I could get some of this information, so I did. 2008, all we have is the terms of the agreement, but I've got data here on what organizations bought vendor booths from us, the prices they were sold for, contact information for them. So we've got a listing of how many booths we sold at what prices and to what groups. And those people are really good people to call up for booths next time. So you've got a little bit of a contact list to start with. Copies of hotel invoices. The invoice to the hotel had a lot of things on it. You've got AV, you've got food and beverage, staff rooms, any speaker rooms that would bill back to the party, that kind of thing. So it's not invoices for everything we spent on convention, but the big one for the hotel, which is a large chunk. All right, so now let's look at the cooler things. All right, well, let's do this one first. I've got a document here. It's just a Word document where I've dumped in, where I've found what were the criteria used in past years for including people in presidential debates. So I just dumped those in a Word document. It's not very long. All right, so now to the coolest stuff. All right, so for comparing hotel bids, this is a spreadsheet that we've used for the past 3 rounds or so, where you can, I'm showing you the blank columns now, I'm going to show you some unblank ones in a minute, but anyway, the space here, when you get bids, you fill in things like, starting at the top, room rates, and then I'll highlight some things so you can see. All right, so room rates, what are the taxes that you pay on the room? Resort fees, occupancy taxes, whatever goes into the full daily recurring charges if they have internet and a car park there, that kind of details. And you'll see, besides This is a template that you can use for future years. That's why there's blank columns there. But then for comparison, I filled in the data for 2016 contracts all the way back to 2008. So you can compare this bid to what we've had in the past and build in historical data. How far is it to the airport? Is there a hotel, the airport shuttle? What's the average airfare from the U.S. Department of Transportation? They publish those figures every year. So you can get an idea of how relatively expensive it is to fly to one city versus another. How many guest rooms are in the hotel, the hospitality suites, and just descriptions of if they have adequate space. Any elevator problems, how many rooms do we get blocked off, and what's our attrition rate, and we don't have to go into the details of that, but food and beverage minimums, how much you're required to spend, just all these different parameters for comparing what are the expenses expected to be incurred at that hotel. And this is what we've used to compare bids in the past, and so I've got historical data here that can be used to compare against future bids that we get. So not time to go through all those line items. I just wanted to show you that, and then so you can understand what kind of things are on here. I've written this document, 5 pages long. I use the variation of this in 2012. The document goes through and explains what all those terms in the spreadsheet mean. What do you mean when you say attrition? So there's an explanatory document that goes with that. And then this is my favorite file. Okay, this is called Historical Convention Performance Metrics. All right, so that other spreadsheet was for comparing convention bids. This one is things like, how did we run the convention? How did it perform? What were the revenues? And so, details like, how did we select the site? Who ran the convention? What was the date of it? Who did the website for it? That sort of thing. And all the vendor booths. Who handled them? How many vendor booths were sold? What's the pricing of the vendor booths? Now, I think we're gonna have a pattern there. So when convention planners are trying to figure out how many in advance, I think this is gonna be a useful tool to have this kind of pattern. So here you see not just the quantity sold, but the percent of the total packages that it represents. And I think this is gonna be a nice prediction tool that future planners can use. All right, so that section is just total packages, and then I break it down by the exact same kind of pattern, but for gold packages, for silver packages, because you have to know, there's package buyers buy meals, but there are other attendees that don't buy packages, and they're just going to show up in the convention hall. So, and it looks to me, from looking at these numbers, that people that buy packages tend to make plans earlier. We find out about them earlier than people that buy just the basic.
No objection. You're extended for 5 minutes on the Secretary's report.
That kind of wraps up my comments, and I can take questions, but very quickly, I know you all came here to hear this, a report on brownie points. Dr. Lark is currently in the lead with 2 brownie points. I have awarded him 2 brownie points for he actually noticed, but our emails were kind of crossing that the policy manual had not yet included the international rep. But I didn't get the notice that he had noticed until just right after I sent out the notice saying no points will be awarded. So I awarded him 2 brownie points. Behind him, Mr. McMahon has 1 point, Dr. Spellman has a point, and Ms. Kirkland has a half point.
I just, thank God I don't have any demerits.
And since Dr. Lark
I can give you one.
Well, that's not listed, Bill.
This should be
Avoid
taken
embarrassment.
as no statement on personal hygiene, but this is a breath spray that gives you instant happy childhood memories. Since you're currently in the lead, you win a door prize.
Mr. Redpath.
Mr. Chairman, this may be covered later in the meeting, and I just want to, and that is a valid answer to my question. Where do things stand with the convention committee or committees for this LNC number one, and number two, where do things stand in seeking a 2018 convention site?
Not populated yet. We'll address it at the point where those committees are noted in the standing reports, how we intend to populate and timelines. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized? Mr. Goldstein.
I just want to commend the Secretary for the sheer amount of work that went into what you just showed us. As the chair of this year's Oversight Committee, having some of that material at hand would have been tremendously helpful. And for whoever gets the onus of being on that committee later this afternoon or tomorrow, whenever, then that person ought to, it will not be me, but thank Ms. Manson from the bottom of his or her heart.
I'm offended that you got to that. Thank you before I did, but Dr. Lund.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ignorant of this. Perhaps someone on the committee can enlighten me. As Secretary of the International Society for Individual Liberty, I prepared a guide for any person or organization that seeks to put together a conference sponsored by ISIL. Do we have a guide for anyone who might be interested in putting together, serving as an organizer? If not, given that Ms. Manson has nothing else to do and is therefore willing to do a lot of heavy lifting, perhaps it would be appropriate for us to have such a document that would be made available, would be easily accessible for those who seek to organize conventions.
Would it be possible to see the one from ISIL?
I would be happy to make it available.
Guide.
I would be happy to make it available.
It's like that's taken care of.
Is that the Islamic State?
Yeah, I think you need a new acronym.
Iraq is here.
This has been noted.
ISIL's changing its name to the Free-Syrian Rebel Army.
Syria and Iraq.
Are there any other questions for the Secretary? I see no other questions for the Secretary. Is there any further report? Hearing no further report. Staff report's going to run 45 minutes. This feels like a good breaking time to me. We will take a 10-minute recess by my watch. Actually, I used my phone, so I'm correct. It's 10:32. It is 10:32 in the a.m. We will reconvene at 10:42.
Wes is planning a song and dance. Only take 10 seconds for lunch.
Robert.
Yeah.
By the way, you have this wrong, that's the wrong voter.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
I thought I was on it, but if I'm not high enough, let me know.
Actually, no, I'm sure you're copy too.
Did I not mark you as a
I'm just going to start bringing.
But, I mean, but.
I pretty much do.
But if you're not, I can
Like I
have a people.
Well, I do a little bit, but.
I'm going to start bringing.
I give like OAI 10 miles,
Just
I just started on my iPad.
right now.
Yeah.
Sturgis is good. It's actually
Are you getting Pledge News?
for Roberts.
Are you getting Pledge News?
There's a lot that's the same,
Well,
and there's a lot that's different.
But just, if you would just make sure I'm on it.
I had to, it's fine, but
I probably.
I had to go through and make
I
lists of the
blanket
differences
spread some,
between the two, so I can keep up.
Keep everybody So anyway, just, okay, anyway, just.
You fly in from Texas or Louisiana?
Well, actually, I came
So
in
for
Houston.
college, yes, second college.
Drove over here.
Oh. You saw Dan's flights were canceled.
Yeah, Daniel Hayes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what city he was from out of. He's out of Morning Orleans.
Yeah, that's why it was out.
I don't need that. Yeah.
So that kind of sucks.
Yeah. One thing that I had in mind, like I think you or Wes or somebody got an inquiry motion about like what does the national office do? And when I get to the affiliate support committee, one thing that I was going to say is I want to kind of be like, in addition to the items listed in the policy manual,
Right.
which is like core functions, I'd somewhat like the affiliate support committee to be the cheerleader of what we're already doing.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we have a whole wiki on that.
But you do?
Yeah, so Wes could give you a link to either that or send you
Oh, I need to know that.
the information on that wiki, what.
I know there's a tremendous amount that Carla runs around doing, and I think a lot of it.
How are you?
Satisfaction.
Yeah, there's a list.
back and
Always convenient when they have these here. Nice and close.
yeah.
Like in the, all that's in the week.
Greetings, sir.
How
you doing?
Cool, I haven't
shaken your hand yet.
Because my intention is probably to be honest, just to get the word out to the state affiliates, what services do we already do? I mean, instead of doing new stuff and recreating the wheel, it's like just count the horn about what we're doing and get the word out. So that's, thank you. Yeah, so link to
And
the
we
week.
can also just, make a
The
copy
CC's
of
going to run
it.
over and grab
Just
this.
remind us.
I need like 5
Robert or I, we can just go and grab it.
Can you check in here?
You don't hear from us.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, things are not. And I think it's a good thing, it's also an issue with candidates, more of an issue with candidates from my perspective, since my perspective. That we need to set the expectations.
No, I was just telling Bill, I got no sleep all the night before.
You know,
So
we're not doing it.
yesterday I took me that
We
council
lay out
line,
the case.
went over to the office and
Just
looked
really
at these
lay out
things, came back
this.
to my room, took a nap.
We can certainly try, but.
I wouldn't have liked it.
Yeah, there's a printer, but not copier. They went down to the front desk. I just want like 5 copies.
Yeah, because I ran a truck. The last time I was sightseeing in DC was in August 2001. Oh, and bad things happened a few days later. Yeah. Of course, my wife and I were on vacation in Venezuela 2 years ago, and 2 months after we left, rain hit the area around the Sparks Airport, and the mudslide still going through. Natural disasters seem to follow us everywhere we go for a while. Yeah. We were like the jinx. Wow.
Not too far. We need people that understand that. But anyway, that all said, yeah. And it keeps them from getting dissatisfied anymore. You know, I think Wes is going to serve that purpose in terms of we're a little.
Any indication on how your telecast is doing so far? Or webcast or whatever?
I have 2 listeners.
Oh, really? Are they able to see and hear things?
Just here. West of.
Yeah, in some states there's some pretty good support.
Have they, you send them out a wake-up reminder every 5 minutes? Yeah, so they wake them up. Little buzzer.
No, I don't know, I walk over here every 5 minutes into the bus.
I can't imagine listening to, what, 15 hours of one of these meetings on the internet, or whatever.
Going on before you go to bed.
Just have the tape play under your pillow like you absorb it by osmosis.
Thank you.
Having that wiki will do a lot. Yeah, it's like I've much preferred this cat what's
How you been doing, Jim?
I bet half the complaints.
Not bad, busy, very busy between faculty stuff and travel.
Oh.
I was, this time last week I was in Paris.
Wow. Instead of just like sending out
Giving an address to the European students for Libertarian. Delivered in my flawless English.
I know, man.
They specifically asked for my participation as the keynoter, and they said you're welcome to speak English, which is a darn good thing because my French is horrible.
I agree.
All in all,
I get the rubber on me.
all in all, it's gone well. It's just my department has the charming habit of putting the version of me teaching classes concerning material that I haven't seen in many years.
Oh, really?
On short notice, I'm teaching a graduate class in optimization.
Eric, this is what I sound like when I'm
And it's stuff that I haven't seen in about 25 years. So, It's one of those things that I know the stuff, and I know the stuff sufficiently well that I can do without going absolutely insane. It's one of those things where, frankly, it's just a lot of work to go to prepare the lectures on the fly. This is not your typical graduate class in that it's larger than most because it's required for all graduate students in our department. So instead of teaching, a lot of graduate classes I've taught is 10 students or fewer. This one was going to have 40 students, but some of them have thankfully dropped out. Also, for many of the students in this class, given what's going on in education in the United States at the graduate level, a very large fraction of my students, English is not their first language. So
what we're doing is we're taking the time that we have, and the first part of that time.
So they don't have you teach the same class all the time? So
actually,
or most of your stuff
actually, most of the time that's actually what happens.
Yeah, because then once you have your class set up, your first semester, then you're
that's right. I mean, you do the lecture preps.
Yeah.
You do the lecture preps, and once you've got that done, life is ever so much better. And that's true for my statistics classes. But for the classes I'm doing here, the graduate classes.
So that's throwing extra graduate, all graduate class once in a while.
Anyway, all things are going to reach out.
You set up the
Hey, good argument.
No, I just I haven't seen the results.
Really ready?
Strange, because they're never stopping my job.
That was an early survey done by you guys.
We'll come back to order. It's 10:42.
Not like.
Oh, I know, that sucks.
We'll come back to order. It's 10:42. I don't need to gavel, I have a voice. All right, there are two announcements prior to resuming the agenda. One, Mr. Estrada's Region 7 report is printed. Many of you have probably received it by email, but it is printed. It's on the top of the paper box over there on the side table if you want to grab a copy. We're not there yet, but at your leisure. The second thing is Dr. Lark has requested, and I think it's a good idea, that we have an informal discussion about what we're all thinking for goals prior to having an official agenda item for goals tomorrow. What my thought is, we've blocked out 90 minutes for lunch. There's a lot of stuff pretty much in walking distance of here for takeaway. We have this room. So my thought is that we would take the first 30 minutes of lunch for people to go and get things, come back, have another 60 minutes during which we can have an informal discussion.
Mr. Chairman, is this tomorrow or today?
Today.
Today. Okay.
And, it's not mandatory. It's the informal discussion. There is a formal item for it on Sunday, but it is suggested. Is there any objection to that? Yeah, Whole Foods, Perfect Pita down the way. Robert sent out a list of places and it's available, and it's also on the table.
I did make some other arrangements for lunch, but I can be flexible if that's sensible.
And if you've already made other arrangements, obviously I didn't announce this ahead of time, so you're free to just go and do your lunch thing. Again, it's the informal discussion. There's plenty of time on the agenda for the formal discussion, so this isn't mandatory. I'm not making it mandatory. I'm just letting you know that's what I'm going to be doing. And I think Dr. Lark's going to be doing it. Mr. Goldstein, go ahead.
Not on that subject, different subject. Just during break, we distributed the IT committee report for your packet, so you should have that in kind of faded ink because my printer's running out of ink. Also, the wish list from the staff, and then the multi-page tech survey for LP state affiliates. So you have 3 documents to put in your binder before the tech report.
All right, so the next item on the agenda are staff reports. Mr. Benedict,
Okay,
I'll let you handle how that time is distributed.
sure. I don't have a long speech that's going to fill all 45 minutes, Gary, so be aware of that. I'll open it to plenty of questions throughout. The number one item on my mind is that we are having a cash crunch right now. We're low on funds and high on expenses. We've spent more in several categories than was expected or budgeted, and some of our fundraising is going fine, some is not going as well. So we need to close that gap. One thing I did a few weeks ago, and I talked to Chairman Sarwark about this, we did lay off one staff member, and I put that in my written report. I felt like it was, it saves money, and it was a position that I thought the rest of us could take on those tasks and cover things to the best of our abilities. Certainly the phone is not being covered quite as well right now, so it's not a good thing to lay off staff. I don't want to have to do that anymore, but if spending goes well and fundraising doesn't go well, we may have to do more of that. Again, I don't think we'll have to, and I don't want to have to do that. The urgent gram that went out that reached homes, I got mine yesterday, the fundraising letter. Others I've heard got them yesterday and a few days before that. The facts in there were true, and I think it will do pretty well. When we've had genuine cash crunches in the past and have asked for a lot of money and said it was urgent, usually our donors come through for us. We will get some complaints as well, and I just want you to keep in mind that if you read about best practices in fundraising, or someone comes here to train us on fundraising because you'd like to hear from someone about that, I do believe that most of them will say that good, successful fundraising letters and efforts do generate complaints as well. The key to a good fundraising letter is that it causes someone to take action, and that means you got to get their attention and get them to do something. So I'm just pointing that out. We will get complaints. Ron Paul raised over $30 million, and people online complained all the time about Ron Paul's fundraising antics and the staff that worked for him. Campaign for Liberty the same way. Everything that successfully raises a good amount of money generates quite a few complaints as well. The next thing, I want to do something and try and kill at least 2 birds with one stone. It might kill 3, I'll have to think about it. We talked about board fundraising and possibly some training for that. I'm going to try and train you in 5 minutes and explain another thing I did with getting some extra help. Some of you are already trained at fundraising, you're comfortable with it, and that's great. If you've got some new people you think we can fundraise from and you're willing to do that, that's great. This training is not for you. If you feel very uncomfortable fundraising, I want to tell you about the quick training I did a few days ago for a guy who said, "Hey, are y'all hiring? I'm interested in a job in the Liberty Movement." I said, "No, we're not hiring. We're laying people off." Turns out, and but then I said, "Well, will you call people and ask them to renew their membership?" He said, "Okay," and I said, "All right, well, we'll try." And the training was, I didn't send them to the Leadership Institute or have them read a book or all that, even though all that would help. I just said, here's how you do it. We're going to give you a list of people who are expired, and the stakes are low. Don't worry. They've already been called once, at least, by Bob Johnston after they've expired. They've gotten multiple fundraising letters from us and renewal letters. So they've been expired for about a year. And if they don't renew, don't worry. So you don't have to be nervous about calling this guy. And so I gave him a list of about 100. And I said, the key is the hardest part is just picking up the phone and dialing the numbers. And I'm telling the board this because if you're not comfortable raising money and you want to start with this little warm-up exercise, I can train you on this personally over the phone in 5 minutes. Or you may have the training here. You just send me an email and ask how to get started. The key to getting people to renew and raising money is you look at this list, you find their phone number, and you just dial it, straightforward. 10 out of 11 of them or 9 out of 10 won't answer because they're not there. But the one that answers, you say, hi, my name is Wes with the Libertarian Party, and I wanted to see if you would renew your membership. Your membership expired about a year ago. And we can do that over the phone. I can take your credit card. Simple as that. I can type that pitch to you, and you may not think that's a great pitch. You can use your own pitch, and you can practice stuff, and you can tailor it. But the pitch is about 1 or 2 sentences. It's very easy, and I think Nick and I looked at the numbers. I think he had raised about $500 or something after maybe 10 hours of effort from about 6 or 8 people who renewed. 2 of them renewed monthly pledges for $10 a month that had expired. So while we don't have extra money for staff, I do plan to try some things like this that pay for themselves. And if an LNC member does it, your time is very affordable. I do think we can call that's one area we haven't done a lot of, the phoning our members. I know it can be tough and it can be annoying to yourselves to do it and to members who receive the phone calls, but they don't get a lot of calls from us. And a lot of them like to, if we get a call into them, they realize we're doing something. So Bob Johnson's basically the only one who's been doing this significantly over the past couple of years. And what you're doing is you're calling people. This call is someone that Bob's already made a contact or attempted to multiple times. I do think contacting major donors is another big opportunity. We have made very few fundraising phone calls over the last few years to our donors. We send them a lot of emails, we send them a lot of fundraising letters, and a few come to our conventions and we ask for money in person. The one big opening is the phoning for dollars, and major candidates and office holders spend significant time doing that. I do think that it's me and Nick, Nick is chairman, who potentially could raise the most and be the most effective doing that simply because of the titles. It's not because I'm great at it. I'm an engineer. I'm just, I'm a technical person, not a great salesperson. But the chairman, people like a phone call from the chairman because he's the chairman. But they would also, I think they will also like it from volunteers and board members. And to say, hi, I'm a board member from I represent your region. Would you consider renewing your membership? I think a lot would do it and they'd be successful at it. Again, the training is about 5 minutes. So shoot me an email later or tell me in person if you are interested in doing that. It takes Robert Krause and me, 2 minutes to make a little list from your region of people to call like that. Norm, did you have a question on that issue?
No.
Okay.
Wes and I did.
Yeah.
I think that you're talking about something a little bit different if we're going to be calling major donors, though. If we're going to, as Nick in our conversation last night, if you just want us to call expired members, that's one thing. But if we're going to be calling people who have donated $500, $1,000, or whatever, it can't be a simple 5-minute, training thing, because there are some situations there and some concerns that they're going to have that a guy who might or might not give you $25 isn't going to have.
Right. Yeah, and I guess what I was saying is, if you feel like you're not ready to do the major donor fundraising yet,
like a baby step.
Yeah, you might try this first as a warm-up because the stakes are lower. Yeah. We've already been told no about 10 times by these people, so you should not be offended if they say no. but you'll be surprised how many say yes. You know, if you reach them on the phone, a quarter of them may say yes, maybe a little more than that. So I think for the major donor fundraising, we do need training specifically for that, and we want to be careful who calls who, that kind of thing.
Go ahead.
Okay, moving on just to some overall things. Financially, things are a little challenging. I do think we will get over it without other major changes. Obviously, laying off a staff member saves some money. It's also traumatic, and if we do it again, it will hurt a lot more. The next one will hurt a lot more if we have to do that. So we've had staff members out for vacation or sick family members, and doing their work for them is not something that the rest of us enjoy. So we don't want to lose anyone else on staff. We want to keep people on, and ultimately my goal is to grow staff, raise enough money so we can have more staff to do whatever projects we come up with. But just overall, we moved into this new building. I like it. I think you'll like it when you go see it tonight. It's serving our needs very well. There's still some kinks to work out. We had the front and back doors rebuilt. That cost $900 just to fix the cylinders so the doors don't slam shut when you walk in. It sounds like a minor thing, but it was getting to be dangerous. Wow, is this door going to slam shut and break glass at this meeting tonight, or hurt someone? You know, so there's little things like that we're fixing. But overall, I think the building is pretty good. We were able to paint the upstairs before we got there. You'll notice the ground floor has not been painted, you know, newly when we moved in, and the basement is not painted. So there's lots of stuff in the basement, and I'm just giving you that advance notice. We've got some of the recognition plaques in place, but we're not finished with all of that. We're still working on it. Moving takes time, and there's lots of things, there's lots of follow-up of activities that take time as well. And we can get it all done if we stop everything else and work just on that. But there's always about 10 or 20 or maybe 200 priorities on our list of things that we need to get done. But I feel like overall, the building move has gone real well. I'm very happy with the location. We are saving a lot of money. Additionally, we moved quicker because there was an organization willing to take over our lease right away at the Watergate. We thought we'd have to pay a 3-month overlap, and we actually got out of rent 3 months earlier than we expected. So that was another reason all the walls weren't painted and everything wasn't perfect at the new place. We saved about $36,000 by just moving, and didn't worry about that the paint wasn't perfect. I talked to Nick some yesterday evening about goals and priorities, and we do lots of things all the time, and I want to emphasize to the LNC, and I've probably done this in email at least once, and it's something I remind staff about, and I tell myself this all the time, because you've got a lot of ideas you'd like us to work on. I've probably got 3 times that many. Like, I come up with new ideas every day. Oh man, we need to do that. I wish I could do this. I wish I could do this. Our staff members have plenty of things that they come up with all the time. You know, maybe I wish we could help this lawsuit. This candidates might win. We need to help them with money. It would be nice to. We can do a lot. We work hard. We do a whole lot of different things. But every time we do this, we can't work on these other things instead. And so it is helpful to me to have a list of priorities. And I think the goals will help. These goals are important to me if you come up with goals. Maybe they won't all be achievable, the numbers, we won't all agree on them. But setting some priorities and goals are helpful to me. And it's helpful to me when I discuss different proposals. It's like, why don't we run a television commercial, promoting join a Libertarian Party on John Stossel's show? Well, my first question is, I like the idea. And we want to do that to raise membership. Maybe we'll prospect new members that way. Well, if we do it, if membership's a goal, I think it should be, let's compare. Are there any questions right now?
Dr. Lark and Mr. Tomaso.
Okay, yeah.
First of all, Mr. Benedict, as always, thanks to you and the members of the staff for the fine work that you're doing. What is the status of interns? What are we looking at in terms of interns now that school has resumed? Do we have any interns currently, and do we have an active program for reaching out to bring in interns to assist us?
Interns is an example of a project that I can do that. We can do anything. But I haven't done that specifically. I believe over the summer, Arvin Bora worked with some interns. And so if we could let him, do you want to speak to that? Or?
Sure. We had basically 2 pretty intensive interns over the summer. A couple others that were sort of like not there the whole summer and all that. We had 2 pretty intensive interns that helped out quite a bit on social media, helped out with the radio show. They just kind of helped out with a lot of things, and it was very very useful to have them. I think they really got a lot done. But I haven't had really just honestly the time to put together a fall internship, but it's something that's definitely doable, and I think that it's very worthwhile. And I think honestly, if we'd had 20, it would have been 10 times as effective.
If I may be permitted, I would be happy to work with the members of the staff and with Mr. Bora to help with that project.
Okay, and to me, the key thing with interns is, I work with our 7 staff right now, and it's, we all need to be working together and keeping each other busy when things are slow or, when certain projects aren't getting done. The challenge with an intern is they want to do something, and who's going to stop and take the time to work with them? And so I can work on something that the board requests or something that Nick requests, or that intern who's right there, saying, what do I do next? Or here's this thing I wrote. Is this any good? Those are tough things to answer to. Is this any good? What should I do? Yes, it's great, as Arvin said, it may not be great. Those are tough things that take staff time, and if someone would take interns and they ask you, what should I do next? I mean, we were for that.
Yeah. Good. Mr. Tomaso and then Mr. McMahon.
Yeah. 2 questions. You had asked on your budget adjustment for $5,000 for revenue and expenses, even though you say that the merchandise more than pays for itself. I'm just curious why you wanted I assume you meant you wanted to increase both line items by 5,000, or was that misreading that?
No, I wanted to raise both. Yeah. So let's say you.
My question is, if they quote turn a profit, why wouldn't the revenue number be a lot higher than the expense number?
Okay, we can do that, but the revenue, it never hurts to go over a revenue budget. So if you want to make it 10,000, revenue 10,000, expenses 5,000.
You can say that again. It never hurts to go over revenue.
Yeah.
And okay, my second one, with the staff reduction, I know things had to get reshuffled, and we kind of just covered this, but what is there anything that either you think some volunteer help or help from the LNC would be useful to help balance the load until, like you said, we raise a lot more money, you can rehire some staff, or it may be a priorities question, but is there anything, I mean, rumor has it some of us have some talents, maybe we could help in the back office, maybe on a small thing, because, yeah, is there anything you think offhand? Or?
Absolutely, I'll give 2 examples. The IT committee asked for a survey, and I'm sure there's someone out there who can learn how to use SurveyMonkey and do that survey. staff did it instead. It took staff time, and it took Eric time. Eric does LP News. He does most of our website programming changes. He's like way overloaded, and once he's not overloaded, I've got some other great things for him to work on. What's hard is working on stuff that's integrated with everything we do. But like this IT survey committee that did not have to integrate with anything on a daily basis that the party does or the staff does. And when those little individual projects come up, if we could find someone who could do that survey instead of staff, well, that's an ideal activity.
The IT committee.
Broadcasting this meeting, I'm broadcasting it, that everyone here, I've never broadcasted a meeting before, by the way, but I did a little research, I got some suggestions, and I went to Office Depot and bought this thing. Apparently someone keeps coughing into the mic. There's things to learn about it that I'm doing. I could have done other stuff instead. Anyone here could have learned this probably better than me. I'm not an expert on this broadcasting stuff. And I have pointed out both of those things, by the way, to the LNC. I said, why don't you do the IT committee survey? Maybe someone else can broadcast a meeting. I will, if you want me to point those things out, I will. I can be annoying about it.
No, I mean, I wasn't, I don't recall who asked, but I mean, I understand when you're doing your job, it's the little interrupts that end up being 10 times more. So, I mean, at least from the committees I'm on, I mean, if you say, no, that's going to be too disruptive, please, I mean, let us know, because obviously you guys have, really important day-to-day stuff that has to get done.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just curious if there's stuff that I guess it's the sense of the body, everyone else in the body have to agree that if there are things you maybe think that could be offloaded safely to us as volunteers, to maybe help leverage your time better, or things that aren't like time critical, where okay, if it takes a couple days for us to get back, that's okay.
There's actually a lot of things beyond that, and I apologize for putting two people on the spot on specific projects. But I was at the Illinois convention last weekend, and I said, someone said, what can we do to help? And I said, what I would really love is a website where people can say, where volunteers can offer their services and people who need help can request services, rather than asking me or someone on staff or the chairman or state chair, because that comes up all the time. And I said, if someone sets that up, I'll start using it. I'll say, hey, I need a good graphic designer to make this brochure. It's not just staff that has things that someone could probably help with. That would have been an ideal thing I could have posted there. Hey, is anyone good at setting up a survey online? Probably there's 50 people who have done it, and probably 10 would have volunteered. If we had a convenient way to ask, and if I email the whole membership, I'll get 80 responses, and a lot of them will talk about other stuff that takes my time, but like just a posting board. I mean, maybe it should just be a Facebook group, but I would love to see that. And once it exists, I'll be saying, oh, this is something I don't have to do. Designing this brochure, I don't have to do it. Someone designed this, submit some options.
I believe it's Mr. McMahon next, then Mr. Olson, and then Mr. McClendon. Mr. McMahon.
First, there is a Facebook group, and it's actually called the Libertarian Professionals. It's populated by about 50 people who are all graphic designers, web designers, mailing experts, stuff like that. It's on Facebook. And I think it's open, reviewable. There's also, I couldn't find it.
Could you send an email to me with that exact link? And I may see if, I may post a couple things and see if we get some
I'll have to track
response.
it down, but there's also a website that is like a hotwire, or not hotwire, but it's monster.com, job listings for people within the Liberty movement. And 90% of them are volunteer positions, but there is that job listing site, and they get a lot of responses. I've posted things on there personally for candidates and the LNCC, and had some top quality people that I didn't have to pay anything to. But so I'll track that. I couldn't find it real quick, but I'll track that down and give that to you as well.
Okay.
But my comment is, I'd like to take a minute to talk about the fundraising letter that just went out about Molly, laying off staff. It was, I understand that critical, and dire circumstances raises money, and that we have to be honest in our fundraising letters. But I fielded over 20 phone calls and emails from people just within my state. That's just Indiana. There's a bunch of other places that I've been to and people that I've talked to who were horrified. It wasn't a letter that said we are going to lose staff, which is the critical. If you don't give now, we're going to have to lay off staff. It was, we just had to lay off staff. We can't make it, we're not cutting it, we can't lay off staff, but we had to lay off staff. I got a phone call from, and I'm going to go very personal, my mother and my grandmother, who are both two new members of the party. They are less than a year in, and both of them were very concerned. They weren't concerned with the fact that, how can I help the party? They were concerned with, why did you drag me into this organization that can't even pay its assistant staff? If this is the letter that I'm receiving that's telling me you can't make it as a political party, why did you ask me to become a member of this? Why am I joining this? And I think that this particular letter was the most damaging letter I've ever seen from the Libertarian Party going out to the membership. If I was a new member and I received this letter, I would not renew. I would not come back to this party. If I was a major donor and I received this letter, I would not donate. I would withhold my donation because we're failing. I completely understand critical. I mean, I send out critical. I'm going to be blunt again. As the executive director of the LNCC, my job is constantly on the line. Every 3 months, I'm in danger of not getting paid. But we're very careful how we say that. It's in 3 months, we're going to lose our executive director. It's not, we had to fire Evan because we couldn't pay him. If that email or that letter ever comes out, the organization is done. And I think that this was just a very, very bad idea. It was very concerning to me. And when I got home from Illinois and had it in my box, I actually sat down and read it 10 times.
It was very effective in that manner.
It wasn't
Is that
a
the only
positive
one you've
reading.
ever read 10 times?
It was actually for the first time in 11 years, I want to have a beer and sit down and cry. We had explosive growth in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio the past 2 years. And I believe that this letter going out to new members and members that we convinced to rejoin the party is damaging to them. That it shakes their confidence in us as a political party. And I'm very concerned about that. I understand that we have to capitalize on critical moments, but I think this one was poorly executed.
How much time do we have left in this report?
We have 15 and a half minutes.
Okay, keep going. We got 15 minutes.
Okay. Like I said, I think I think this could have been more effective as an additional. We are at a critical level. We may have to lay off staff. I mean, I get letters from other organizations all the time, and that's, we're at a critical point in our giving calendar. We may have to lay off staff or cut programs, and those are effective and they're critical. But whenever an organization says we failed and we had to fire people and we've had to, close down this program and close down that program, after the fact, it becomes well, why should I bust out my checkbook? Why should I continue to be involved? And so I think it was very damaging. And I would just like to say, I'd like to not see that happen again.
Two things. You might just think about how much you think this is going to raise and write it down, maybe shoot me an email, document it in advance. Two, I've given suggestions to this board on how to save money, on what not to spend on. And those ideas and suggestions were ignored. So if I had sent a letter saying everything's great, Libertarian Party is set to take over become the biggest successful party this year, that wouldn't have raised much, and we would have laid someone off, another person. Or you would have fired me because I'm not raising enough money. So bear that in mind. I suggested, hold on, let me give you a few examples. I suggested not spending $15,000 on ballot access in Alabama. A PAC that I set up funded a ballot access petition for Jefferson County, Alabama, paid about 75 cents to $1 per signature. And I said, that's enough. That's one experiment. We don't need to invest another $15,000 in Alabama. Had we not done that, we wouldn't have been needing to lay off staff. Not just to pick on ballot access, but we just spent $7,500 in Kentucky. I suggested, why don't we only do that if I send an email and people donate to fund that? And that suggestion was rejected. And when you already say we're spent $7,500 in Kentucky, will you donate to help us cover the costs? People don't do it. But if you say, will you donate $7,500 to fund a petition drive in Kentucky? Well, sometimes people come through on that. They did for Lucas Overby when we did it that way. So I have suggested ways to save money. If the board doesn't accept those suggestions, and then we have to raise the money one way or another. If they don't suggest it, they don't accept the savings. Or if the board raises money in another manner, then we're covered. But as I told you, the only donation a board member has raised, there's only been one donation, and that was a single one by Mark Henry. It was a very good, big one. So if you're gonna, you can put restrictions on me. You can tell me we can't send those kind of letters. But if other letters don't work, and if this board wants to put together a letter, you write it yourselves, no editing from me, no commentary, and wants to send it out, and let's see how it does. I support that. Nick, obviously, he can write one if he wants. He wrote an email, did pretty good. But if the board wants to form a committee for fundraising letters and send it, I'm fine with that. Additionally, professionals, if you read professionals, what they advise on fundraising letters, they say you need to make some people upset. A successful fundraising letter will generate complaints. Fundraising letters are successful, cause action. The fact that you read it 10 times is a very good indication on that letter. I think it's going to do real well.
I will recognize you for 30 seconds, but other people are trying to.
I'm not critical of the fact that we send out critical letters. That is not my issue. I understand that critical letters work. My issue is that this letter makes us look, after the fact, like a failed organization. It was after the fact. That's my number one issue. And all of those organizations that say that conflict and controversy breeds contribution are also very correct. But I bet you if you took this letter to them and said, should we post this, that we had to fire an employee after the fact to raise money, I would be willing to bet you $1,000 today that they would all say no.
Okay. All right, we're going to move. I'm going to move on unless you really want to talk.
We have 10 minutes left of this time.
Go ahead.
30 seconds.
Yep.
If we asked our members, would you like a fundraising letter from us? I bet you $1,000 they say no.
All right. Mr. I'm trying to remember my order. Mr. Olson, and then we're going to Mr. McClendon, and is there anyone on deck, and then Dr. Feldman. And I intend that, we're probably going to extend on this, but go ahead.
We have a couple of questions. Could you review on your employee task duties or the employees, who is full-time and who is part-time? And to those that are part-time, what extent, how many hours, rough guess how many hours a week they are working?
Let's see, I'm just looking for that list. Most of us are full-time. The only part-time is Nick Dunbar.
Okay. And how many hours a week do you figure?
About 20, yeah.
Everyone else is full-time?
I think so, on this list where we have the tasks and duties.
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking at?
Well,
Yeah. Me, Carl Howe, Robert Krause.
Rob Johnson
Bob
is an employee
Johnson,
or a
Lucy
contractor?
Moving on. If I remember, the board report suggested that there be instituted a system of keeping track of time versus projects, something like that. Some sort of a system of
Functional allocation of expenses or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, do you have actual data? Have you been collecting data on that?
Monthly.
So you have monthly records of, so-and-so spent maybe, 52 hours on this particular category and that particular category.
Yeah, it's by percent of time spent on each category, yes.
Okay, so could we get that in the next report?
Sure.
Something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in the financial reports, the results.
Yeah, I mean, the dollars are broken out in the
Well, I
financial.
remember seeing that in the budget report that had an allocation. I'd just like to see how that works out.
And can I just speak on that for a minute? Just explain what that is?
It's your time.
So,
Very fast.
we try and allocate our time to certain categories. So it's not always easy, and I do it with my time. But if, for example, there's a complaint from the Libertarian Party of Florida, about something we said about a candidate, and I stop what I'm doing and work on that for 20 minutes. Is that affiliate support, candidate support, or affiliate damage, or candidate damage, if you want to call it that? Is that fundraising, or is it overhead? We do such a random series of tasks constantly. I mean, I don't do anything for an hour straight. It's very rare. So my email inbox. So those numbers, we'll give you those numbers. I wouldn't.
I fully understand that. I've been an employee and I've had to fill those forms out, and they're largely guesses, but it is information that I think would be helpful in managing and producing budgets. I had two other comments here. That in Robert's report, it talks about the reserve requirement is now $56,500 per month, down from $59,500, which is essentially $3,000 change. And we've been telling people for a year that we're going to save $6,000 a month because of moving into the building. I just wonder, why is there a 100% difference in those numbers?
Because we're only looking at 6 months.
What are you looking at?
We're only going on the building 6 months this year. So next year, it'll be 6,000 difference between the prior year and the current year.
It's half a year's worth of savings this year, and that's how this is calculated, I guess, on a full year.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is this calculation is done on a 6-month basis.
Well, the savings are spread over 6 months instead of a year.
Is it calculated based on last 12 months expenses or something, or what? I mean,
It's done on an annual basis.
Well, it's done on an annual basis, so you're looking at 6 months savings spread over a year, so to speak, if you will.
it's an annual projection.
Oh, so that's just doing that annually. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fleming.
Okay, in the policy manual under the affiliate support committee, it says that we're supposed to deliver a report this coming November to identify and prioritize a ranked list of needs and interests of state affiliates. I kind of speculate that maybe yourself or staff will use that somehow. Could you maybe give us a sentence or two to provide some guidance as the affiliate support committee sits down to draft our poll that we're about to do? Can you maybe give us some guidance as to, how you may use it and how we'll rank it, track it, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Well, and I think it's been a couple of years since it's been done, this survey you're talking about. But in the past, we've gotten that survey, and we take those things into consideration. But a lot of the budget, I mean, we'll propose one, but it's not up to me what the budget is. Y'all vote on the budget. So Robert and I might put together a first draft. We can go over it with Tim. Tim will make sure that it meets certain criteria. But Nick's my boss and our bosses. He'll do some things to it, and then we'll give it to the LNC. So it's really up to the LNC to listen to your priorities. I know in the policy manual it says I need to, but I mean, if you look how the budget's been prepared since I've worked here, I'm really a minor part of it. So.
Is there someone else who can be recognized? Oh, Dr. Bowman, thank you.
You know, I understand that, and it's good to get the feedback when people have concerns about it, and I think that I would not put it aside, but I think we do need to look both at what our individual responses are, responses of our friends and family, as well as objectively look at what the response in terms of membership and finances is. But that's from the marketing standpoint. A separate question is how the financial infrastructure works. The fact is that no matter how successful we are with any of our goals, if we run out of money, that's the end of the organization.
Right.
Similarly, it doesn't matter how poorly we do on any other goals. As long as we're profitable and don't run out of money, this will be a continuing organization that can, fight again next year. Doing some looking at disruptive innovation organizations and some of the principles, two of the ways organizations fail. One is by trying to leverage to get market share, by trying to invest too much to grow, and then failing in terms of profitability. The other is what's called feature creep, when you try to do a lot of good ideas that turn out to be not what people want out there. So, when I look at and see that an organization had to fire somebody, or lay someone off, I think it sounds like a good decision. Should have done it last year and would have had even more money in the budget. I mean, the idea is to be as small and profitable as possible, and then do special projects for growth. So what I'm saying is if it would be possible to think about two different sources of revenue and expenses, kind of a fixed and variable. And if we could figure what our basic fixed costs are for keeping this organization going, and then try to develop recurring memberships or sustaining memberships that would cover that, so that we don't have to go to donors for our survival. And then we go to donors for all of the ideas that for ballot access and for supporting candidates and for training, all the things that we want to do. And then we don't go to donors saying, we need your money. We ask your donors, which of these things do you want to support? And what part of this do you want to take responsibility for?
With 50 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
I move to, or without objection, we'll extend for 5 minutes because it sounds like there's still just a little bit more talking. Wes, did you want to?
Well, I just wanted to point out, it wasn't just ballot access where I've made suggestions. And obviously the only action I've taken was with staff on cost savings. I suggested things for the convention. Actually, a bunch of them were Robert Krause's suggestions. Don't buy new signs for $2,000. Don't spend so much on AV. The convention budget was exceeded by 10,000 or more. I forget the exact number, and the revenue was a significant shortfall. So, if you thought I was picking on ballot access, I want to make it clear. I don't mind if we always spend it, but we're going to have urgent grams if it's urgent, or we're going to actually lay off staff without telling anyone. And that's it.
I'm going to take a little minute only to clarify a couple things. One, the layoff was planned. It was planned prior to the urgent gram. It was discussed between Wes and I ahead of time. So I just want everybody to know this isn't like, there's more that happens behind the scenes than you see. The second thing is, I understand Mr. McMahon's concern. It is a concern that I share. We're we are turning a very large ship, not a small ship. And so there are things that we do in the short term that are related to us kind of changing culture and going in a different direction as LNC. So there are going to be bumps in the road. The criticism is fair and it's heard. So I just want to make that clear. And I've talked to Wes about this, you know, they're not my preferred method of fundraising either, but we've got sort of the now versus the later. Financially, we're not going anywhere. What we have is this problem that we have expenditures that are lumpy versus revenues that, you know, kind of trickle in through the year. So we're getting back to the black. So those were the things I just wanted to make clear to the board. And Mr. Johnson. Yes, I am.
I just want to make a couple of comments about this staff report. Like all of us here, I get fundraising appeals from the Democratic Party, Republican Party, organizations all the time. They never talk about what's going on at their headquarters. They push hot button issues, emotional issues. That's what they're always pushing. So maybe we should be more emotional in our fundraising. On a completely unrelated subject, since we're in the staff report, I just want to point out that I do not get some of the emails on the LNC business list. I know that some people, their emails, they go to their spam box. I'll just point out, I don't even get them from certain people. It seems that AOL and Yahoo have policies that have to do with, it's called spoofing. And if this is a relay, and what happens is that I get nearly everybody's emails, but if it appears to be from banned lists, and oddly enough, AOL does not like AOL. And so if it's spoofed, if they're pretending, you're pretending to relay an email from me, I don't get it. So most people, it goes into their spam box. In my case, I'm not getting them at all.
And I understand that. I wish the LNC would set up its own list using the resources and knowledge of the IT committee.
Yes.
I can work on that instead of raising funds. So seriously. And the only thing that we could do to make sure you get it is make it mandatory to use lp.org email addresses. If you want us to make it mandatory for the LNC to use those, maybe that would work. They may still go in spam, I don't know. But
Wes's email goes into my spam box all the time.
well, never mind that. Never mind.
That's a filter you set up.
I wish someone would solve that problem. I mean, yeah.
Mr. Redpath and Mr. Goldstein.
I was just going to say, I had the same problems. I didn't get your agenda for this. I sent you a private email saying, no, and I did not receive the agenda. I'm going to now switch over from Yahoo to Gmail as my, I don't know if that's going to take care of the problem, but I almost never get emails from the treasurer on the LNC business list, almost never. So there is a problem. So there are problems here, and I'm experiencing them as well.
Mr. Goldstein, then Ms. Matson, and Mr. Stroud.
Since this part of the agenda is staff reports and we've not yet heard from our political director, I would just like to ask for a couple of questions. Carla, can you give us a report on how many total candidates, to the best of your knowledge, we have this year, and how that might compare with previous non-presidential years?
Sure. We just finished writing an article about this, but the actual number of candidates has still been creeping up even this past week. We're at 776, which we consider to be pretty strong, considering that if not for top two in California, we think we'd be doing well over 800. So we're pretty pleased with that number.
And how's that compared to prior non-presidential years?
I think it's relatively strong. I don't have an exact comparison on that.
Thank you. Time, Mr. Chair.
Is there objection to extending for 10 minutes?
Yes.
There is an objection. Is there a motion to extend time on staff reports?
I'll make that motion.
For how long, Mr. Olson?
10 minutes.
But
Second.
Dr. Lark's hand raised suggestion has not been received well. Mr. Olson, I heard 5 from Mr. Olson. 5 is the number. Is there objection to 5 minutes? I hear no objection to 5 minutes. Ms. Mattson, you were next, and then Mr. Estrada.
Just gonna mention there is a link that I can provide you where you can just go see on one page in order of posting what emails have been sent, so you can, those of you who are not receiving, you're aware of that page. Okay, so anybody who's missing emails, there is a page that you can go at least look and see if you have everything. And if you want that link, just contact me and I'll send it to you as an interim fix. Sending from LP email addresses may very well help the problem to the list, but I don't know if all of your providers let you do that. I know Gmail lets me send from my @lp.org email address. I can set it up where I get to choose which account my outgoing email comes from, my Gmail account or the LP account. So check with your providers and let us know if your provider does not allow that. But the rest of us, that may be a great idea to switch to using your LP email addresses. Anybody that uses Gmail, I can show you how to do it.
Okay, Mr. Estrada?
I was going to bring up the same thing as Matt.
Ms. Kirkland, and I think Mr. Bittner wanted to be recognized for the honor, is that correct? Ms. Kirkland?
I just want to say that, like Mr. Jones and I get a lot of fundraising letters from Democrats and Republicans and everything. So I also agree that maybe I'm not informed, but I get really turned off, when I hear that we're failing, we're doing terrible and everything, and maybe it raises a lot of money, but I wouldn't say that.
Mr. Bittner?
Just one quick thing to what Alicia was talking about with Gmail. It's very important that you have the SMTP settings from Robert. Otherwise, we'll all run into the spoofing problem that Mr. Johnson brought up, where we would be sending as our Gmail, but using a different address. So you would have to make sure that you send it through the lp.org servers to make sure that you don't have that.
I could give.
Maybe you guys could provide us.
Robert can provide that information and whatever credentials are necessary to the board at some point. Wes?
Libertarian Party of Texas cut their executive director back from full-time to 10 hours a week because they didn't have the funds. And you're going to see Texas go downhill over the next couple of years if they don't change that.
When did that occur?
A few weeks ago, or a couple months ago. Evan, you've called our office begging for help raising money, to get money for the LNCC so you wouldn't get laid off.
Yeah.
That's my understanding. Did you talk to Robert Kraus in that manner?
No.
I was I had the understanding you had, and that you have done that as well. If I'm mistaken, I apologize. You haven't called asking for help with funds?
I have never, ever asked for funding from the LNC to the LNCC. Not once. The only time we've ever had communication about funding was when we had a mutual donor who wanted to split a contribution between the two organizations, and that was resolved at Freedom Fest last year.
Okay.
That was it. And there were actually no communication between me and Robert about that until Freedom Fest.
Okay. And all right. My understanding was that you were helping you were asking for funds for the LNCC.
Never.
You were concerned that our major donor was going to fund the LNC, and you were not going to you were going to lose your job if that major donor didn't give funds to the LNCC, and he did give the bulk of the funds to the LNCC, I believe, that major donor.
That major donor was contacted by Mark Rutherford, the chairman of the LNCC, who serve on multiple committees together. And he stated he wanted to split his contribution between the LNC and the LNCC while being compliant with FEC rules on aggregate caps over a 2-year period, which is now no longer in place due to the McCutcheon lawsuit in the Supreme Court. But it was Mark Rutherford spoke to, sorry, I need to clear this up. Mark Rutherford spoke to Mark Hinkle, because Mark Hinkle is also a friend with this large donor, and they were trying to coordinate how and where to split the fund because there was a cap that could be given over a 2-year period to both organizations. And there was a lot of information that was sent that was quite frankly erroneous about how that cap could, how that split could happen. But the donor ultimately split that contribution between the LNC and the LNCC. But there was never a moment where I or any member of the LNCC ever contacted the LNC or any staff member asking for assistance in raising funds. There was that one request of the donor wants to make a contribution to both organizations in these amounts. How can we split this? That was it, and it was the donor's request. And the donor was actually quite angry that that request was not being honored the way he had requested it.
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Time. Is there a motion to extend? See no motion to extend.
I'll move to extend for 5 minutes.
Mr. Redpath moved to extend 5 minutes. Is there objection to 5 minutes?
Object.
All in favor of extending for 5 minutes? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
We are not extended. We are out of time on this agenda item. We will next move to council's report. We saved some time there. There is no council's report. Our general counsel is has some health issues right now. He has not been as responsive as I would like. This may or may not be an issue that we need to take up as an executive committee to fill that void, because there is litigation that we have, and there are lawsuits that we're interested in. We have legal questions and stuff. It hasn't been a crisis thing, but it is an issue that needs to be resolved, and I'm aware of it. Mr. Redpath, or Dr. Lark first, actually.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to discuss this openly. Have you, within your communication, if you've had communication with our general counsel, has he given any indication as to whether his illnesses may make it necessary for him to?
That is a direct question that I have not yet asked, and I will ask.
Thank you.
Mr. Redpath.
If I may address that question, I spoke with Gary Sinofsky about 10 days ago on the phone. This was the first time that I had communicated with him in any way, subsequent to him becoming seriously ill. I spoke to him. The reason I called him was actually a Bill Redpath estate planning issue that involves the Libertarian National Committee. And I have a long, I'm not looking to go around the chair and I have a long-standing relationship with Gary Sinofsky going back 15 or 20 years, and so I just called him because I wanted his input on the question. I spoke with him. Frankly, he's recovering. He sounded, in my opinion, he wasn't his normal self on the phone, but certainly I could carry on a conversation with him. I asked him a question. He said he would get back with me in about a week. I haven't heard back from him. So that is what I know about his situation. He is out of the hospital. I'm pretty sure. That's all I know.
Mr. Goldstein.
Do we have general counsel on a retainer, or is he compensated in some way?
It's a retainer. We haven't paid him for this month because we haven't gotten the work out of it. I think it runs $3,000 a month. Is that correct, Robert?
Yep.
Is it just this month we haven't paid?
Correct.
It's just this month we haven't paid.
What time each month do we pay him, Mr. Chairman?
Robert.
First of the month.
What, first of the month?
I will just let y'all know it is going to be difficult to find general counsel that's going to work at his rates. So we are likely going to have a larger council expense than we've had in the past. I just wanted everybody to be aware ahead of time. Ms. Mattson.
Have we given consideration to who might be a possible replacement should that be necessary? Alicia Barron has health problems right now. She might be very good if available and afforded, but she also has health problems temporarily. Are there other people on the horizon that.
With health problems?
Yeah, a doctor on the committee.
Precisely, I mean, because we've had at least 3 subjects so far this term that we've needed legal counsel advice on, it's just not available right now. And even if we don't have somebody on the horizon for later, is there somebody that we can, since we're not using the money for Mr. Sanowski's retainer, which is appropriate since we're not, able to get assistance from him, is there somebody that can temporarily fill in? Maybe we can contact Bill Hall and ask if he can temporarily assist or something. Just
I have a short list, and I will probably publicly seek out a longer list. I have actually run the Libertarian Lawyers Facebook page, so it'll be an actual search. There are Bill Hall, Mark Rutherford, Alan Gura. There are people who I know just off the top of my head, but I want it to be a broader search because if it's going to be a long-term replacement, it should be a long-term replacement. Dr. Martin.
Actually, Mr. Tomaso hasn't asked a question for. Let him. Mr. Tomaso.
I was curious if we might consider instead of a general counsel, like having a few people available to us for them to specialize, because we have a few key areas. So some of them more of a point person, perhaps. We can work on their rate or retainer, but maybe a smaller to divide the work up a little bit rather than having one person who we always go to.
Not a good idea. Not with lawyers. We want one lawyer.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Lord, do you want to extend?
Well, just very brief.
Go ahead.
No. Okay.
2 minutes.
I'll let you just ask your question.
Well,
What a guy.
I would agree with the chair's perspective with respect to council. I would also suggest that as we look forward with respect to budgeting and planning, we may be. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more legal action taken toward us and our affiliates. So this, I think, is going to be an increasingly large share of our budget because the forces of reaction are coming after us very, very vigorously.
Yes, and I'll be looking for somebody with trial experience in addition to the normal areas that we look for. Because even though litigation would usually be local counsel or specialty practitioners, I want somebody who can understand the merits of the case. All right, so time has expired on council's report. The next item on the agenda is reports. Is the sense of the body we want to start into those and just keep plugging along and then take lunch in like half an hour? Dr. Larson.
Mr. Chairman, in the past, what we have frequently done is simply say that if you have submitted your report previously, you'll just simply entertain questions unless you have new information, and we may be able to dispense with this very quickly.
I think we'll move into the reports. The members are free to use the time how they wish. I would suggest that if you're going to have spoken remarks, that they be some sort of highlighting or extending what's been in your regional report. So we'll start with Region 1, Mr. Olson.
Yes, I think spending time discussing regions is an important part of what we should be doing because the regions are the heart and soul of our party. Most of the affiliates in Region 1 are small states. That's why it takes 9 of them to form a region. So they don't get a lot of attention. I think Kansas is one of our best affiliates. Increased membership 10% each year for the last 4 years. Kansas has established themselves as the go-to place for media on education issues. They just stepped up to the plate and they own that issue, okay? And 2 years ago, they adopted a plan to achieve major party status. And in 2014, they implemented the plan, and it's like clockwork. I just find that unusual in our party, at least in my exposure, that a plan was actually executed exactly how they laid it out. And Keen Umbar is running for governor and expects to get at least 5% of the vote. That will make them a major party. Okay? Surprise, Hawaii went from virtually 0 to now having 16 candidates on the ballot. Fantastic website. And Tracy Ryan is looking, her goal now is to replace the Republican Party as the second party in Hawaii. And, right on. It can actually happen because the Republican Party is such a mess in Hawaii. So there's an extraordinary opportunity in Hawaii. And I want to call your attention, Washington, despite the top 2 primary status in Washington, Washington does have 8 candidates on the general election ballot. Okay, they had 12 candidates in the primary. 8 of them, obviously, they chose their races very carefully, but 8 of them made it through to the general election ballot despite the top 2. So we have several candidates that are running strong campaigns. Keen Umbar is funding his campaign with $50,000 of his own money, and he has stopped accepting cases. He's a criminal lawyer and just to work on the campaign full time. In Hawaii, Anthony Higa has walked the entire district. He's raised $10,000. This is just for a state legislative race. And he's currently making phone calls, wants to make 5,000 phone calls. Okay. In Alaska, Mike Chambers has stepped down as chair to devote full time to working Sean Stevens' campaign for state legislature. And that's really significant because Mike Chambers was the national champion for Kirby vacuum cleaners. So he's been going door to door for years and years, and he really knows how to do that. And that's what he's doing for Deanne Stevens in Alaska. And one final point here that I want to bring up that's important is that top 2 still remains a threat in Arizona and Montana. Okay, there's a long story in Arizona detailed in the report, but the Republicans repealed their midnight legislation because if the voters had rejected it in the general election in 2014, the state legislature of Arizona would be prohibited from making another law. So the Republicans repealed it not as a gesture of goodwill, they're keeping their powder dry so they can come back in 2016 and try again. And in Montana, top 2 was knocked off the ballot because the title was too long. The title included all 14 sections of the statutes that were going to be changed, and it exceeded the 100-word limit. So I think you can bank on the fact that those guys are going to be back at it in 2016. So I was going to discuss that a little bit now, but maybe we can do this during the lunch thing when we talk about goals and stuff like that. But I'd just like to bring up that that top 2 is still an issue in 2 states in my region, and it's also going to be an issue in Oregon, something that we need to pay attention to. And I'd also like to call to your attention in the report some notes on budget. That we have 119 candidates in the states of in Region 1, and most all of them are doing on a 6-day budget. And the budget is $500 a month or less. And you know, we need to figure out how to change that. No affiliate is going to be able to get somebody elected if they're on a budget of $500 a month. So I call your attention to the report, and I thank you very much.
Other questions, Mr. Tomaso?
In Alaska, remember last year we had that conference call, one of the candidates was looking to get some major funding.
Yes.
Were those candidates eventually nominated? Did they run?
One of them, Sean Stevens, stayed with the party and stayed with the candidate. The other one didn't. I can't remember his name, but he was the former IT director of the state of Alaska, the one as a Libertarian, and for state legislature, but he opted out.
Other questions for Mr. Olson? Just to build off of your report a little bit, I've had some discussions with Carla. I need to have some more discussions with Wes about some ideas I have to help those candidates in a way that doesn't impact the budget, and I'll talk to you about it offline.
For instance, in Florida, we just got a young woman elected to the city council position in Hampton County. We just got a young woman elected to the city council position in Hampton County. Hampton Town, which is said to happen. And she's done 5 people elected. I talked to her on the phone and she said, I'm the only person on there, I'm the only woman and the only person who's not related. And she's brand new to politics. And I think the most exciting candidate that I have in Florida for November is Lucas Overby. He's also young and fairly new to politics, and I think he's going to do very well. And, you hear a lot about Florida and Georgia, but I'd like to ask my alternate and Marsh to say a few words about Tennessee, if that's okay.
Absolutely, Mr. Marsh.
In Tennessee, and most of you may know this or not, maybe some don't, we have no party registration. You don't register as a Democrat, Republican, or Libertarian, for that matter. We have no ballot access. It's very easy to get on the ballot as an independent. Therefore, we'll have a Democrat or Republican for governor or Senate, and 10, 12, 15 independents. So we're buried in all the independents. Our state convention, we did endorse a number of candidates. One for U.S. Senate, who is mostly Libertarian, is going against Lamar Alexander, who may be the biggest enemy of liberty since Al Gore. Anyway, for governor, we have Daniel Lewis, who is 100% Libertarian from Nashville, and he'll try hard, but we're fighting uphill there as well. We've got a couple of U.S. House congressional seats. In my district, where I live in House District 1, Michael Sayer, who I actually recruited and brought into the party. And in the next House representative, State House representative, we've got J.R. Enfield, who's a former chair of our state party. And he will be running against a Republican who beat the incumbent Republican, who was not well liked, obviously. And I'm hoping maybe 20%. Again, we're going to put the word out there that he is a Libertarian, and there's only going to be him against the Republican. Daniel Lewis and others have filed a suit in federal court, which is what we have to do in Tennessee, and we have been successful a couple of times on getting our candidates on the ballot as Libertarians. We're waiting, and any time now, probably within a couple of weeks, we should hopefully get an injunction, and we may possibly get all these candidates on the ballot for this election as Libertarians. They've ruled it, the federal court has ruled in our favor twice before, and have asked the legislature to change the law, and of course the legislature used to be heavy Democrat. They didn't want to do it. We had a few Republicans that sponsored getting us on as a third party, not only as the Green Party and the Constitution Party. Now the Republicans are in power, it's the same way. So I'm going to work hard on getting our legislators to at least consider a situation where we don't have to have 25,000 plus signatures to get on the ballot as a party. Hopefully maybe 5,000 or 2,500 or whatever. But that's what's going on in Tennessee.
Thank you. Questions for Region 2, Mr. Tomaso?
I think I missed it. Which of those candidates did you say was in a two-way race?
It's in the Tennessee House. There's 99 state reps. It's in Upper East Tennessee, the west part of Delaware.
Which candidate was it?
J.R. Enfield.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we'll move to Region 3.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank Region 3 alternate Brett Bittner for compiling and preparing the report and put a lot of work into it, dealing with the state chairs. I'd like to just hit the highlights and also pass on some information from each of the states that asked us to consider. Starting with Dan Duraxler from Indiana's submitted his support for the LNC to consider the best proposal items that said bestlp.org. And basically, especially wants us to concentrate on development of national political positions to help out the states as opposed to helping individual candidates. He did pass on that Carl Tachyhorst is the candidate for Indiana Secretary of State, and they are involved in a federal lawsuit. Kentucky wanted to pass on their concerns about their ongoing legal issues with the Republicans dealing with their county clerks in terms of denying ballot access, as well as trying to get included in public television debates. Ken Millman requesting assistance on an executive session matter. Michigan is also had concerns of adding their support to have the IT committee fast track and passed on. They have 34 candidates on the ballot for the November general election, including the governor and a U.S. Senate race. And they're appreciative of former Governor Gary Johnson for participating in the candidate event. Kevin Nedler from Ohio passed on essentially two issues. One is although the Region 3 representative is very appreciative for the support, there were a lot of concerns about the method of selection of the LP rep, and they have developed and instituted a new method for discussion, nomination, and voting for the regional rep, and up to 2 alternates at the national convention. In addition, we're especially proud of Chad Monin, who's our candidate for Ohio House of Representatives District 19, who has budgeted $250,000 of his own money in support of his campaign. He's an excellent speaker and has very good materials. Also, a race I'm interested in, since this is the Democratic candidate, is a former LP member Bob Johnson. So it's going to be an interesting race on it.
Mr. Redpath?
I wanted to ask you about the situation regarding, I'm not sure whether you mentioned it, the litigation with Charlie Earl on the ballot for governor of Ohio and Steve Winterberry on for attorney general. I don't know if anybody saw it on Ballot Access News, the brief that was filed. I wanted to thank Mark Brown, who is with the Capital University School of Law in Columbus, Ohio, who has done one hell of a job for the Libertarian Party of Ohio. And he filed a brief. There is a trial coming that is leading now to a trial on September 29, so that's a week from this coming Monday. It is still possible for our governor candidate to get 2% of the vote, to get on the ballot, and then to get 2% of the vote. So for us to retain ballot status in Ohio going forward. But there was I strongly urge everyone to take the time. You can probably, I'm sure, I don't know where it is on ballot-access.org, but to read the 21-page brief that was filed by Mark Brown, because it is eye-opening what occurred in Ohio regarding the hearing, all the politics going on, how partisan it was to kick us off the ballot. Basically, the Republican Party in Ohio got someone who really didn't know what was going on, but who voted in the Libertarian primary, and that was probably a put-up job too, frankly, to get someone to vote in the Libertarian Party primary and then have him unwittingly teed up to be a litigant against us. But I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll tell you one thing: if we aren't, I'll just say I'm cautiously optimistic that our candidate for governor will be restored to the ballot in Ohio. And Dr. Feldman, I'll open it up to you for any comments you have.
Yeah, he did not include it in the report, but thanks for the summary. And I'll just add the latest I did hear was that both Steve Linneberry and Bob Bridges have been asked by the opponent counsel to appear in court to give testimony. So they're both looking forward to it.
I'm Charles.
I just want to, on the Indiana portion of the report, it talks about a federal lawsuit. What's the nature of the lawsuit in Indiana?
Brett?
Yeah, it's with regard to, excuse me, contribution limits.
Okay.
It's also something the LNCC is a party to.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Devassa. For, I think it was region Kentucky, they were talking about the moving goalpost for the debates. We had the same problem in our state, and thankfully we kept all the emails. So we actually have documentation of them changing the criteria as we went along. We found that's actually pretty effective. And since this is public TV, we actually told all of our members not to renew their pledges to public television and cite this as a reason. And we actually still have members to this day, 4 years later, posting publicly, and shaming that public television is supposed to be open, because they used to be very favorable to us. So I think you guys can get some mileage out of this and use it as a stage of protest in front of the station. I mean, have some fun with this, bring it to their attention. I'll be happy to talk with you outside the meeting for some of the stuff we did.
Ms. Howell?
I just want to mention that Ken Mullman said to me, and I haven't been able to verify this, that apparently there was a change in the Communications Act of a few years ago that changed the rules for public television, whereas they used to have a mandate to be fair and inclusive, that they got rid of that in the law. And I haven't been able to actually, has anyone seen verification of that? Because I have not, but a little bit of bad news, yes.
I believe it was actually from a lawsuit in Arkansas, and that was just a few years ago. I believe 4, maybe 5 years ago.
Not legislation.
No.
Because he indicated it was legislation, but.
Unless it's specific to Kentucky, but I know the one that's been used to prevent our access on public television is, there was an Arkansas rule.
Seeing no further questions, we'll move to region 4.
Okay, I will let you mostly just look, I'm not going to regurgitate everything that's in the written reports. Point out that California already was reasonably safe to stay on, to maintain our ballot status as a result of our registration, which has been going up. But the legislature has passed a new law. I believe it's still sitting on the governor's desk, who's expected to sign it, which would make it much easier for minor parties to maintain or obtain ballot status, minor party ballot status, which might seem a little strange, except that because of top 2 in California, the major parties don't really care. It's not going to affect the November election. So, you know, if you want to be in the primary, you know, it's like, go ahead, kids, play. What we're trying to do more of is, since we're, instead of, as we typically used to have, anywhere between 60 and 100 partisan candidates for Assembly and State Senate and Congress and so on, and now none of those candidates can get to the November ballot except under special circumstances or as write-ins under, you know, in a few cases. Trying to concentrate more on local nonpartisan races, which we've been trying to do a lot of all along. Probably our best prospect this year is Aaron Starr's race in Oxnard, where he's running for city council. And last I heard, he raised $57,000, and he's trying to raise a lot more. And he has good prospects there. Obviously, no guarantees, but he's got a campaign manager, a professional campaign manager, and campaign consultant. He called me the other night and said he just finished spending 7 hours precinct walking. So he's going at it, and there's a good possibility that he might actually get elected in Oxnard. This is an at-large election. Oxnard is a fairly major city. It's, I think, over 100,000 population. So we'll see what happens there. Scott, do you have anything to add on the New Mexico or Nevada to what you put in your written report?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Seeing none. The best report so far.
I know.
All right, we'll move to Region 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I circulated my report previously, and I'll be happy to entertain questions. I would like to, of course, note that we have two of the chairs of the states in my region, Mr. Redpath and Mr. Johnston. As a personal matter, I'd like to thank Mr. Redpath, who once again has stepped up to the plate to serve as the Libertarian Party of Virginia's candidate for the 10th Congressional District. He once again has led by example.
Any questions for Dr. Lark? Seeing none, Dr. Lark now has the best report. Region 6. Region 6 is not present.
Who would that be outside?
It's Mr. Oates or Mr. Toole. Is that right? I believe there was a report distributed.
There was, Mr. Chairman.
So, if I could answer questions, I would. There is an agenda item related to Region 6 later in the agenda regarding some petitioning and expense from, I believe it's Minnesota. Mr. Goldstein.
I'm kind of curious. I believe that Illinois is the biggest state in Region 6.
I believe it is.
Can we just have an update? I know Evan was at their state convention. Just an update on what's going on there with all the challenges. I'm pretty sure it's all done and our candidates are on the ballot, right?
It's done.
Okay.
It's completely done.
They've lost.
Yeah.
And voting songs don't help.
The next
Lawsuits
step
don't
is
help.
they're trying to parlay those four separate victories against the Republicans into having their gubernatorial candidate Chad Graham included in the televised debate hosted by the League of Women Voters. So that's their next big push right now.
Dr. Lark?
An observation and a question. I don't know if anyone can address this. Many people in the media, at least below the prestige press level, generally tend to be good government types who actually do want to see more inclusion in political parties. At least that's my experience. Did we, in terms of what went on in Illinois, did we see any response in terms of the major newspapers, the Trib, the Sun-Times, with respect to editorializing as to just what a bad thing this is? I don't remember seeing anything like that.
I saw the Sun-Times pick up some stuff and was pretty critical. Mr. McMahon, do you have
Actually, the best thing that could have happened is they've all been covering this ever since the actual in-person challenge, defending the signatures. Ronner, the billionaire GOP gubernatorial candidate, made a statement shortly after the hearing officer upheld the election board's original decision. He said that he was encouraged that there needed to be more engagement and inclusiveness in the political process. And that very same day, him and his state party filed asking for a judicial review. So every newspaper across the state, even in diehard Republican areas, were writing about this, and he had to duck and cover for about 6 days. He could not answer questions. No matter what he was talking about, it would be, so if you're for inclusiveness, why are you filing an additional lawsuit? So he stayed under the covers for about 6 days. But yeah, it was actually, Ronner has been a gift from the heavens to the Libertarian Party of Illinois. They just keep stepping in it, and it just is helping build up the party and all the statewide candidates too.
Thank you.
and this is another Region 6 thing, since we're in Region 6. Nebraska, the candidate for lieutenant governor on the Republican ticket got into a little domestic violence problem, and got into that problem sometime around September 9, and then said that he was dropping out of the race, which is sometime after September 1, which is the statutory deadline for anyone to drop out of a race. The Republican Secretary of State, out of a love for the voters or something, or avoiding confusion, decided that he was going to replace that candidate subsequent to the statutory deadline because he just felt like the Constitution required it and he didn't want to confuse anybody. And he would totally do that for other parties. It just happened he was helping Republicans. Our candidate for governor, Mark Elworth Jr., filed a lawsuit requesting a writ of mandamus and, got jobbed at the district court and it was upheld. Is currently appealing to Nebraska Supreme Court. But what has come from that is every media outlet in Nebraska, in neighboring states, the AP Wire has written about this extensively, that the Republicans are cheating to help their friends and violating the law. And our candidate is just trying to make them play by the rules. Every one of those stories has a big paragraph about Libertarian candidate Mark Elworth Jr. for governor is filing this lawsuit and a full quote from him about how he's just trying to uphold the rules. We can't buy that press. And this is an example of the reason that we need to be filing some of these lawsuits, because that is news and they have to cover it. And when they cover it and we're the plaintiff, we get good press. In Illinois, we get good press. We need to make it, as long as Republicans and Democrats are going to keep strategically screwing up by trying to mess with our candidates, we're going to make political hay out of it and make it painful. So that's just like in the last week. Mr. Olson.
Now, one thing I learned from somebody a long time ago is that if you don't want to be in the news, you have to make it.
So that's Region 6. Region, what's after 6, 7.
Number one, I do apologize for the report coming in so late. I was berating my chairs, trying to get them to send me information, and as you've probably seen, there's still quite a bit missing. Arkansas apparently is just due to an illness, and she said she will be getting it to me as soon as possible. I'll release it to you now, just to update on Arkansas. Other than that, Alabama is just, they had several statewide candidates. I know that they dropped off after having ballot access issues. They do have a lawsuit filed, and now they're sitting at just basically local candidates. Mississippi is having general funding problems like everyone. I've been working with Mr. Barnes, their chair, just trying to generate more fundraising options for them as a state. I've been searching out for donors in that area. I'm actually looking forward to getting a list of donors for Region 7 and being able to coordinate that with Mr. Barnes. Louisiana, I'm actually going to refer everybody.
Yeah, I could interject some stuff in there on the part of my chair who did not submit a report to Mr. Estrada. Louisiana has a record number of candidates running this year. We've got 6 federal candidates, 13 local candidates, 2 of which who were unopposed and took office. They were minor offices, Justice of the Peace and Constable, but progress is progress. We are, as of today, officially, for our registration, we have a recognized party, and we have 9,948 registered libertarians. I expect that we will cross the 10,000 mark before the end of the week. We actually have, of registrations that I know, 9,961. We have an outreach event going on today at a gun show. My guys messaged me, they've already registered 2 people there. We're having more and more of these sorts of events of different sorts, gun shows. We have Walter Block speak at a parish executive committee event. We registered 5 libertarians at that one. So we're having more and more of these outreach events. We're going to be at festivals. And so Louisiana is really starting to move and grow.
From where we were, I think in 2012, it was about 4,500 registered libertarians in the state. So things are moving along. We expect to have a lot more candidates running in October 2012 when we have our state legislative races. So things are moving along. We have had some challenges. Sometimes challenges create opportunities, like the chairman was talking about. Our Congressional District 2 candidate, Sam Davenport, had his candidacy challenged by a pure comedy of errors, I guess you will. I stumbled across the challenge, which he would have never known with the way the laws are written. He had 4 days, or the courts have 4 days to hear it once the challenge is made. He would not have been served, and that's something we're going to look at, trying to get some legislation to correct that in the upcoming legislative session. But that, his first challenge, the judge found in his favor. We got great press from that we couldn't have afforded. Went to the appeals court. It was upheld there, so we got great press from that. So that helped us, I believe, with the Libertarian Party. The Republicans are really, we've got a chance in New Orleans for the Libertarian Party to surpass the Republicans in New Orleans. But the rest of the state, we have a chance, over time, to surpass the Democrats. So it's kind of an unusual thing. New Orleans is strong Democrat, but the rest of the state is strong Republican. And so we have, in Congressional District 4, we have a head-to-head race again with Randall Lord running against a Republican with no other challengers. He got 25% last time, so we're hoping for some good results there. So, challenges do create opportunities, and things are moving along in Louisiana.
Mr. Olson?
I just have a question. As I understand that Mississippi has even better ballot access than Colorado. And the thing here is the Secretary of State has created a group of 51 to discuss changing the primary procedures. Is this ballot access in reverse?
It's a possibility of it coming up. I've talked to Mr. Barnes a little bit about it. He has very limited information, and he's just beginning to find out about it himself. So he's saying that there is possible concern coming up inside of it, but he doesn't know exactly what's going to happen yet.
I think we should all be very interested in following that very closely.
Mr. Redpath?
You mentioned in Alabama statewide. You mean state legislative races?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it was not statewide candidates.
No, it
These
was
were state legislative races, candidates that were kicked off. Now, is there any way they're going to make the ballot at this point, or is this?
The hearing is going to be held on November 17th, I believe.
I'm sorry, I'm not an attorney, and I've never played one on TV. Can't there be some sort of emergency appeal or something?
I'm not sure. Mr. Lachine, the state chair for them, hasn't. I know that he's been pushing very hard on it. I don't know if he's actually addressed any sort of emergency appeal. Every time I speak with him, that's what we're talking about.
Who's the attorney on the case?
I do not know.
Okay.
Do they not have the funds to?
That's part of it.
And how many state legislative candidates were kicked off the ballot?
It wasn't very many, less than 10.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Region 8.
Thank you. Over not chance to read the report. The major additions I have to note are for New York. There is, some of you are aware, there's a challenge against Gigi Bowman's signatures. The New York drive was actually very successful. They had a really great volunteer turnout, saving $7,000 on the drive. I do believe there's a motion later on the agenda to cover this, but I just heard from, anyway, one of the Republicans challenged Gigi Bowman's signatures. I heard from Mark Axon this week that the initial Board of Elections report, the clerk did confirm she has enough valid signatures. So they're going into the hearing acknowledging that she has enough signatures, and this is a challenge to get rid of them. So Mark thinks that was a good sign. That hearing is on the 26th, and it will be live streamed. If anybody wants to tune in. The case is Marcelino versus Bowman. Mark Axon has all the details on that if you would like them. In Vermont, I just heard that there was the Vermont Pride parade this past weekend. They got great coverage. They actually got TV interviews, other coverage for their candidates. Vermont's another state that's turned things around. Last term, I think they had one candidate on the ballot. This term, they've got 15, including a great gubernatorial candidate, Dan Feliciano, who's been getting some coverage. There was a write-in campaign for the Republicans for him, and so he's been getting a lot of attention. They really that state's done 180. And they used to be very active. I know back when Hardy Macy was running it, he was very active and it kind of went in a slump, but they really picked it up. They're very excited about stuff. They run on a tear nominating candidates, and they've been having great turnout for their outreach events. So I'm very happy that my neighboring state has been doing much better. I don't know if Mr. Katz has an update on Connecticut beyond the report.
Most of what's going on in Connecticut is covered in the report. As you know, we've been active in litigation. We had a federal lawsuit a few years ago regarding our citizens elections program, which was a public financing program that was blatantly discriminatory. We won that lawsuit. The current lawsuit challenging the limitations on out-of-state petitioners. Last year, we ended up buying apartments for our out-of-state petitioners. So if we could win this one, it would give us a lot of money. We also have a record number of candidates. This is the first time since 1972 we've only had 2 candidates, so a record low number. And the reason for that is every other candidate who came to me who sought the nomination was either seeking a cross endorsement or uninterested in actually running. And so we, as a board, made the decision, we only wanted to run actual candidates. We're not interested in getting 1%. If in the future we have a serious candidate, they can qualify for the ballot. If they can't qualify, they're not a serious candidate. That's our position. That we're not going to. It's embarrassing to our party to run candidates with the goal of getting 1%.
I have a little bit more. Yeah. For New Hampshire, we are suing the state. Once again, our legislature carried the fine tradition of making ballot access harder. This time, they wiped out 2/3 of the time we had for our party-wide petition, which is what we used in 2012, and did not reduce the signatures. There's a little cabal in the New Hampshire State House that really hates us, so we decided the New Hampshire ACLU is taking on a lawsuit for us. We did get some coverage. We had a nice op-ed in all the major papers when the court was filed. We're still in discovery, so there hasn't been any progress on that. And a few weeks ago, I spoke with about a dozen representatives from Eastern Europe, Russia, and Ukraine. They wanted to know just about libertarians and the party and how we get involved. Interestingly enough, their biggest questions for me were about Israel, Palestine, and that was going on at the time. They wanted to know our perspective, and about the minimum wage. I'm not sure exactly what that would bother somebody. And they had an interesting question about, can a country have economic and civil liberties? There was for some reason, their perspective, it can't be done. And they point out some examples of some countries that have done one without the other, and so we had a really interesting discussion. One thing they did point out to me is, I've been doing this a while, and I was still getting stumped occasionally on, oh right, what's the libertarian answer on this? We talked about this a bit last night about the internal education. If you're going to be speaking to a group that you've never spoken to before, people have a very different perspective politically, making sure that we know how to handle these questions and have good answers. And I'm just not doing this as often as I used to. So that would be something that perhaps when we're thinking about some goals is making sure that those of us who do speak to the public, making sure we have the ammunition we need. But they were very receptive. I brought a whole stack of our flyers with trifolds, and they took everything. There really is and Jeff's talked about this, past chairman, about there is a great desire to learn about libertarianism. So I definitely saw that, from the dozen people I spoke with. And that's it.
Mr. Johnson and Mr. Olson.
Actually, what I want to say is not about Region 8, it's about regional reports in general.
Okay.
I want to say that earlier there was a discussion on the mailing list about whether or not members of this committee should blog on the lp.org website. I'm not in favor of that, but I do think that these regional reports that the regional representatives are preparing anyway should be put up on the website. And maybe if you can do reports a little more often than 3 times a year, but whatever. But anyway, I don't know if I need to make a motion along that line or what.
It will be done. Mr. Olson?
I think the reports are all appended to the minutes of the meeting, so essentially they are. Okay. I just have one quick question. In Maine, they're seeking to get ballot access through a petition that will give them, requires 5,000 registered voters. How many registered voters are there in Maine?
The registered libertarians?
No, registered voters. In
Maine's
other words, 5,000 is what percentage?
Maine's got 2 congressional districts, so 5,000 is probably, it'd be tough to do volunteer-wise, very tough. You need professional help, I think.
Well, I'm just trying to get an idea of, I mean, you say there's 2 congressional districts in Maine. So that's roughly 5%, something like that.
Mr. Redpath. Then where are we on time?
We have a minute 20 on the whole regional 45 minutes.
Right. Are there any further questions for Region 8? Hearing none, we are done with regional reports. We would be recessing for lunch now by orders of the day. Is there anything else prior to the recess for lunch? Adjourn for lunch, sorry. I'll make a note. This wasn't an amendment at the time.
Are there brownie points lost for that?
Yes.
I'm at negative. I'm now at negative.
We don't publish negative numbers.
Mr. McClellan.
Yeah, Norm, Vicky, and Rich, if y'all could stay for just a minute so we can talk about scheduling for our little subcommittee meeting.
Okay. So the plan, such as it is that, it's what, 12:34 now? So we will reconvene in this room at about 5 after 1. We informal, just to eat for anyone who is available, and to just have an open discussion. I think that would be public. I don't see any reason not to.
Will that stream?
Up to y'all. I don't care. I think that it's probably going to be one of the more interesting times. So I would lean toward streaming it, because it's harder to turn it off. But if Dr. Lark is frowning at me, so
I'm frowning too.
It's not for the camera.
do y'all want to vote on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know it's sort of weird to vote on something that's going to be formal, but all in favor of keeping the stream going during the recess, adjournment, whatever it is, raise your hand. 4. We did 4. Do you have names, right? Okay. All opposed? Did you want to vote on?
I said, I don't think there's a need to do it.
No, it's procedural. I am ruling that it's procedural, so it's 4 to the rest. So we'll turn the stream off during lunch. We'll turn it back on when we reconvene the meeting, which is about 1 minute from 12:35.
2:05.
So we will reconvene at 2:05 promptly.
I think streaming, people, all of us chewing is probably not the best.
That we're going to come out and find in best shape ever coming out of the midterm election, going toward presidential election. With that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions or comments.
Bill, I know that we spent almost $19,000 in Alabama, and I think we heard earlier that that was on a few legislative races, and those people were booted off the ballot.
12,498.
I'm reading the wrong line. Okay, so almost 15,000.
Right.
What happened?
Do you know?
What happened was, and by the way, I will tell you what I think happened. There was an assertion made by the post petition that the party petition did not cover state legislative races. We thought, and we think it's plain that we should have the right to put state legislative candidates, and Mr. Estrada, if you know anything contrary to what I'm saying, please correct me. But there was an assertion made by the state government that the party petition did not apply to state legislative races, and I guess there has been, we have not been able to get that ruling overturned at court. Jay, do you know anything more about that? As far as it was not anticipated that this assertion would be made, and it was made after the petition was completed. Richard Winger
The
thinks
petition we did was for statewide ballot access?
No, it was not for statewide. It was for, they have a lower level county by county board. It's a party petition, I believe, that covers certain geographical areas, counties, and I believe it's done on a county by county basis. And then candidates qualify for the ballot if they are in the jurisdiction where we got enough signatures to qualify as a party in that jurisdiction, then we can put candidates on the ballot. And I believe after we completed the petition, the state of Alabama asserted that somehow this didn't apply to state legislative candidates, but they are allowing local candidates to be on the ballot.
Did they tell you then how to get legislative candidates on the ballot? Or is it just magic?
I'm not, I think they claimed that the names had to be printed on the petition, and they weren't printed on the petition. That is what I think the claim is. But I will do some investigation of this and before this meeting is out, and report back further on this.
My point is this a new thing? They invented this rule opposed to doing everything?
I think so. Okay. I think so. I don't think this had ever been asserted before, but it was asserted this time.
Yeah.
I believe so.
How are you doing that time?
I am just peachy, thanks. 4:20 to go.
Mr. McMahon and then Ms. Matson.
Looking at the current makeup, seeing how the races may shape up, I know that's a crystal ball. Can you give us a ballpark of how many states you think will have earned or maintained presidential ballot access from this general election?
Let me say, I don't have a number offhand. But I might work that up too before the end of the meeting, although no promises. But I will assert that I think there's a good chance we'll get 50K plus in New York, so we'll be a qualified party in New York.
Could we get a list of what the races are that are coming up in the general election that would determine that for us?
If I may, I'd like to have the chairman recognize somebody who really knows what they're talking about. Boss Johnson.
Mr. Johnston.
I have a spreadsheet that had gone out to all the former LNC members. I'd be happy to send it out to you all also, or I'll send it to Nick, who can disperse it to everyone, which has a breakdown of all the states and what we need to get to retain or attain ballot access this November.
Okay. And does that include parties who currently have ballot access?
Yes, it has all the
states. Running?
Yeah.
Okay.
Illinois, frankly, is another state. I think that if we get, my understanding is if we get 5% for governor, then we are equal to the R's and D's for the next 4 years. But if we get 5% down ticket, we won't have to petition for president in 2016.
Correct, but we don't have ballot access for any other races in the state.
Right. And I think personally, I think there's a very good chance somebody down ticket's going to get at least 5%.
Most of the candidates on the statewide ticket right now, with the exception of one candidate, are all polling above 8%.
So
in real polls, these are actual legitimate polls.
Okay.
Ms. Matson.
Just ask, going back to Alabama very quickly, is there, I think there was discussion earlier of could we get an emergency hearing, and I may have heard no funds. Do we have any sort of number for what it would cost for whatever legal work to ask for an emergency hearing for this year?
I don't know, but I will, let me try to call either Paul Frankel or Lee Lachine in Alabama and try to get some answers to this before we
If it's a
adjourn.
matter of, $500,
Right.
that's different than if it's 8,000.
Right. I'm going to follow up on that and report back on that during this meeting.
Mr. Fund?
Yeah, the affiliate support committee is planning on doing a poll where we'll probably call all the 50 state chairs. Is there any question that ballot access might want us to ask them while we're going through all the 50 state chairs? If you do, you might want to be thinking about it, just let us know.
Okay, when are you going to do that?
We're planning on doing that before the November 10th deadline, or at least certainly before the next LNC.
Okay, all right, I'll talk to you about that offline. Thank you.
I have a question, or I have a suggestion, and I want to know how you feel about it. We don't presently, reviewing my policy manual, have a ballot access committee. We at some point did have a ballot access committee, maybe, then it didn't really work.
If I may speak to that.
Sure.
That we had a ballot access committee, well, it depends when you go back, but in the recent past, we had a ballot access committee that was different than ballot access action. I think this says ballot access action report.
Right.
That was something that was passed into existence at the behest of Diana Visick from Illinois. However, I don't recall one specific committee meeting. I was on the committee, Diana Visick chaired it, Richard Winger was a member, Gary Sinofsky was a member, and maybe Alicia Durham, but I don't recall one meeting, and the focus was lobbying and litigation, not petition drives, but nothing really ever came from that committee, and I don't think we ever met once.
What I would like to have is a working committee. I would like to have all working committees. Like, this is sort of teeing up to the rest of the standing committee reports, is I want all working committees, and I want a lot more committees that have people that are not LNC members, because God bless all of you who wear lots and lots of hats, but sometimes when you wear lots and lots of hats, you do not meet my expectations. And I'm not singling anyone out, I'm saying sometimes people who want to do a lot of things don't do any of them well. And one of the things that we've been leaning on you for a long time is you're our go-to ballot. It's like the Ohio.
Exactly. We have a minute and a half left. What did you say to me, Mr. Chairman?
I have to remember. Just that the process where we've gotten more formal with how we're supporting ballot access in the states, where we have a contract that says we give you this much money, you give back this many signatures under these terms in this period of time. And it sounds like from talking to Wes that it's gone fairly smoothly with Illinois, Kentucky, and New York. Is that fair?
No, I think that's right.
And so the idea being that if we have this committee, this group, lots of eyes looking at it, and we have a more formalized process for how we get it done, that would address Mr. Olson's concern. And then when we need legal help or whatever, then that committee can tell us, we need this many hours of this lawyer's time to get this answer to this question, but y'all have already talked it out. Because we have people in this party that know a lot about ballot access, because it's kind of what we do, unfortunately. And more of those people at the table seems like a good idea. I'm not trying to filibuster, Mr. McMahon.
Just to boil down what you just said, there are plenty of actual experts within the party that understand election law, ballot access, and none of us are attorneys. Well, some of us are attorneys. And my experience has been that if you really want to mess things up, you put an attorney on them.
Because they couldn't be paid. Are we out of time now?
Yes, we are.
That wasn't a joke. You meant
I
that.
did actually mean it.
I agree. I agree. It
bogs it down. We'll next move to affiliate support. Mr. McClendon will be recognized for 15 minutes.
Yes, sir, and that's probably won't take all that. But if y'all would, in tab 5 of your binder, turn to the very last page. And what I did, I went to the policy manual and I basically cut and paste everything that is the base obligations of the affiliate support committee. Like I'm supposed to deliver, or the committee's supposed to deliver a report on November 10th to identify and prioritize the ranked list. develop a process to track the progress and meeting the needs, including the rank list, deliver budget requests in New Orleans, and recommend to LNC measures to needs of affiliates that need assistance. Towards that direction, we're planning to meet tomorrow morning during the 1 hour preceding this meeting downstairs while we're having breakfast. And we're going to put together at least I'm going to propose to the committee that we put together a brief questionnaire. And Vicki, I believe, has agreed that she can make some phone calls. And so, yeah, so instead of depending on the state chairs to respond to online polls, we're going to simply put together this list of questions and call every one of them, and hopefully recall it as required to at least get a reasonable level of participation. And so, you know, I just kind of wanted to say that. And now that's kind of our base function. I would like to basically have LNC's blessing on this committee becoming kind of a PR advocacy group to the state affiliates to help build customer satisfaction between the state affiliates and our organization, this body. I know that's kind of a tall order, but I believe when we call, and let's say, for instance, our poll includes Mr. State Chair, give us the 3 things that you think we ought to be doing. I bet you that half of those things we're already doing, they just don't know about it. And the other 1 or 2, we're kind of doing a little bit, like for instance, Wes's door hangers. We're doing a little bit of it, but maybe if we do a little bit more, then that might help increase customer satisfaction. So with y'all's indulgence, I plan to not only put in a list of needs, but maybe a question or 2 in this poll we're going to do that basically gets to them ranking their level of satisfaction with the LNC as their organization. Is there any objection in this body for us including some kind of customer satisfaction questions in this poll?
I think hell to the no is
no objection?
Absolutely not. Unless you're not objecting, are you?
Okay. So anyway, that's kind of all I had. Are there any questions from
Dr. Lark?
First of all, Mr. McClellan, thank you for stepping up to the plate in this manner, and I think you and your colleagues are going to do an excellent job. In the message I sent out in July, which I'm sure you remember from memory, there were a couple of goals that I suggested for the LNC. G2 in particular, the LNC will take action to see that each state has an operational affiliate party by June 1st, 2015, and then I defined the operational affiliate. Another goal that I suggested for the LNC, G5, the LNC will sponsor a series of seminars/workshops in 2015 at various locations around the country. These workshops would be for various types of educational matters. As part of your charge, you might want to ask, or would you be willing to ask about these issues? And with respect to goal 2, if the LNC adopts that goal, would you see your committee as basically perhaps being the foremost thrust for that, perhaps taking that on as responsibility?
To simply make sure that there's an operational affiliate,
yes,
who they are, and so forth.
That sort of thing.
Right, and one thing we're finding out in Louisiana, like even filing your organization's information with the local Secretary of State, if that's not done properly, we may be sitting there thinking we're talking with an affiliate, and maybe they're not duly registered. I mean, that's part of making sure we have an operational affiliate. Yes, at least from my personal opinion as a member of the committee, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Just real quick request for information. The committee members are yourself and Mr. Olson, Ms. Kirkland, is that correct?
Yes, and also Rich.
And Rich.
And also, as you noted in my report, the LSLA plans to meet actually tomorrow. Okay.
And just as a point of information for people, I know I announced it on the list, but I'm going to announce it in the meeting. The LSLA gets to put 3 people of their choosing on that committee. So if you're interested in being on that committee, talking to Leela Sheen is probably a good idea for you. But I agree, you don't have to be a state chair. You could be an LNC member. Like if there's somebody on that large that really wanted to be on that committee, but our policy manual doesn't let me appoint you. Just letting y'all know. I really appreciate the willingness to go and talk to the affiliates to see what's going well, what's not going well, and to do the work to help them do things better. Because not only is it the kind of working committee that I want to have all of our committees be, but you have just given me more resources to do other things, because one of the things I was gonna ask Wes to do is the actual initial touch solicitation of all the state chairs to periodically, as Mr. Redpath suggested, and that's something he doesn't have to do now, because you can do it and then give him a report that says these are the people who have a problem or an issue, or they wanna say that you're doing an excellent job. So I just wanted to use a bunch of time to say thanks.
And kind of a point of information, I don't know if it's me asking me, but
Do you want to be recognized?
Well, you know, we have like the 6 voting members on the committee plus myself. I believe that does not preclude us from having non-voting members.
That is I agree. That sounds like a really good interpretation.
Yeah, so
You can call them whatever you want. You can add them, and I will do whatever I can to support a policy manual change that lets you change the structure of the affiliate support. If the structure that you have is not appropriate to what you're doing, then come to us with what would be appropriate to doing the work. Unless maybe some people will object at the time, but.
yeah, and I'll get consensus with the existing committee members.
Any other questions for Mr. McClendon? I encourage anybody who has ideas to contact him directly. He's very responsive. The next agenda item, the audit committee is not presently populated. I don't see, I guess I would open it up to anyone who wants to be recognized as far as, do you think that the structure of the committee so these are the questions I want to have answered for all the committees that are not currently populated, which is, do you think the structure of the committee is right for what we're really trying to do? If it should be changed, we should probably do that before we populate it. And do you think that it's something where we should open it up to the membership similar to IT, where we actually solicit people to come and join the committee and put forth nominations? And the third thing is, do you feel like it's important to populate today here in this meeting, or can it be done by email or at the next meeting? So I'll start with Mr. Johnson because he went fast.
Okay. So I think it would be important right now to say what's on the audit committee, because it's kind of a weird committee. It's got 3 members. 1 is a non-officer LNC member, and 2 are non-LNC members. You get that? So, and do we carry over, could we pick some people at the beginning of this calendar year, which were Aaron Starr and Brett Kajunas. Brett, I think, was the non-officer LNC member, and we left one of the seats vacant.
No, it was Joe Buckman.
And he resigned.
Yeah, so we picked him at one point, but it's vacant, as I understand it.
Well,
The whole committee's vacant.
the committee is vacant.
Oh, okay.
It was vacant during the audit this time.
Yeah.
The seat was.
That seat was vacant during the.
One seat was vacant.
Right. Now we are committeeless.
Yeah, one seat was vacant, now we're committed to they're all vacant. Since I have the floor now, and I'll relinquish it, I would like to say I'm interested in being on this committee.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. That's a lot of people. I'll start with Mr. Weiner.
Okay, I have no strong feelings as to whether we should try to have a wide solicitation or anything. It seemed like it was difficult enough last time finding willing volunteers for what turned out to be a very time-intensive effort. I did talk to Aaron Starr, and he would be willing to be on the committee. I assume that he's going to be occupied for the next 45 days until the election, but thereafter, I think he'd be willing to be on it, considering the meticulous effort he put in last time. I would support that. It's a people need to recognize that the audit committee is not something where the members are necessarily going to be popular. It's, you know, it's a difficult thing for staff. And frankly, it's a difficult thing for the LNC to, you know, because we don't always do things the right way. But I think we made a lot of progress this past time in reforming some of our procedures, and I'd like to keep making that progress.
I'm gonna go Hagan, Lark, Mattson, Tommaso. So, Mr. Hagan.
As far as the makeup, I believe that's set by the bylaws.
Here, we can, the secretary told me that.
Part of what I'm saying.
And then, since it includes non-LNC members, a quick thing would be not to fill it now, this meeting, but give notice out so people can solicit, see who may be interested in serving in this committee and let them know be on the agenda for the December meeting. There's nothing for the committee to do between now and then, because what we'll be doing is be selecting the auditor for the audit for the 2014 books.
Dr. Lark?
Actually, Ms. Mattson and Mr. Tommaso were before me.
Okay. Oh, were they? Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Mattson?
All right, so Tim mentioned part of what I was going to say, so I'm going to repeat that. And the only thing I'll add is there have been a few people who came very close to, well, there was one person that there was a runoff election for the final seat on the audit committee last time. And I don't believe Mr. Footman is likely to be interested again. However, we might contact that person who was from Ohio, but his name escapes me at the moment. Yeah, but he's a CPA, and he was willing to apply before, and you know, we can go back to people that have in the past been willing and request that they apply if interested.
Mr. Tommaso?
I'll second what the treasurer said. The only thing I think it might be worthwhile is taking another look at the policy manual on how we want the audit committee to operate. There was and I was hoping to have some motions ready for this meeting, but I'll put them as a note out later, of just what information gets produced, and we kind of, there was a perception, which may have been reality, I'm not an accountant either on TV, that the work product, I mean, it was the impression we didn't get to see everything, so I think maybe a little tighter control on actually seeing the actual audit, and doing some more follow through on the process improvements, but I don't think we need to do it, we don't need to fill the whole committee this meeting, certainly.
Dr. Lark?
Mr. Tommaso basically said what I've been going to say.
Okay. How are we on time?
Oh, we're a minute over.
Ah! Hope for balancing. Yeah, just so I know, other than Mr. Johnson, is any other non-officer member of this board interested in being on the audit committee?
Question for information.
Yes, Mr. Katz.
What's the definition of non-officer LNC member?
I think you count.
It says member, no, it has to be one 17.
You don't. Okay, so Mr. Johnson is the only one from. Got it. Okay, the next item, the awards committee. Is it the sense of the body that the awards committee needs to be dealt with at this point?
No, it should not be dealt with.
So we will move past that item. The next item is the Convention Management Committee, and there's also a Convention Oversight Committee.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes?
Could you please distinguish the duties of these two committees?
I was just about to ask Dr. Lark or Mr. Goldstein or anyone who knows this to distinguish them.
Well, having had the remote distinction of being the chair of the Convention Oversight Committee this past term, I think that we made this change last term just to give a level of insulation between the LNC and the Convention Management Committee, so that there was somebody there looking to see what they were doing, but not having to involve the whole LNC or the chair all the time. So the Convention Management Committee is responsible for all planning of the convention, from from the point where the site is chosen, which it already has been for our next convention, through the final report at the end of the convention. The Convention Oversight Committee is tasked with basically providing oversight and direction if they'll listen to us about budgetary items, about we had to make decisions, for instance, about a mechanism to approve compensation for volunteers. Honestly, the Convention Oversight Committee really kind of took a superficial look at budgets and at plans and was not involved in the day-to-day management of the planning of the convention.
Until last term, there were not 3 committees
Right.
doing this. It was split last term, just as, I guess, as a favor to the chair who requested it. In my opinion, I would prefer to go back to what it was before, which was one single committee. I think the 3 committees is overkill, and people are often confused about which committee does what part of the job. And certainly the prior term with a single committee, that committee was still able to go through 3 separate site selection processes and manage a convention. So we took on a big workload and got extra work done. So it was certainly possible. And my preference would be to move back to one committee that we had previously.
Is there anyone who has a strong preference for this, like 3 different committees thing? Mr. Tomaso.
I'll just say that I think part of the reason we split up was because different people have different talents, and certainly, at least for the site selection committee, it's probably a shorter time window. There's different time windows, so if you want people who just want to do one piece of it, they may not be interested in the other pieces of the management. I think that was a big reason that the duties were split up. To let people just for talent selection, and also I think the time, each committee serves as a different time window, so it'd be easier to find somebody who could do the shorter time windows as well. So I think there was a valid reason to split them up.
Mr. Weir?
I suspect that at least part of it was also a matter of personnel selection, and that the previous chair found it easier to get the people that he wanted doing the tasks he wanted by splitting it up that way. But I tend to agree with Alicia that that's not necessarily the best way of doing it. So my inclination would be to go back to a single committee and make sure that we just do a good job of populating it.
Yeah, what I was going to suggest, unless there's objection to it, is that there be an action item for the secretary to distribute to the list between now and the next meeting the language to go back to a single committee, and then we can.
I can pull up and read it right now if you'd like.
Sure.
Policy manual requires. That should work.
Or we have time.
We're 4:48 into this.
But I think we could legally say that we have 15 minutes because we're looking at 3 different committees.
We can, and this is also going to be the agenda item, or at least my intent is it's the agenda item where we deal with the actual report from the 14 convention. Because it's still in place.
Okay, so the language we have before for the single committee, which was called the Convention Oversight Committee, read as follows. The Convention Oversight Committee shall make recommendations for convention sites to the LNC, but the LNC shall choose the site. On other matters concerning the parties' conventions, the committee shall act on behalf of the LNC, including conveying requirements to convention planners, ensuring the convention meets the parties' needs, reviewing and approving in a timely manner major elements such as contracts, the convention budget, and the convention program. The committee shall periodically report its decisions and actions to the LNC. That was the prior language for the single committee structure that we had before. frankly, I think some of the language of what we have now is kind of loose. I think there are interpretational questions of which committee, who reports to who, because, you know, this committee has the power to do this, but they're subject to approval and consent of the other committee. So does that mean the other committee has to vote on every decision of the other one? What exactly does that mean? It's really muddy as to who has what powers between the three committees.
Before I recognize Mr. Goldstein, did I hear a motion to strike the language defining the three committees that exist and replace it with this?
I don't think you did, but I'm waiting for this one.
Okay, can I hear a motion like
I
that?
will move to delete the portions of the policy manual relevant to the three committees and instead replace it with the prior language.
Point of information,
Yes, Mr. Goldstein.
how was the makeup of that prior committee defined, Alicia?
Let me get to the table, which is section 103, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the same. People are staring at you for some reason. You can't. No.
Oh, I'm looking over your shoulder.
That's even worse.
People in the room for some reason. You know good well it's one page. You get your fingers can't get the button. Okay, so the population, it was 5 or more LNC members or alternates, plus up to 2 non-LNC members who are recommended by the Commission Oversight Committee. So you get 5 people from the LNC, and then those 5 can pick 2 non-LNC members. Well, plus up to 2, yeah, can. And 5 members from the LNC are chosen by the LNC chair, and then the LNC chair also chooses the chair of the committee.
Mr. Goldstein.
I think that I will second Alicia's motion on the combining the 3 committees into one, but I'm going to make a subsequent motion or one subsequent discussion on the makeup of that one committee.
Sounds appropriate.
So I second Alicia's motion.
I'm fine with that, with the opening up question about the
Okay.
population.
So,
And
so the motion has been made, it's been seconded. Ms. Mattson, do you need to speak to it anymore?
I don't think so. I just think it's hard to tell who's responsible for what right now.
Mr. Goldstein, do you want to be recognized again?
Just to
Or do you
reiterate,
want to just discuss?
well, just discuss real briefly that I would be in favor of this motion because it was a very awkward situation. The Oversight Committee is a moot point because they picked the side 4 years ago, whatever. But it was an awkward situation where Nancy would communicate to me, and I'd have to contact Tim and Vicky, and it'd be a day or two before we could get back to her with a decision on something. And she didn't necessarily always contact us when certain decisions were made. She talked to her husband, and he made the decision in lieu of what I thought we were supposed to be doing. So I think this would streamline the process much more and return to a unified committee.
So, I would ask, from your experience, what do you think the right structure is for that committee? Should it
You
be
mean my
5
subsequent
LNC
motion?
members and 2 non-members? Because that feels bad to me.
Based on our experience with what we've done, and we'll report in a few minutes on the IT committee, I would strongly suggest to take the burden off the LNC members and just have a couple, 3 LNC members, and then up to X number of non-LNC members or alternates plus non-LNC members or whoever, because our experience this year was that the people on the ground in Columbus, Kevin Nedler and a couple of Bob Ridges, a couple of his people, did a lot of the work. And honestly, if we're going to have a convention in a place where there's an affiliate, the affiliate ought to assume a lot of the burden, I would think. Of course, that's my opinion.
So maybe instead of 5 plus 2, have 3 plus 4.
3 and 4 and somewhere.
Do you like the 2 and 5 that you have as a structure for the IT committee? Is that?
It's working so far, but we've got a long road ahead of us.
Dr. Lark?
I'm not necessarily speaking against the notion of 3 and 4, but having a majority of LNC. The LNC is ultimately responsible for this, and it may be, at least with respect to voting matters, perhaps the majority should be LNC.
But the LNC as a whole, Jim, I'm speaking out of turn, can always override those decisions.
That's true, but it may be better to have the majority LNC at the committee level. I can go with either, but I would be more inclined to go with 4 and 3, not 3 and 4.
Ms. Murphy?
I agree with Dr. Law. Usually the two non-LNC members and then, members of the ethics convention. And they can work with those people.
Right.
Representatives from the ethics. So, I think
Okay, Mr. Benedict?
Just something you might keep in mind, the people running the convention spend money and sign contracts that obligate the party to spend money. We just get the bill sent to us and are told write a check. So if that makes you decide whether the LNC ought to have a majority on this or something, keep that in mind, because someone's talking to these hotels and says spend money. They don't ask my permission, they don't ask Tim Hagan's permission, they don't ask Nick Starwork's permission, or at least that's not in writing that they should.
It seems like we have time on this. It seems like rather than going back to the old language, we have the time to write better language for the policy manual. We have, the 3 sections right now, it seems like this would be better as a mail ballot where we had time to add maybe some of these oversight provisions, like have the EC have some sort of oversight or the makeup. We're talking about a convention that's, well, the management obviously for the next term, but I don't think this is something we need to decide in the next 10 minutes. I think it's better as a mail ballot, maybe with just some better language.
You're going to have Holy Ridge.
Well, then let's make a decision on how we're going to make it up and not talk about making the decision to make it up.
Mr. Weiner?
What? Yeah, I think we need to move quickly on this because you do have to determine the site for the 2018 convention. So I think we should pass this motion and make the changes as far as the structure of the committee and start populating it as quickly as possible.
Move to call the original question.
I'm not going to recognize you for that purpose because Mr. Goldstein had previously indicated that he was going to make a subsequent motion and change the structure. And so, yes.
Well, I think we have to finish one motion before we go on to the next one.
You
can amend it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I will move
Substitute
to.
my motion with the changes.
Okay, I will move to amend, or whatever Alicia's motion is, to change the makeup of the, whatever we call it now, the new convention oversight committee, to 4 LNC members and/or alternates and 3 non-LNC members.
And up to, or require 3?
I think we're going to require 3.
Selection of the committee.
Selection of the committee of the non-LNC members, I think would be up to the, selection of the non-LNC members would be, I think, like we did with the IT committee, that worked out well. We gave you the selection and you made the ultimate decision. So at the selection of the chair.
Right, what about, okay, so there's 2 selection questions.
Oh, okay,
New
yeah,
selects the chair committee, new selects the members. In this case, we've got LNC members and non-LNC members. So we should select the LNC, the 4 LNC members. I would say
What's the consensus? Chair or voting?
Because that.
If you want me to make my motion for you to do it, that's fine with me.
Yeah, let me explain why I prefer it to be me.
Okay.
This is one of those visibility things where if it succeeds, it succeeds, and if it fails, it fails. And I prefer it to be my fault so that I can be blamed if I picked the wrong people.
I'm fine with that, so move.
Point of information. I know. Point of information. Mr. Dr. Feldman.
Time, Mr. Chairman, we're out of time on that.
Move to extend 15 minutes.
Sorry. Because it would, are you moving to extend for all of this, for the convention report as well as this
Because we have the convention report yet.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a motion to extend for 15 minutes. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Are there any objectors to 15-minute extension? I hear no objection, so we are extended.
Clarification of the motion. All
Okay,
right,
so the motion is
so the
to,
4 LNC members would be chosen by the chair. What about the non-members? Are the check also
would be chosen by the chair. All members would be chosen by the
or by
chair.
the 4 LNC members?
No, all members would be chosen by the
So
chair.
all
He wants
the
the
members selected
responsibility.
by the chair. And
Add an explicit provision supervision.
I know.
The chair is to blame for anything that goes
I'll
wrong.
do that, yeah, that would be great, yeah.
Dr. Feldman, did you have a point of it?
Oh, just whether this week, we should expect that the reports will go from 15 minutes to 5 minutes, if we're going from 3 minutes to 1.
I think when you kill the other two reports, then.
Well, we already did this.
We're all in a block right now anyway.
This
Yeah.
is
Time wise. Was there, Mr. Johnson?
Somebody second my motion.
Second.
Yes.
Anyway, I just think that the appointment should be by the LNC, not the chair.
Okay, Dr. Lark?
Actually, I agree with Mr. Johnson, and the reason being, I very much appreciate the chair's willingness to take responsibility for success or failure on his shoulders, but this is a political organization, and it might be better if the LNC appoints the LNC members as opposed to the chair. I think it lessens the possibility of factional issues, so I would have a bias in favor of Mr.
Is it in
Johnson.
order for Mr. Goldstein to just modify his motion to change it that way?
It's easy if it's done without objection, but if there's objection, you can amend, when you have two substitutes, you can amend either one before you choose.
Point of information, Jim, who would then nominate the nominate the non-LNC members?
You could let the chair do that then.
Okay, so is there, it does not feel like there's any objection to amending it so that the LNC members are selected by the LNC and the non-LNC members are selected by the chair with the advice or on the suggestion of the committee members. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Probably should be a roll call. Ms. Madsen.
Point of order on the entire motion or just my part of it?
Right. Sorry, you're right. So we'll move to a vote on the substitute.
All substitute.
It's an amendment.
It's an amendment.
Should they call?
Roll call.
Okay, so, sure.
Recess or adjourn.
Alright, so the main motion is to replace all the current language in the policy manual regarding the 3 convention committees with the language that existed the prior term, which was for 1 committee. Alright, so that's going to affect 2 sections, the table in 1.0.3, as well as the definition of committee's jobs, which is somewhere in section 2. I can find it if you'd like me to, but
Page 25.
thank you. Page 25. All right, so those 2 sections will be amended to compress it back to the previous language. All right, so then Mr. Goldstein's amendment is to just change how the committee, the number of people on the committee and how it's populated. So Mr. Goldstein's amendment is to amend the structure to be 4 LNC members and or alternates and 3 non-LNC members, with the 4 LNC members selected by the LNC and the 3 non-LNC members selected by the LNC chair. And it would leave the same where the LNC chair selects the committee chair, is that correct? So instead of 5 plus 2, so 5 LNC plus 2 non-LNC, we're going to a 4 and 3 structure and allowing the LNC rather than the chair to select 4 LNC.
So we have a main motion and an amendment, so we're voting on the amendment.
We're voting on that structure change proposed by Sam to go 4 plus 3.
Ms. Madsen?
Since this is not the main motion, do you want a roll call or just do hand count and roll call make motion?
Let's do that. That sounds like a good idea. All in favor of the amendment signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Right. Just making sure the secretary caught it. Got it?
I didn't count, but I said adopted on show of hands.
Yep, okay. As long as you have as much as you want. So now we'll move to a roll call vote on the main motion as amended to change that, the policy manual sections, and go back to the 1 committee. Ms. Madsen? I'll let you get your list ready.
Please. Okay. And I will vote aye.
Mr. Olson?
Aye.
Ms. Kirkman? Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Tomaso?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
Aye.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
Dr. Feldman?
Aye.
Dr. Lark?
Abstain.
Mr. Estrada?
Yes.
Mr. McClendon?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. McMahon?
Aye.
Mr. Hagan?
Aye.
Mr. Laura?
Aye.
And I will not exercise. All right.
Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14 ayes, 2 abstentions, and chair not voting.
Mr. Goldstein?
I would just suggest that this committee be populated no later than at the December meeting in New Orleans.
I will, if you send me an email, I'll put it on the agenda for the December.
I just want to volunteer to be on the committee. Let people know my
You send me
intention.
an email on that.
Could maybe, just informally, could we get a show of hands of people here who might be willing to volunteer for it?
Oh, Hayes.
Put your hands back up. People put up hands.
I got Matson, Bora, Estrada, Kirkland, Hayes, and Marsh.
Yep. Okay. So Nelson, where are we on time now?
We are 6:20 into this, so we've got 8.5 minutes to go.
Okay, so we'll move to the report. It is in your binder. I believe it is the back of 5. It's not the last thing in 5. It's the penultimate section of 5. Mr. Goldstein, do you want to speak to it, or?
Let me look at it first. I see employees.
It's
the next one.
Section 5.
That's what penultimate means.
Cost me a lot of education there.
I honestly do not want to speak to it because I've not had a chance to read it.
Okay.
And it's not my area of responsibility anyway.
Ms. Matson, do you want to speak to it, or?
I don't have a big analysis of it. I got this report a little bit before the rest of you did. So I have at least had a chance to read it. I'll just make a couple of notes. I see some other information I want to get. I noticed that when Mr. Neal was writing this up, he mentioned that he did not include, well, he said the Torch Club, but Robert tells me it actually should be the Pledge Club. Torch Club, or Pledge Club expenditures were not included as a profit loss number that, and Robert has indicated that in the past, the Pledge Club has been not counted as a convention expense and put at what other category?
Pledge.
Oh, okay.
Pledge.
All right.
Fundraising expense.
So it's like expenses for pledging, for the pledgers.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was roughly, I asked Robert what the numbers were, and that was $2,438.91. So just under $2,500, then that was not included and will be elsewhere on our financials. Jeff indicated that he did not include expenses for the media room. And so I asked what that number was, and it was $117.07, which is lower than I expected, actually, given, I don't know if you've seen the numbers from 2008, the expenses that we incurred for media room were substantially larger. So, but it's only $117, and my inclination, I believe Robert indicated he had not booked it separately, that it's currently booked as a convention expense, and he would go by whatever the treasurer said. In my opinion, I would book the $117 with the rest of the P&L for the convention. It's media related to the convention. The convention is why they're there. It is $117. So I'll just give my input that my preference would be put that as an expense of the convention. And Jeff organizes this information just a little bit differently. I would like to request that we still get like a P&L like we typically have gotten in past years. Robert?
It'll be in your inbox in a couple minutes.
Excellent. That would be fabulous. And then that will go in my free spreadsheets. And we'll also want to ask other questions that I didn't see in here. Like we got the number of people that bought packages. I don't currently have a number for the number of attendees who did not buy a package at all. So I'll see if I can find that out. Do you have that?
You know, I was going to do simple math and take the total number of registered delegates less the number of packages sold.
That's about 60, but you know.
But then I also know there were, I counted it the other day, 69 tags that weren't picked up. So I would say it's somewhere between 60 and 120.
Okay.
Would be my best guess.
Okay. right, well, there are ways of generating that number. I would like to get a more precise number for the spreadsheet purposes. Future time. And also, I don't think Jeff mentioned the amount of the banquet in his report, but I believe that was around $23,000 with the fundraising on that, and I presume that'll be in the P&L like we've done in the past where you split it out to separate line items. Separate from the other revenues. Great.
Well, on page 5 and 6, he's expensing the banquet speakers, but as part of the convention expenses, but we're not using the convention revenue as part of the banquet revenue as part of the revenue for the convention. Is that correct, Robert?
That was a decision you all made during the budgeting process.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
Okay. I don't remember voting on that.
Don't you wish I was taking responsibility for that?
Yeah.
Mr. Weiner.
Is there any information about the number of volunteers who were received various compensation values and such?
It was less than a dozen people. And the most expensive thing was like an upgrade from a basic delegate package to a silver package or something like that. I would say that the total volunteer expense is probably less than $1,000 altogether, probably significantly less than that.
Okay, that sounds like there's no way there could have been any problems.
No.
Policy requires that be published somewhere.
We
Where
did.
was it published?
It was published right on the convention registration table.
Okay.
In Sanskrit.
Oh, you mean the at convention?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
published simultaneously as required by the manual. Contemporaneously, that's the word, because we had an argument about contemporaneously not. I published a list at least twice, and I updated it at least 2 or 3 times during the convention, and printed it out and stuck it on a placard on
So
the
it is
registration.
available somewhere where I can put it in the archive for what kinds of things?
Yeah, I probably still have it on my computer. I gave it to Robert at one point on a thumb drive.
Okay.
But it's not
I have no idea why I did what.
It's not contemporaneous anymore.
If you
But we're
forward
not
that to
doing it
me,
anymore.
I'll drop it in the archive so we know who's willing to do what.
Shoot me an email, remind me. I think it's on my computer.
Does that represent any problems for you?
No.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the convention? I mean, the short version is we went over in what we spent, and we went under in what we brought in. And we lost a little bit of money, although, percentage-wise, not a huge amount. Is there any objection to moving forward the item to add the $400 to the budget to this point?
What are you talking about?
So later
Motion later.
in the agenda, there was a motion to add $400 to the budget line item for the convention. The reason being that we are so close to being more than the 10% that this body just has to increase the budget before we can justify the payment that we made.
That we want to make. We haven't made this one.
Oh, we haven't made the payment yet, so guy wants to get paid for the work he did.
Oh, it's wonderful.
This is cover video services from Nigel, correct?
Yeah. And it's just a check I didn't want to cut without the LNC moving. Mr. Redhawk.
Mr. Chairman, I will move to suspend the rules to consider the motion to amend budget to increase convention expenses by $400 on page 3 of the agenda at this time.
Second.
Would you like to move that motion or to some, Tim?
Yeah, I'll move the motions and.
Bill just did.
Bill just did.
No, I moved to suspend the rules.
And there's no objection to
steps.
suspending, I presume?
There was not. Is there a second to Mr. Hagan's motion? Take your second. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, I think it just passes by acclamation.
Without objection.
Passes without.
Passes without objection. Acclamation is a different thing.
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just save 10 minutes. Next is Employment Policy and Compensation Committee. Yes, Mr. Johnson. We decided to not do anything with the awards committee at this point. I think we skipped it. Dr. Lark, the committee is not populated, but do you want to speak to your written report?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Redpath and Mr. Hinkle, who served with me on the Employment Policy and Compensation Committee during the previous term. As I mentioned in the report that I sent you, the major item put before us by the chairman, the chairman of the LNC, Mr. Neal, was to prepare a revision of an employee manual, which we did. I'd like to thank Mr. Kraus and Mr. Benedict for their help in reviewing and providing good suggestions. Right now, that is the manual that is being used. I think it would be useful, and I mentioned this, Mr. Chairman, I'm not a lawyer with experience in Virginia employment law. This manual has not been reviewed by an attorney who does have experience with Virginia employment law. I did send it to Mr. Sinofsky, our general counsel. I did not receive any direct feedback. It should be noted that the revision was largely, I mean, it basically took most of what had been there, but we did add some items, and so I don't feel that it should go unreviewed by competent counsel. I don't think we're looking at any potential problems, but it would be better to be safe than sorry. There were two items that were brought to our attention, and this was by Aaron Starr, concerning as we go forward, and this came out of the audit, that it would be useful for us to have a whistleblower policy, both with respect to whistleblowers as members of staff and members of the Libertarian National Committee. How do we protect whistleblowers? And also, we should have a specified policy concerning document retention / document destruction. And so as we go forward, it may be appropriate for the EPCC to seek or to prepare draft material for that for subsequent review by council and then approval by the LNC. Ms. Benson.
And as they work on that, I believe the audit committee provided some suggested language that was boilerplate material.
Ms. Matson is correct. I reviewed that, and I'm not an attorney, have not played one on TV, I'm not likely to play one on TV. I thought about simply adopting the boilerplate, but it struck me that there are some things about the particulars of our situation, how we're regulated as a political party. Boilerplate is probably not good enough. We probably want to look at that a little more carefully.
Can you briefly describe for the members of the committee what types of things the EPCC does and what talents would be?
Basically, the Employment Policy and Compensation Committee reviews proposed contracts for members of the staff. It provides also an outlet for members of staff who feel they need to report violations, say, of the policy manual or bylaws. The EPCC does stand ready to take confidential remarks from people. Basically, it is to assist the LNC, in particular the chair, in providing overview of what's going on in terms of employment contracts and the like. And then also in the case of, we do have the responsibility of helping prepare employee manuals, which again, that was the major item of our agenda for the previous term.
So sharp pencils and a good talent for...
Also, a little bit of management experience would not be bad. Some sort of position where you at least know what problems are likely to occur if you're in a position of management.
At this time, does anyone want to indicate that they would volunteer to be on this committee? I believe it's members or alternates, is that correct?
I am willing
I
to
got it.
volunteer.
It's members or alternates. Ms. Matson, Mr. Bittner, Mr. Katz, Dr. Lark.
I'm willing to continue on, but if we have people who want to do it, I've got enough on my plate. So
it's Bittner, Katz, Matson, Dr. Lark. Okay. If the four people I just mentioned can drop me a brief email about why you think you'd be a good fit on the committee, sometime I will just make the appointment at some point after this meeting. Are we on time?
We are fresh out of time.
Well,
you called it right on 5 minutes dots.
Something well. So the next item on the agenda is IT committee, Mr. Goldstein.
Okay, well, You now have our report in front of you as well as a couple of other items. And Rich has been very, very helpful in this, so we'll kind of share the report back and forth, they come and go. And they feel it's hopefully, at least most of them are there for the long term. So I don't know if it'd be,
I mean, if you want to pass the survey monkey link to a candidate, just, I mean, it's as long as they tell us they're a candidate and not for the state chair or something else.
I mean, that's one of the issues that I've heard from state affiliates as well, is that it's hard for them to filter information down to their candidates, and the candidates end up not being able to have anything, and they build their own systems.
yeah, but I don't think that, I mean, one of the things we might do is have a model or a template for websites for candidates or something like that. I don't see us ever giving candidates directly access to our database.
I should let you know that I'm inclined to give our candidates access to at least our data, if not the database itself.
Right. And the states, most states do provide some sort of data to you.
For what it's worth, I mean, some of us have been candidates. I know Laura, she worked in the Gary Johnson campaign. So we do have some candidate awareness within the committee. I mean, some of that could be better data collection, you know, more accurate addressing so we can do district targeting for prospects. I mean, there's little pieces we do maybe make sure are getting captured, so the data is more useful to the affiliate and therefore to the candidate.
More time on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
How are we on time, Bill?
We have 4.5 to go.
Yes. Just from the LNCC's perspective, we're going to work completely candidate-driven. On our application process for endorsement, we actually ask candidates, which it doesn't limit whether or not they'll get the endorsement or not, but we ask them, what organizations will you share your collective campaign data with? And we include the state affiliate, local affiliates, national, the LNCC, or NODA. And almost
Not the
all
RNC.
of them,
Not the RNC.
no, almost all of them have said all of the above. And since candidates are out there and make more direct contact with people, having a system where they can also share data back with the state, and then the state can send that data to national. My job as a candidate, which I'll never be, is to encourage you to vote for me and to donate to me. The state and national party's job is to encourage them to become a member, but they don't know it if we don't have easy. I'm not going to go out of my way to give the data to the state.
And can I interject? It wasn't really a question. One of the things that I want to do, I want our party to do, that is germane to this discussion, is there are a lot of candidates where we cannot help them with money, but some candidates who ask us for help with money, we can help with saying, here are a set of donors, our donors, that you can call to ask for contributions to your campaign if you promise to give us back your entire database of all the people who donated to your campaign, so that we then, so they get prospects that they can contact for money for their campaign. We get prospects who have been willing to vote Libertarian, but may not be party members, and we can do something with them. So there's a synergy there. I have not, there's still a question into follow-up that needs to happen before we're sure we can do that, but.
The one hiccup I know about this is affiliates want data coming down, they're very reluctant to share it back up. This may be something for the affiliate support committee to look at. I know Kurt, who's the chair of Texas, is really into this data exchange and sharing. So if we can, the technology part of that problem is the easier question, I think.
Right.
And I know, like, maybe a successful state, I'm sure Texas has a good relationship with their county and local affiliates. I'm sure there's data moving intra-state. Getting that data to go back to national and back and forth would be fantastic. I think that's a trust issue, and perhaps a channel for candidates directly.
Yes, no, I'm talking about candidates directly with us.
I'm just thinking it's the same technology, it's just a different endpoint. So maybe we should be thinking about, okay, you just want to, you're a federal candidate, say, and you want to be looking at this, and your state affiliate doesn't cooperate, but you do. So yeah, that's a good point to make sure the channels are open. Candidates.
Mr. Hayes?
Do we have any
or would the affiliates have any concerns with the FEC, with the sharing of the data with?
So my first read is that we are sharing information about people, like names and numbers and contact info, and so there is no FEC implication. That is my read of it. Carla has a task to send the thing to our FEC consultant to check that, but I do not believe it triggers a campaign finance issue. Again, if I'm told I'm wrong by an expert, I'm wrong. Mr. Olson, then Mr. McMahon.
I just have a concern that if we start spreading these names around, some people are gonna say, whoops, get me off all your lists, and claim up. So I just make sure that somebody should consider that in developing this policy.
Mr. McMahon.
As far as the FEC is concerned with that, the only thing that we can't do is state how much they give and what they give. So
we can't give them the historical?
Right. That is good to know. And that's only to non-federal candidates. To our federal candidates, we can give them the full listing. But to our non-federal candidates, we can only give them. So somebody's running for governor of Nebraska, we can give them contacts, but we can't say this person is a $5,000 donor to the National Party.
But can we? We can select our list carefully.
Time on this issue is up.
All right. Thank you for the report.
Yeah, we have no action items at this time.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is.
Well, everybody sees their.
Oh, right.
You just have to walk in and try to send.
Outreach committee. We do not presently have an outreach committee. Order, Mr. McMahon. We do not presently have an outreach committee. There is a motion previously submitted by Mr. Olson to dissolve the outreach committee. I would inquire of Mr. Olson whether, if the outreach committee was restructured to be one of these working committees where it solicits volunteers from outside the LNC, and then, like affiliate support or IT, makes them do the work instead of having them tell staff to do the work, would you still want to proceed with dissolving the committee?
Well, I would like to proceed with this motion and let the body decide. The main issue is, I believe in the last term, $10,000 was budgeted for outreach, and there was no outreach committee, and so I'm raising the issue. If we didn't have an outreach committee, it couldn't be that much important, and somehow or other we allocated $10,000 in the budget. Right? I find that to be sort of a dilemma.
Is there a second for Mr. Olson's motion? Second for Mr. Redpath. Do you want to speak further to the motion beyond the rationale that's printed in everyone's agenda?
I think it's pretty much there. You decide if we're going to. I'll just emphasize one thing: that we got to decide what's crucial and fully fund what's crucial. And let's get rid of all the other stuff. Let's stop trying to do lots of things half-assed, and let's do the things that we really need to do, and let's do them well.
Is there someone who wants to speak against the motion? Ms. Madsen, do you want to speak for the motion?
I wish to amend. I'm fine with removing the committee. My motion is to amend to remove the third bullet item, which is basically deleted as a budget category. And my preference is to retain it as a budget category, because if there is to be spending in there anyway, we might as well itemize it out, and instead of lumping it in somewhere else. It doesn't mean the money won't be spent, we'll just lump it somewhere else. So I prefer to have it itemized. I guess I need a second for my motion.
Second.
Would somebody like to speak in favor of the amendment? I mean, I guess you already spoke in favor. Would somebody like to speak against the amendment?
Against removal number 3.
Against
Point of information. How much, I mean, have expenses been put under that? I know that the money was budgeted, but were there actual expenses in that category over the last year or two?
Can somebody speak to that? Mr. Kraus, can you speak to that?
$6,097.60 so far. It's pretty much on track with budget.
You know what that was, Robert?
There's all kinds of
Materials and
stuff in there. Most of that's, well, not most of it. There's a portion of that was Freedom Fest. A portion of that I think was, I'm trying to remember what other outreach booths we've done this year. But no, that came under him. So there's definitely expenses, and like I believe Felicia just said, they would just be reclassified somewhere else. So it's not like it hasn't been spent. We're on target to spend $10,000 this year as budgeted.
Mr. Olson.
I added that into the motion because the list of things in the policy manual on page 28, there's a list of bullet items labeled program expenses, and in previous terms, these have often been referred to as core activities and given special treatment. And that's why I put that in the motion to remove that item in that list. That's why I did. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this amendment?
I speak in favor of the amendment because even though it's listed, we'd still set the budget to $0, saying other things have a higher priority than this, if that's what we choose during our strategic planning and goal setting. So I think it'd be handy just go ahead and have it in there, so we know when money is spent on the outreach, then it would be in the financial reports.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak on the amendment specifically? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on this. This is not a substantive motion, so I would prefer to do it by a show of hands or a voice vote. Is there objection to doing so? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion carries. We will now move to discussion on the main motion. Is there discussion on the main motion? Ms. Redpath, I call the question.
Second.
Question has been called. It requires 2/3 to be called, 2/3 to move to a vote. Is there objection to voting on the main motion right now? Hearing none, we'll move to a motion to a vote on the main motion. Madam Secretary, can you read the motion as it currently stands?
May I suggest we wait the motion? Everybody has a copy of it.
Got it printed. Does anyone need it? Okay, as printed minus number 3. Okay, so I'm ready for roll call vote. That you conducted.
Please do.
Okay, I will vote in favor. Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
Mr. Kirkland? Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Tomaso?
Mr. Katz, standing. Please.
Aye. Mr. Polsky?
C.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
Dr. Feldner?
Aye.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Estrada? Oh, it is not Mr. Estrada.
Aye.
Nikki? Okay, Linda?
Aye.
And Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
And Mr. McMahon?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Dora?
Yes.
And Ms. Orr is not present. Okay, so it was all yeses and 1 abstention. 1, 2, 3, 14 yeses, 1 abstention, 1 out of the room.
Is that the commercial for the body?
Okay, we'll move on to the next motion. That is the motion to amend previous notice section of the policy manual. I am not sure who made this motion. Who is the author of this motion?
Whoa, I think you missed something.
Oh, sorry.
You missed convention teller report.
Oh, okay. My mistake. I'm on the.
You're on the
You're
wrong page.
completely right. I'm on the page accidentally. All right, we will now move on to the convention teller report for 5 minutes. Who will speak on this particular agenda item?
You know where it is?
It is a handout, it's not in the original binder, it was stapled that we've got separately this morning.
Sam, it's this.
And it starts off with Dan Carlin, with his thoughts on the voting procedures. If nobody else needs to do this, I'll take it. Hopefully you took time to read report submitted by Dan. I didn't receive anything from Mr. Blau or Mr. Flood on this subject. I think Dan was fairly thorough in his assessment, and the report that I submitted as well, that just was able to identify things that probably happen in every convention, but once the convention's done, no one will go on, but this time I was able to analyze and track down the sources of some of the problems. And the whole point is just, now that we know the problems, what can we do to fix it in the future? That's the whole point of the analysis. I guess I'm going to assume that you've read the reports. If not, please do. I'll just notice a few things where I had some minor disagreements with Dan Carlin's assessments, so I'll volunteer those. One of the things he said they had difficulty with was tracking vanishing delegations.
Pardon me, Ms. Mattson, could you speak up a bit, please?
Sorry. One of the things that Dan mentioned they had difficulties with was tracking which delegations were and weren't there. And his conclusion of that was we should encourage more people to check out so that we can see, that state zeroed out and we shouldn't expect anything back from them. There are ways to do this without necessarily having to encourage more of that. I mean, basically, if the paper organization can take care of this, because you've got the printed papers sitting there, and if nobody picks it up from a state, then you stick that back in the stack as the ballots come back in, and you've got a blank piece of paper there representing I'm not getting anything back from the state. So I think that can be managed other ways. I'm disinclined to encourage lots and lots of people to check out, just because there are sometimes good reasons that people don't want to check out. Because when you check out, it means I consent that whatever number of people is left, 40% of people left on the rolls can conduct a vote. In theory, if everybody but one person checked out, that one person can continue conducting convention business, and it would be valid. So there are some lower limits, and some people don't check out for that very reason, because they don't want too small of a group to be able to continue to conduct business. That's actually something I'm going to bring up to the bylaws committee. We need to put a lower limit on the theory there. I think that I disagree with Dan's assessment that we should just get enough volunteers to run the thing and let the secretary keep doing convention floor business. My opinion is the secretary needs to be overseeing the process and be very involved. And not just the secretary, but the parliamentarian should be, instead of having to stay on the stage and advise the chair on what can and can't be done at this point, the parliamentarian should be over there to answer any questions that may come up about rules. Those can have a big impact on, how do we handle this weird thing on this ballot. So I prefer that the secretary and parliamentarian be free to oversee, which means not other business being conducted at the time. Definitely agree with Dan's recommendation that the secretary needs to be much more isolated. So many interruptions, you have no idea. Even when the secretary's on the stage, one of the tasks that I gave Michael Niebel last year was, not last year, but the previous convention was, part of your job is to keep people away from you. Now, you can do that to a certain extent, but, if they're just going to walk up to the stage and talk to you, it's going to happen. Cow catchers up there or something, which might not be a bad idea. But just basic questions about where do I go to get this? You don't have to interrupt the person on the stage to get that question answered. And so the more you can isolate the secretary, the better things are going to run. Definitely the noise level in the room can be a problem. Just being able to hear the person sitting next to you reading you the numbers, and it may have been worse this year because there was actually music playing over the speakers. I imagine I would be, pulling my hair out over that. just, you're trying to get everything right and, you know, Beyonce blaring in your ears or whatever. Shut up, woman. So, I'm not gonna put a ring on it. And, Dan did mention more observers is helpful. One thing that tends to happen when you don't have enough volunteers, and it's hard to get people to do that, but when you don't have enough volunteers, is duties get isolated. So like, you'll have one person that's reading the ballot and one person that's recording the ballot. The person recording never really sees the tally sheet, and the person reading doesn't really see what's typed in or handwritten down. So if one person misses something, the other person's not going to catch it because they're focused on their job, and they don't cross-check each other. So more people to just stand behind and say, what about that mark over there on the side of the page? You know, just that would be useful, because with too few people, you end up not cross-checking each other.
Mr. Chairman, we're out of time on this agenda item.
I do not hear a motion to extend.
I'll extend for how long do you want?
I don't know. Are there questions that people want to ask? I mean, 'cause-
3 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes. I don't see an objection extending for 3. Is there an objection extending for 3? There is not. So we are extending for 3 minutes. Continue.
I'll just, in summary, I think mandatory on-screen reviews of the state-by-state results would have caught, or would have had a very good chance of catching 8 of the mistakes this year. That would not have caught the 18 errors made by delegation chairs. So, you know, you can address some of it that way, but not all of it. We may need cross-checks between delegations. Once your delegation finishes, you know, you take the ballots your delegates turned in, and you and another state chair swap out and you check each other. Some kind of check process to catch those other larger number of errors. And, you know, maybe I need to add some material to delegation chair manuals to help, you know, some sort of process or something to help spell some of these things. Even in small delegations, there's errors on the numbers. Like, how hard is that? But, you know, it happens. People. So I'll have to take questions. Dr. Orr?
Well, more an observation. Again, I think that it's very important that we actually spend a little more time with this. And by the way, I'd like to thank Ms. Matson. I'd like to thank you and Mr. Carlin for taking the time and trouble to prepare this. I would observe, I mentioned this at the National Convention. This is by no means the first time we've had some interesting errors. When I had the honor of being elected as chair in 2000, it turns out that the entire Texas delegation, all the votes, went to me. They were recorded for one of my opponents. As it turned out, it did not make a difference. I still ended up winning, but that's what we call in my business a non-trivial error. And that sort of thing, frankly, should not happen.
At least you ended up winning. Mr. Olson?
That may not have been his preference, though.
Well, it certainly wasn't the preference of some people.
Mr. Olson?
As we will be discussing somewhere else, probably tomorrow, though, but it will also be important, I think, to see what we can do to speed the process up. It took an awful long time to get all of that done, and people get bored, people are running around. I think we need to figure out how to speed that process up.
Electronic voting.
Yes.
Fix both those issues, accuracy and speed.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. We'll move to the next agenda item, the report of the Libertarian State Leadership Alliance. Did I put that on there?
Yes, you did.
It's in the agenda template.
Oh.
That's why you put it on there.
Because I figured we might have needed it. Yeah. Do we have, or Ms. Matson, do you want to be recognized?
Yeah. Move to suspend the rules to remove from the agenda template in section 102.2 the requirement that there be a report from the LSLA. Since we don't, there's frequently nobody here, and they're not a subordinate body, and it's worked before because some of us attended, but.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to consider that change. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? I do not hear any objection to the suspension of the rules. Would you like to make the motion itself?
Yes, so now that the rules are suspended, I will move to remove from section 102.2, which is the agenda template, remove the requirement of a report to the LSLA.
Second.
Is there discussion on this item? Does anyone want to speak against? Dr. Larkin?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I mean, it's not going to cause me to cry myself to sleep if this change is not made, but I think given we want, or at least I think it's useful for the LSLA to have an important role in our party, and I'd like to see them report on a regular basis, and I think having something like this in terms of our agenda template, if they don't provide something, well, so be it, but I'd like to see something like this reported on.
As a point of information, would you be less likely, even less likely, to cry yourself to sleep if, for example, one of the duties of, say, the vice chair was to solicit reports from both the LSLA as well as the LNCC and make that report part of his report to this board, that these are the things that our coordinate organizations are doing or have reported or wanted to come here, so that it was part of an officer report.
My reduction of tiers may be offset by the increase in tiers.
I like to surprise them sometimes.
That would be fine. I do think that there ought to be something from the LSA on a regular basis, and that there ought to be something on the agenda. But again, it's not going to kill me if we remove it.
Ms. Madsen?
I'll just note that certainly we can add it at any time. If there's information they want to give us, it's easy enough for us to, nobody's going to object to hearing from an LSLA member, but I kind of don't like, there's kind of a built-in implication that if we were required a report from them, that they're a subordinate organization, that they owe us something. And since we have no like oversight over LSLA, there's not really that sort of relationship. And this term, I think it's less likely. I mean, the people that are on the board of the LSLA now are not regular attendees of our meetings. And
is there any further discussion on the motion? I hear none. We'll move to a vote. Is there any objection to this motion? I think there might be. So we'll move to a vote. Should it be roll call?
motions are probably.
It'll be roll call vote. Ms. Madsen? I'm letting Ms. Madsen get her list.
I'll be taking the list. Okay, I'm going to vote aye.
Mr. Olson?
Aye.
Ms. Kirkland?
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
No.
Mr. Tomaso?
No.
Mr. Goldstein?
Abstain.
Mr. Weiner?
No.
Dr. Feldman?
Aye.
Dr. Lark?
Nay.
Mr. Hayes?
Aye.
Mr. McClendon?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Bora?
Aye.
6, 7, 8, I need to 8 to 5.
I'll decline.
So we don't forget 5.
What
8 to 5.
what was the requirement for policy manual change with no previous notice?
That's an excellent question.
I'll vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Weiner.
All right, so 9 to 5, this is a policy manual change of section 1, which is a special rule of order, so it's either 2/3 vote or vote of a majority of the body, and 9 affirmative votes is sufficient to get majority of the entire LC.
She has a point of information.
Yes,
Does
Mr.
that,
Redpath.
does that remove it from this agenda right now? It removes it from future.
It removes it from future. It does not remove it from today.
Okay.
No. Is there a report from the LSLA? Did they submit something?
There's not.
Okay.
I'd actually texted with the vice chair of the LSLA, and they asked if they had something to report, and they said they were just voting on the 3 members
Okay.
to add to the report.
When you text the vice chair, you can inform them that our vice chair will be contacting them for the next meeting.
Shall it? Will it? But sorry, I think that everybody needs to understand, we can always, if the LSLA has something to report, there's nothing that stops them from doing that.
Right.
So
if you
with that,
ask,
By removing this, this saves us the time of having to go and delete this if there's nothing there.
Okay. Is there anything else, any other discussions that would be germane to this agenda item? Hearing none, we'll move. It's now a good time for a recess. Was it 4? 4. Yeah. All right. So we will reconvene at 10 after 4. We'll give you 12 full minutes.
Yeah, you don't want to walk from it, throw an ice.
Did they?
We do.
7.
I didn't check. I guess
Is there some place where we can make some copies as well?
Sarah, to continue, we can try and
I got the updated Michigan Constitution sections and cheers.
I'm not.
This type 2424, Georgia Tech. Take the second.
Oh, that's the second. That's the second game that they've lost last minute.
Oh yeah.
Well, bloody hell.
Oh, did you see something on there?
Because you did all the motions that.
Yeah,
27.
Virginia Tech accident.
Yeah, so they separated them and put them in.
Well,
the
very,
other
very,
that's not.
Well, yeah, thanks. You're a real pal.
And that can run the next door.
Let me check with Wes and see if that's.
So Dr. Law,
Yes.
we got various college affiliates coming on board on the agenda. If they were so amenable, would you be willing to?
Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to. In fact, I actually, I was contacted by your, I think it was your executive director, Wendy, and she mentioned, she asked me to update the website concerning the contact at LSU, and so I got back in touch with Ms. McCarthy. I
messaged Sarah and actually said.
I got a message from her, which I actually have a response queued up, indicating that I would love to come down. I also mentioned to her that, of course, our LNC meeting will be in New Orleans, and suggested that it would be great if she and her colleagues have the chance to come over.
Yeah, we're going
And of course, there, I would hope that we're going to see libertarian groups at Knee State and
we're working on, obviously we've got the Libertarian, small Libertarian groups, plenty of those. We're working on getting more college Libertarian affiliates going.
I will tell you just from my personal experience, this goes back about 30 years. You usually find that's probably not a surprise to you. You'll usually find it much harder to get a campus partisan political group that's libertarian than it is to get a libertarian student. Our experience, for example, at the University of Virginia, our educational groups, and we try to have as many groups as possible. We try to have different working groups that cater to different purposes. We've always found it much more difficult to get a partisan political organization because most libertarians,
especially when you got the kids are like,
exactly. That's you're right. Many young libertarians look at partisan politics as part of their I go to, I'm a member of the board of advisors of students. Frankly, I travel around the world talking to them. I was in Paris last weekend. I talked to the libertarians. And most libertarian students are not interested in partisan activity. To the extent they're interested in political activity at all, as opposed to simply gazing at the ideas, they tend to be issue focused. Yeah, right. That's
it's like we've got been getting our local college, and I'm register people. I'm all about the numbers. Right. Simply, if you can get somebody to stick an L on their chest, it's like someone lives in the world. They suddenly become a saint. So, we're getting ready. Somebody that's not politically, they might just walk in there. People are going to be violent. So it's unfortunate, but it's a political reality. But just getting people to think, I'm a libertarian, and then they might start reading.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Well, Steve Dunn was former chair of the party, he was the executive director when I was chair. He said if you take a cucumber and put it in brine, the brine does not become more cucumber. The cucumber becomes a pickle. And you put people, you start identifying themselves, they start identifying.
Add that the brine when it's not. It's usually like, but the only thing I ever quote from the Bible, Proverbs 13:20, he who walks the law grows wise, hand and fool suffers harm. Secular wise, Napoleon Hill is grow rich, the person we are. 5 years from now, he's turning my books to read.
Well, I think it's, let me know what I can do to be of assistance, because I'm happy to help you in whatever fashion I can. And that includes,
I'm getting a picture taken for contact.
I was going to update your picture on the LNC. Do you mind just looking up? I'm sorry, Jim, to interrupt you.
It's a sty on my eye. Can you get him to like
that sort of information is out there.
Photoshop it or something?
Shop it out.
That's right. And if we can work it out so that my schedule allows, whether it's either this fall or spring, I'll come down on my own.
I'm thinking 13, 14.
That's well, actually, but if it was tail end of December, that was
but that's it just crossed my mind that if it worked in schedule, you'd come in a little early, like a Wednesday, whatever.
No, I would be happy to do that. No, I thought about that. And as a matter of fact, it turns out this semester, it looks like I'll be giving my final exam for my statistics classes. I'll be giving that at the early part of the week leading into the LNC meeting, so I can grade my papers, get them out of the way, and then come on down. And the thing is, it might actually be worth it to do that anyway, because even if the students, even if they're finishing up their exam, what I like to do is to get together with them and talk to them about nuts and bolts. Again, there's a certain extent to which, once you get a certain age, you assume that everybody knows how to do certain things. Well, of course, you know how to share the information. But a lot of students really don't know how to do something. And I'd be happy to come together with them, spend the evening, maybe we get together with students, and we just talk about
it's all the comment when you went out.
set a foundation. I think that's let's just do a little pre-plan. And it might, I mean, I'm perfectly happy to do that. If the students have the time, it might be helpful to do it. And I'm willing to do it. It's just a question of working out the arrangements. And I have not booked my flight to New Orleans yet. So I could arrange to come on in a little early.
We did something, we talked with Wendy and I talked to each other 5 times a day. She's got my car. Just driving up there.
Because I told my friends, treat me like a pattern of strong back, so I can be an assistant. Just a question of working out the schedule.
So we're trying to more of the we're really dropping balls there. Having the philosophical is great. Because that, people's minds in that direction. But as far as us, we are a political party. And they're on the party, a lot of times, a lot of kids that like to teach and drink beer. A lot of times, when you guys want to work on it.
Oh, yeah. That's right. No, it's one of those deals where we have a lot lot of students who are willing to do excellent, can do excellent work. But a lot of student libertarians, frankly, they just want to get together. They want to talk about the ideas, and if they can have a good time, talk about the ideas. That's what they want to do. Actually, getting out and doing some of the hard work, the political activities. Sometimes it's just very, very difficult to get them to do that. So that's just the way the ball bounces.
Wendy and I are really big on trying to get those campus affiliates set up because a lot of that point. One of the difficulties of getting some set up to be started was the university itself, kind of the affiliate to get in there and pay to talk to them, but so that you can get the people together so you can get the affiliate. Not chicken or egg battles.
Right. No, and we've had problems like that. One of the nice things about the University of Virginia is that if you want to start a campus organization at the University of Virginia, organizations that do not, are not already recognized can actually reserve space for the purpose of a meeting. Thank you, sir. So it's possible for an organization, for example, when I started student friendly delivery at the University, I was a grant student, so it wasn't a problem for me to get a room to set things up. But if I had not, that's right. We're in our 28th year. It was when we set it up. It was back when I was a graduate student. Society was bringing people. That was all international society. We called ourselves students friendly. And it was one of those deals where when Students for Liberty came along, their name is close to ours, but they were students for Liberty. And we're technically speaking, we're not we were not founded by the we couldn't question but we've been told that our organization, Students for Liberty, is the longest running continuous.
I was kind of asking the federal
so it's nice. We've actually got some good kids. I think they're going to do very good work for us.
That's why there's space up on top for them to put their.
I love them, but I guess my question is that like the LNC bonds, about 2,000 of them, like Paris,
okay.
But then
I wasn't sure how.
Yeah, I heard you start saying we $50 I paid to them on our on their student $50 I gave for each donation. Anyway, it was a student activity. I can't remember.
That's exactly how
we're all the different organizations set up.
So his $50 a couple hours will show up as a donation.
Well, that's great. And it's
so yeah, that's a big part of the time to do that sort of outreach.
They haven't invested how do we build active organizations?
Tomorrow, 4 years from now, these kids that don't vote, it's almost starting 8 years from now. Think like the Chinese.
Yep. Exactly.
It's not tomorrow. And that's where it's
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman,
Most of that's premium.
so, Mr. Chairman, is that a beer?
It is, Mr. Olson. I should have asked you before Mr. Olson went back to the room.
Oh, we're getting the beer already.
Well, Mr. Olson will probably give you his room key.
Should you have to share?
You bring them forward?
He might.
Isn't that like gum in the classroom?
Yeah.
This is how deals are made, Dr. Mark.
And so it begins.
Well, in that case, you better go out and get a few more cases.
All right, we will come
This
back
might be
to order.
interesting.
I don't think there's anything in the policy manual about drinking beer during a meeting. We're
As long as I'm
libertarians.
sure there will not be.
Good.
You may have figured out how to make me resign.
You know, we should get better attendance at our Indiana
I
meetings when we
trust
get
we're not
beer.
running a afoul of any rules or regulations. Do these people have a liquor license or anything like that?
I'm unaware of any regulations regarding follow-up.
Okay.
And will remain.
Spoken like a
We're
lawyer.
not gonna research that.
All right, we're back to order. We are now on new business with previous notice. The first item on that agenda is electronic conferencing procedure. Mr. Weiner, I believe, has just distributed a printed document. It's a front and back Gmail printout. Does everybody have that document? If you don't, you should probably yell louder. And Mr. Weiner, go ahead.
Okay, well, the bylaw that we passed authorizes the LNC to set standards for procedures for electronic meetings. And I drafted up some ideas, and this has been discussed on the LNC business list, and a number of modifications and changes have been made. This was the most recent one that went out several days ago on Thursday. You know, it's still not perfect. I think the main thing is we should put something in place and then do some experimenting and try and have some different kinds of electronic meetings. Try some video conferencing, try some teleconferencing, have different committees try it, and as we gain some experience, see how it works, and make whatever changes we need to facilitate it. But I think we do need some basic ground rules, things like obvious things like the third bullet there about eliminating background noise and so on. This is basically just a foundational document that tried to keep it as simple as possible and not load it up with a bunch of rules and so on, just some minimum ones that I think are appropriate to have a fair electronic conference. So I would move to add this to the policy manual, and if you want to come up with some amendments or whatever, that would be fine, but I think we need something.
Is there a second? Mr. Hagan, second. Do you want to speak to it anymore, or does the written document speak for itself?
I think I'll defer, and if somebody raises issues, I'll try to answer them.
Yeah, what am I good for this?
Does anyone want to? Yes.
This, I mean, we also have a viewing audience that includes at least Paul Frank.
Hey, Paul.
This is sufficiently important, Mr. Chairman. I would request a reading of the motion.
Okay, I would also point out, though, this is the identical document that went out to the LNC business list. Okay. Therefore, everybody who has access to the business list from 2 days ago should be able to read it.
So the record is clear. It went out on Thursday, September 18th. From Mr. Weiner to the business list with the subject line proposed policy manual edition regarding electronic meetings. I think that would enable any viewers or listeners to
and it starts out saying, here's revision 3, because there were some earlier revisions.
Okay, who would like to speak against? Mr. Johnson, well, actually, everyone wants to speak against. Can you raise your hand so I can kind of get in order? So I'm going to go Johnson. I'm going to go Feldman, Goldstein. You want to give your hand up or no? Okay, Olson, Mattson, and who wants to speak for? Laura.
I want to ask a question.
Okay, so I'll count you as four.
Yeah,
it's more. Later on, I'd like to speak.
Laura and Weiner. Okay, so we will start with Mr. Johnson.
I don't know if I'm necessarily against, but I have so many issues that I'm going to try to fall in that category right now. I want to make some general comments. about what I think we should do since the bylaws now allow us to have electronic meetings. In this, you mentioned that this is revision 3, there's been kind of a back and forth in the discussion about whether or not this committee should be setting rules for other committees. I'm not sure if we should. Should we? And one of the things I point out is that this says these rules do not apply to, and it's got a long list of committees. I'm not sure which committees they do apply to. So does it apply to if a platform committee wants to have electronic meetings? Does it apply to them? So I'd actually prefer that we say what committees it does apply to, as opposed to saying what committees this does not apply to. And I'm not sure if we should be setting the rules for them, and if we do set the rules, maybe we should set some general rules and then separately discuss what we're going to do in more detail.
As a point of information, Mr. Johnson, my recollection of both the discussion of the bylaw on the bylaws committee and the debate at convention regarding this particular bylaw is it was both the intent of the committee and the intent of the body that the LNC would develop our rules, and those rules could or could not be used by the other committees. I don't think the intent was for the LNC to tell every subsidiary committee what to do. But
Is that your intent?
I remember my comment.
And there was, it was not unanimous on the bylaws committee, but I guess the more neutral way to say it is there were at least a significant number of members of both the bylaws committee and people during the floor debate, as I recall it, who wanted to let the subcommittees decide to take the LNC rules or not take them, because the bylaw as passed didn't mandate that we had to make them mandatory.
Okay. I had to bring this up because it's kind of a general thing that we need to decide.
Bylaws doesn't make it mandatory.
Right, but my recollection was that the LNC would create the rules for online meetings.
I thought it was the LNC can create rules, but they did apply to create.
With the indulgence, can I recognize Mr. Moulton, since he was chair of said bylaws committee?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, which again, people may have different interpretations, but I think this was debated in the bylaws committee, and Aaron Starr put forth this amendment where she intended the LNC, he was emphatic about the LNC should make the rules for other committees. The committee shouldn't make the rules for themselves. So I think that was.
Okay, so I'm incorrect and stand correct.
I mean, I'm not sure if any of us are correct, but that was my understanding.
What's the actual bylaw?
Sorry, Mr. Johnson still has the floor. I was just trying to interject point of information. Go ahead.
I appreciate your point there, and again, we should discuss that as well. I want to make a general comment about what I think we should do. I think that we have a committee, it's called the Executive Committee, that has literally 30 years of experience with telephone conferences. They've been doing it, and so I think we should kind of look at what we can learn from them, what works and what doesn't work. I also think that there's a big difference between a 7-member committee and a 17-member committee. And what I would like to see happen is for us to ask the Executive Committee to transition from the telephone conference to what I call the video conference, which is not necessarily with webcams, but it would be the kind of a computerized conference in which you have the sharing of the computer screen, which I think is a very important technological step from the telephone conference, and also what I call the electronic raising of hands, because I noticed in the the Executive Committee meetings, there are only 7 people on the committee, so this kind of works. Somebody wants to be recognized, and they say, Mr. Chair, and the chair recognizes that. Maybe they'll recognize that person's voice, maybe not, and they recognize that person, and that kind of works. But a 17-member committee, that's not going to work. So we need a system in which it cannot be the telephone conference. It's going to be the video conference, not necessarily with the webcam. And I'd like to see the Executive Committee transition to that and use that kind of equipment, that, experiment with different systems between now and December, and report back to us on what they've learned, rather than us adopting a whole bunch of rules at this committee. I want to make a very quick comment about, this talks about equipment. Actually, I think the webcam is the least important issue. We should have something here in which we say everybody should wear earphones. So you cannot use your speakers because that's where the feedback comes in. And then I want to talk about bullet point number 3 in particular. One thing that we may look at is the ability to mute somebody's microphone. The moderator may be able to do that. And we may just have a policy where everybody just, as a courtesy, you mute your microphone except when you speak and you unmute your microphone. And I don't think that you should be dropped from the conference if there's a problem. Rather, you just mute somebody's microphone is bullet point number 3. Another thing is we may want to require that people, what I would say, test their equipment before their first meeting. Because you will you'll think you have everything all set up, and it's time for your meeting, and your microphone isn't working at all, or something like that. So there's things that I think that we can do, rather than adopt a whole set of rules right now. I think we should ask the executive committee to kind of transition to this more complicated system and report back to us in December.
I'm going to recognize Mr. Redpath out of order because I believe he has something that's either responsive to or questioned directly to the previous speaker.
Well, there's nothing on here about monitoring who's on during the executive sessions, which I think we would want to have somebody, the secretary or the chair, be able to monitor who's a part of this. And another thing about the headphones that is good is it would make it much easier to hold an executive session. Who knows with speakers who is listening on the other anywhere to what might be going on in an executive session? That people are wearing headphones, that will no longer be an issue.
I've been saying I'm at the executive committee of the LNC, not at the executive sessions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I may have slipped up and said it wrong a couple of times, but I meant the LNC executive committee has had literally 30 years of experience with teleconferencing already.
So on my order, the next person we recognize will be Mr. McClendon.
Yeah, I guess somewhat speaking in favor, could you maybe talk to why you included the, well, I may be redundant, but like the affiliate support committee, I would like to be able to do teleconferences. Does this sentence that starts, these rules do not apply to the list of committees, how would that affect the affiliate support committee and being able to do teleconferencing?
The way this is written, since the affiliate support committee is not listed here, then these rules would apply to it. Now, if the committee is listed here, that doesn't forbid it from doing teleconferences. It just means that these rules don't apply to it. Primarily, I added the exclusions because the committees that are excluded here either have to discuss confidential matters or, in some cases, very time-sensitive matters. And therefore, the notice requirements would be a problem.
I have Dr. Feldman.
I felt that we should have more experimentation and evaluation first, and then policy manual changes later.
Mr. Bora?
You know, we can do a lot of experimentation with this, and whatever we're going to end up with is still going to be a rough draft. It's important to recognize that this does not, our first meeting as an LNC with teleconference doesn't have to be a 2-day, 48-hour affair. It can be a 20-minute test run. And so I would say that, you know, this look like a lot of thought has already gone into this. We can put more thought into it. I mean, we're not opposed to amendments. This is not something that's set in stone. We can change parts of it. I think that if we just sit here and sit on it, we're not going to get to this thing. And this is going to be a humongous reduction in cost for all LNC members. It's going to open up the LNC for, you know, other people who don't necessarily have $4,000 a year to spend on this. I think that we need to just start testing it out and make changes as we need to.
I have Mr. Goldstein.
Several things. First of all, I tend to disagree with what Arvin just said. I can't see electronic meetings replacing 3 or 4 in-person meetings per year. I just don't think that's going to happen because I'm not going to sit in front of a computer screen for 48 hours. I would see these electronic meetings, as we were discussing during the break, limited to 1 or 2 subjects that we get done in 15 or 20 minutes, an hour at the most, because if you try to do one of these meetings on a TV screen or a computer or whatever, it's just not going to work out with 17 or 18 different people on it. Beyond that, I've got some specific, I don't know if now, I'm not going to make them now, but there's some specific work mapping things that need to be done to this before it becomes part of the policy manual. There's a bunch of it I think needs to be stricken out, changes, perhaps even a time limit put on how many of these we could do and the duration of each one.
Okay, I have Mr. Weiner.
Okay, let me respond to some of the
Do
points.
you want to wait for?
Okay, I'll wait for.
It might be. I'm not out, but I will add you to the list. Mr. Redpath, favor or against?
Favor.
I'll give you. Go ahead.
I just, this may not be perfect, but I tend to agree with our vice chair. I think it's a major step in the right direction. We can go ahead and retest. Better to, I think, put this in and then amend it. And I do think there are some things that need to be added to this, but it's a good first step that I think needs to be made.
Mr. Olson.
I think my comments have already been said by somebody else, so I'll just pass.
Okay, then we'll move to Ms. Mattson.
Okay, I have several points to make here. I'll try to do it fast. First of all, there was a question earlier, what does the bylaw actually say? So I have it up, let me read it for you. It says, boards and committees may conduct business by teleconference or video conference, period. The National Committee shall have the power to adopt special rules of order and standing rules to facilitate the conduct of business by teleconference or video conference. So it says, boards and committees can meet this way, LNC has power to adopt the rules. There was, during the bylaws committee meeting, a motion to amend to allow each committee to adopt its own rules. And I remember specifically arguing in that meeting against that amendment and leaving it where the LNC has the power to adopt the rules because some of the rules that are needed are protection of membership rights, things like getting notice of the meeting and how far in advance is reasonable. If you get 1 hour notice of the teleconference, you may not be able to make it because you're out running errands in Walmart. So there are a lot of the things that need to be covered in the rules are things about protecting people's rights. And you may not necessarily, if you have a committee of 2 or 3 people and they're going to adopt their own rules, I argued against that because they may not have the expertise to really understand that they're creating a system that's kind of inherently unfair. And so I argued that the LNC had access to more people with more experience to do that. So that's point 1. I think Dan's made an excellent start here. He's covered some information that definitely needs to be in there. I do have some issues with some of it, and I apologize for not having been engaged on this subject before, just a lot going on. But I'll hit highlights of things in here that I want to see changed and other recommendations I have. I'm not sure, I'd like to hear him address why the first paragraph excludes certain committees. I'm not sure why the rules would not apply to them. I'm also concerned about the final bullet point on page 1 that speakers just get 3 minutes. There are lots of times when it's perfectly appropriate for speakers to go on for more than 3 minutes. And we're going to spend a lot of time extending that when otherwise we wouldn't have to. The penultimate bullet point says the chair may choose the voting method and determine the outcome rather than the board deciding how they're going to vote. But I think it's nearly impossible to do a voice vote on telephone. It's those voices overlap. Some of the phones will cut out, and you cannot discern how many people said aye or how many people said after voice votes are possible in the teleconference. I started, as far as I got on this subject, was making a list of other considerations that I think need to be covered. One of the big ones is we need to, as a group, decide whether or not we want to make accommodations for technology problems. I'm imagining, can you imagine a controversial vote that passes by a margin of 1 vote because somebody in the middle of the vote lost their connection? and they're trying to get back in, but by the time they do, the vote's over. And that never happens in a physical face-to-face meeting. Nobody just gets sucked up by aliens and disappear in the middle of the vote. But it can happen on teleconferences. And do we want to make some kind of provision for things that require timeliness, like points of order have to be made at certain times, votes have to be made at certain time, and if somebody accidentally drops off and dials back in, do we say, oh, too late, so sorry, your technology glitched on you. So I think we need to have a discussion about that. I meant to call the National Association of Parliamentarians yesterday, and I forgot to do it, and ask them what technology they use, because I've read their rules that they've established for their board teleconferences, and it seems they have a technology where there's a shared screen, like you discussed, and there's a section where the secretary shows the motion that they're going to vote on. There's another section that other people can post, motion that's not currently pending, but this is the amendment I want to make or whatever. There is a hand-raising mechanism in it, and in fact, there's mechanisms in it for distinguishing between I wish to speak in debate versus I get preference in recognition because I have a point of order or request for information. So I want to find out what software they use, because it will allow a lot of those kinds of details. Ability to submit motions in writing and everybody can see it. I would love for the technology that's used to allow everybody in the group to be able to see who's on the call and whether somebody is muted, because there can be vengeful muting by the administrator of the system. And if you're muted at the time that you need to raise an objection or something, and nobody knows except the person who did it, oh well, so there's some serious risks there. Just a couple of minor details. Whether we want previous notice to be different for a teleconference versus for a face-to-face meeting 2 weeks in advance might be too long for a teleconference, but and when the agenda for the meeting has to be distributed, some little details like that. And particularly, it's important to know if the chair or secretary dropped off the call. Kind of need to know that you're missing somebody that has an official duty like that. Ian.
Mr. McMahon? I would like to second something that Sam said. I have no desire or intention to sit in front of my computer for many hours, let alone potentially 2 days for a video conference board meeting, because what I'm going to do in that scenario is put a Post-it note over my little camera right here, and I'm going to binge watch Netflix. And just wait until I hear something relevant. It may take an hour or two for me to start wandering off to do that, but it will happen. I participate in a lot of conference calls and a lot of webinars with candidates, affiliates, and I've seen a maximum of 3 hours before people start getting twitchy. And from that, I really just don't see us as a board going too far beyond that. But there's some great technology out there. The program that I use right now is actually free, and it's amazing. And it allows us to have all of the people that I designate in one room, and they all have their cameras. They can be brought to the center of the screen if selected to speak. The other room has all of the observers. They have a chat bar. There's a chat bar for all of the main room observers. There's indicators to speed things up, slow things down. There's questions. There's all kinds of wonderful things in there, and people can call in. You don't have to video conference in. You can call in. It can also be completely locked down. So if I want to hold a webinar where it's only our endorsed candidates or only a select group, no one else has access to it. And then I know everybody who was involved in any of these conferences. Madam Secretary is correct. I just wanted to say that for a while.
Dilatory.
There are a lot of problems with this. Most of those are things that we're going to need to grow into, and we're going to need to discover as we're trying out new technologies, as we're experimenting with new programs. The State Party of Indiana, we set some rules for video teleconferencing, and they tried 3 different programs, and all 3 of them did not meet the rules that we had, but we liked them. We liked the programs, but they didn't meet the rules that we had arbitrarily set for ourselves, and unfortunately, it was going to require a much larger effort to change them. So, since this is a policy manual edition, I would support adopting this pretty much as it is and saying, as we move forward, and it's important for us to try to move forward with this and have some test committee meetings and experiments with it, that we adopt changes to it as we move along and experience the technical hiccups or experience those other questions as we move along.
Point of information from, probably ask Ms. Matson. What happens if we don't adopt rules and just try to hold a meeting without the rules? Is that under your interpretation of both the bylaw and can we do that? Can we try a meeting without official rules?
Okay, the EC was previously allowed to do teleconferences, and we didn't have other standing rules to handle video conference or anything. We just had, EC could do teleconferences at the end, and so just operate under Robert's the best you can. You have the requirement in a teleconference of simultaneous oral AURL participation, where everybody can hear each other simultaneously. So it meets technical requirements of the meeting, and we could just wing it as far as things that were difficult to do. And
Second point of information. Am I correct in understanding that if we adopt a policy manual change and we want to change it later, then it goes to the 2/3 because it's a motion to revise something previously adopted?
If it has previous notice, you can still do it with majority.
Okay.
So email ballots have previous notice.
Or
2 weeks prior to the meeting.
I think, sorry.
We have 3 minutes to go.
Then I would, without objection, I would extend time on this for 10 minutes because there's still more speakers. Objection 5. Is there an objection to 5? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear an objection to 5. So
we have 3 plus 5 to
8 minutes. I'll recognize Dr. Lark, then Mr. Olson, and Mr. Weiner. You'll have the last word.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the sentiments that suggest go ahead and approve this and then change it afterwards. I guess my bias is let's run some experiments with this and see how it works. I greatly appreciate Mr. Weiner's efforts. In fact, I spoke to him earlier today and thanked him for his work his spade work in this. I will point out for the information of the committee, I have been involved with 2 teleconferences, one executive committee, one involving a judicial committee matter, where technical matters came into play. Fortunately, in the executive committee one, it didn't ultimately have a problem. It was one involving, in 2001, the issue concerning Harry Brown's involvement with the Willis matter. And a dark and stormy night, my telephone system completely crashed. And so I, as the chair of the committee, was no longer available for the teleconference. The judicial committee matter, Ms. Matson was speaking in favor of dealing with the Oregon situation, and she was not able to get through, and she didn't know that she wasn't able to get through for a while. So I guess my bias is that let's run some trials on this and see what we need to do, and then adopt a policy manual procedure.
Mr. Olson?
If I made an objection here, that comes back up and saying, let's experiment and change. Well, Village Support Committee can't change it. The LNC has to change it. So it's going to be a real pain, if the 3 of us, 4 of us, we agree to call tomorrow, we're doing it. We're not going to be able to change this policy as we experiment with it.
Point of information, I think the affiliate support committee is not constrained by this passage of this. We can do teleconferences now and we can do it after this. Or, oh no, I'm sorry. No, if this passes, we'll have to follow the rules here. But right now,
But
we're,
if this doesn't pass, you can still do a teleconference. The bylaw still allows you to do it. It's just the LNC is not imposing any additional requirements.
so
You can still do it just like EC
You
does.
have to have 7 days notice, stuff like that.
after this passes, well, we'll be.
Only if that passes. Right now, there's actually no notice requirement for EC, for any of the committees. I mean, in theory, you could call a meeting 5 minutes notice, but don't advise that.
I mean, it's, my reading of this proposal is that if it did pass, that the affiliate support committee, being not one of the enumerated committees that is accepted, would be required to have that notice. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So
If it doesn't pass, they can still do it.
if it
They
doesn't
still
pass, the bylaw has the 2 sentences. One that says you can do this stuff, one that says the LNC can adopt rules, and they are severable. That's my ruling. Mr. Wiener, go ahead.
Okay, let me try to go through a bunch of these things here. First of all, I exempted the executive committee because it often has to meet on very short notice and sometimes has to go into executive session. The APRC, the audit committee, awards committee, employment compensation committee all deal with often confidential matters, and therefore I excluded those. I also excluded subcommittees and informal committee working groups. So for example, the affiliate support committee, if they wanted to operate as an informal working group, would not come under this, but if they wanted to make any formal decisions, then they would have a meeting to make formal decisions, then it would apply. I don't think the executive committee is a good committee to experiment with. I mean, we are getting experience from their history, but again, because of urgency matters and such, they're not the ones to test this on. I very much agree with the comments that Evan made. When I was looking, searching the web for services that provide teleconferencing and video conferencing, there are a bunch of them out there. Some of them are free, some of them are cheap, some of them are expensive. Look like there are some very good cheap ones, as Evan said, that have some marvelous features. We should experiment. We might want to try several different ones and see which ones work, but they have some really great features, and among them might be electronic voting in some cases, which is why I tried to make the voting portion such that as long as you could accurately determine the outcome, you could select the method of voting. If the technology allowed electronic voting, fine. If there were other ways of doing it, as long as you could do it accurately, no problem. The item about allowing everyone at least 3 minutes to speak for 3 minutes on the subject is because it's very easy in an electronic meeting for somebody, for several people to speak, and then somebody wants to move to close debate. And it's difficult in an electronic meeting for some people to get recognition. So I wanted to at least allow everyone one opportunity to speak. Now, that doesn't mean that that the chair can't call on people more than once. It doesn't mean that the body can't, by unanimous consent, allow a person to speak longer than that, and so on. But at least this gives everybody an opportunity to speak. Again, we're not requiring webcams. This is written in such a way that while I would like to try that as one of the experiments, it does says a committee member must be allowed the option to participate by teleconference only. I have not tried to set a maximum time on the length of meetings, but I certainly agree with some of the comments made that I don't expect that electronic meetings would run for 2 days like we have a face-to-face meeting. I would certainly I would expect that during the experimental stage, if nothing else, that we would try a few short meetings. I do think that this should apply, have rules here, especially so that the LNC can proceed with some experiments, with some brief meetings. But I also want to make sure that at the very least it applies to the platform committee, the bylaws committee, and the judicial committee, so that those are the committees where people want to be able to see what's taking place and that the procedure is fair. And we need procedures in place for those committees so that they are fair and that different factions aren't able to ramrod something through. So again, I think that we should adopt this as a foundational document, try it out, see how it works, and we can make changes as Alicia said, a majority vote by email ballot, or a vote with previous notice makes it fairly easy to amend this. But if we don't try something, we're never going to get there. We've been talking about electronic meetings forever and ever. The technology is there. Let's try it out, but we need some basic ground rules for fairness.
I'm going to take some indulgence. As just a point of information, my understanding of our rules and the bylaws is such that should there be previous notice of a motion to amend this section, if adopted, that could be modified by a majority at the first electronic meeting. Just a point of information. We'll now move to a roll call vote as time has expired. Ms. Mattson?
I love controls and signal. Okay, I vote nay.
Mr. Olson?
Nay.
Ms. Kirkland?
Pass.
Pass, come back around, right? Okay. Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Tommaso?
Pass.
Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Mr. Weiner?
Yes.
Dr. Feldman?
Nay.
Dr. Lark?
Nay.
Mr. Hayes?
Abstain.
Mr. McClendon?
Pass.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. McMahon?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan? Yes. Mr. Bora?
Yes.
Ms. Kirkland? Mr. Tommaso?
Reluctantly, no.
Mr. McClendon?
Abstain.
Okay.
Okay, I currently have the ayes as, I have 5 ayes, those being Pack, Weiner, McMahon, Hagan, Bora. I have it nays being Mattson, Olson, Kirkland, Tommaso, Goldstein, Feldman, Lark, Johnson, which is 8. And I have 2 abstentions, Hayes and McClendon, so it's 5-8.
I will not vote.
So 5-8.
Is it important to move at this time to table this to a time certain at the next LNC meeting?
It's gonna, once the motion is failed, it's no longer pending, so you can only table up the new motion, but there's
So
nothing
I can just.
whatsoever that prevents it from coming up with the next agenda.
So as a point of information for everybody, this can be revisited in our next LNC meeting. And can also be revisited at an electronic meeting in the absence of rules. Just if we want to experiment, this can be addressed at that time, and I believe it can be passed at that time, since we can have the meeting as long as we have the basic Robert's rules things. Is that correct?
Yeah. It'd be messy.
It's always messy. Mr. Goldstein?
I think I'd like to move to suspend the rules, to consider a motion to appoint a temporary committee to develop electronic meeting rules for the LNC and its board committees.
Is there objection to that suspension? I hear no objection to that suspension. So we'll move to that. Does your motion have a size of this subcommittee? Do you want to
Well,
maybe
the first
solicit
motion was to
volunteers first?
suspend the rules.
Right. I'm asking, do you have a motion for the creation, or would you like me to ask the body if anybody wants to volunteer to develop this?
Point of information.
Yes, Mr. McClellan.
Would there be anything precluding the IT committee to form a subcommittee?
There is nothing that precludes that I'm aware of.
We've got a lot on our plate right now, and this involves a lot of stuff beyond just IT stuff. This involves making value judgments about advance notice and what mechanisms to use, stuff like that. I'll make a motion to, for the chair appointed committee composed of 5 LNC or non-LNC members to consider a report back to the LNC at the December meeting on a proposed set of rules for electronic meetings.
That's the motion. It's been seconded. As a point of information, would you want me to appoint this committee today?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Lark?
It would require unanimous consent. I would hope that we could get something sooner than the.
Okay, then no later than.
Well, even then, could we get something by November 1st? We're still in election season.
Depends on the volunteers.
Election season, yes, that's the election season.
And there's always, I mean, there's nothing in that motion precluding an
Okay.
electronic
it's
ballot if
fine,
they come
fine.
up with the proposed set of rules.
No later than the December meeting will
It's not
suffice.
technically in order, but can I see hands of people who would volunteer to serve on such a committee? I see, and hold them up for a minute. I see Madsen, I see Estrada, Weiner, Katz, Hayes, Johnson. How many is that?
A bunch.
Would you like to amend your motion to be a 6-person committee?
So amended. Well, I mean, what if they come up and even vote on stuff?
Does anyone who volunteered not want to serve? Or not feel strongly about it? Well,
it's fine with me.
I'll just pick from the 6. Ms. Madsen, Mr. Weiner, Mr. Estrada. Is it Hayes and Johnson? And Katz.
Go with 6, Nick.
It's
I'll amend my motion.
Point them all. I mean, if we can't break a tie.
It's 6. Katz, Estrada, Weiner, Madsen, Johnson, Hayes. Done. The next item on the agenda, now that we're done with the suspension of the rules, is Johnson. Got it. The motion with previous notice to modify the expense reimbursement section of the policy manual. Is this yours, Tim?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hagan, would you like to speak to the motion?
Certainly.
Or, sorry, is there a second for Mr. Hagan's motion?
I believe it was ruled earlier that this did not meet previous notice, so are we just going to use voting rules, or are we going to move it in the
Is
agenda?
this the one that did that? No, it's a different one. It's a different one. Minnesota is the one that was
sorry.
in the previous notice. But it wouldn't matter because Minnesota is not something that would require the extra votes anyway. But
Okay.
Either way. Is there a second for Mr. Hagan's motion?
Read the motion.
It's in everyone's agenda, so no, I do not.
Okay.
Which one? That's why the motion is like, it's the top of my unpaginated page in my agenda, because I forgot that too. Mr. Hagan, do you need to speak to it in excess of the written material?
I just make a mention that part of what I'm adding in there, actually stole it from the company I work for, from the policy manual that they have for travel. I can assign affidavit if you don't have a receipt. And so that's where I got that wording. And also that legally, for FEC rules, all they require is that we have a receipt, invoice, or canceled check for amounts over $200. So there's no legal problem with I have a receipt for something under $75.
Ms. Madsen?
The $200 is an aggregate to the same company in a year, correct? So I mean, technically, if we paid them other things and suddenly we have a $10 transaction for them, it's reportable, and so we need a receipt, right?
I believe that's
It's not per
correct.
transaction.
As a point of information, Mr. Hagan, is this substitute affidavit, is this acceptable to the FEC? Mr. McMahon has indicated no.
An affidavit that I purchased something and the organization is reimbursing me does not constitute okay.
But
But it's
assuming
only
that the affidavit is that I had documentation that has been lost or destroyed, that is not
The
sufficient.
FEC requires that original statement or original verifiable transaction. I have lost expenses because of this.
Okay.
Well, it's only if it's over $200, aggregate
It's
over
$200 aggregate
$200.
if you
Yeah,
make any payment to that person over the course of a year.
right. Or you could add cancel check instead of receipt.
If you have paid me over $200 for anything over the course of the year, and I bring you an affidavit for $5 for a missing receipt, that is not acceptable to the FEC. Because it's every single thing has to be.
Okay. It says receipt, invoice, or cancel check. So if you have to cancel check for that $5, that's still acceptable.
You have a canceled check, but it's being listed as a reimbursement, not payroll. The reimbursement still has to have that original receipt declaring what the reimbursement is for. So, for instance, I go on the road and I eat at McDonald's, which I do quite often. I have to keep that receipt for that $3.75 and submit it to our treasurer for that $3.75. If I lose that receipt, I can't get that $3.75 reimbursement back from the treasurer. I just keep that $3.75, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
Could I make buys a lot of olives. Mr. Benedict?
It does.
What happens sometimes, like if you catch a taxi, they may not give you a receipt, or and they say, "Yeah, my machine's broken," and so what are you gonna do? There's no receipt. Or once in a while, somebody loses a small receipt. So the FTC still wants us to report that expenditure, and we report it, and we have it on our credit card statement or whatever. But I think this is to, the purpose of this is that sometimes receipts get lost that are small, and this is how we should deal with it. Now, I think if we don't pass this, like one time I was paid for parking at the Watergate, and no receipt came out of the damn machine. You pay and it didn't come out. And where's the guy, to get a receipt? So I just left, and I told Jeff Neal, I sent him an email saying the parking thing didn't give me a $19 receipt. And is it okay if actually, it was on the company credit card, so it doesn't, it's not me getting reimbursed. But point being, sometimes little receipts get lost, or they don't get printed.
There's somebody over here. Yeah. Okay, Mr. McMahon.
That's trackable because there is a transaction recording that because it was with the company credit card. Now, let's say you're paying cash for a cab ride, which I've done a couple of times and submitted back for a receipt. And I've had the guy say, "Oh, I can't give you a receipt." And I'm like, "Dude, you have to. It's actually the law in Indianapolis. Sorry, you want the medallion that protects you against Uber and Lyft? You gotta comply with the laws." So he actually pulls out a little thing and he writes out it was a $42 fare and it was a $0 tip because I'm not a nice guy. And he writes the name of the cab company, his name, and the address on it for the cab company. That's acceptable because that's a third-party receipt. If there's anything that can track that transaction, a check, a credit card, anything, even if it's just the billing statement from the credit card company, that can all be tracked. But an affidavit from the person being reimbursed is not, especially when it was cash, is not something that the FEC will accept as a reimbursable statement.
They don't accept it, but it happens sometimes.
It does.
In other words, we've done it, and there was no penalty. And once I don't get a receipt and the taxi driver's gone, I can't turn back time and get it. This is not a frequent event.
Right.
But the point is, it happens whether it's okay or not. Sometimes a receipt is lost.
But I would admit on live broadcasting that we've done it anyway.
Whatever. Matt?
It's also being recorded, so it's.
It does happen in real life, but we don't, the LNC can't pass a policy that changes FEC rules. And I don't know, I don't know how to fix that issue. It's best if there are no cash transactions made. And so there's some kind of documentation. Those of you who have credit cards, I realize not all the staff does, who have party credit cards, that is preferable, and cash should be a no-no. But I don't know how to fix that, but when you have a government body that regulates it, I'm not sure what we can do in policy to.
I second that motion.
Yeah.
If that's the solution. Floor term.
What?
Get rid of the FCC.
Point of information, Mr. Hayden. Did you run this by Paula Edwards before making the motion?
Actually, I didn't. If you want me to withdraw this, run it through Paula, bring it up either email ballot or next meeting.
I think that would be a good thing for you to decide to do right now.
All right. There's no objection. I'll do that.
I agree. Mr. Sorry. So our next item on the agenda is the motion to amend budget to increase grant development promotional materials by $5,000. Mr. Fora, will you be the maker of that motion?
Consider so moved.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second, because I was one submitted it.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were the one that submitted it. I know it's Wes's thing though, so I was trying to grab the quickest one. I'll note it as Hagan with the board second if you want. That's what happened. Mr. Benedict, do you want to speak to it?
We sell items on lpstore.org, promotional items that promote the party, like brochures, signs, hats, and t-shirts. And if we sell enough, we'll go over budget. And if the motion doesn't pass, we can either say sold out, or we can violate the budget, or maybe there's another idea. Yeah, so that's it.
Is there anyone who wants to speak against this? Is there any objection to this? Then it will pass without objection. The next motion is, I believe, Mr. Olson's, from the way it's written. Motion regarding convention schedule and site selection. Mr. Olson, was there a second for Mr. Olson's motion?
Second.
A second. Mr. Olson, would you like to speak to the motion to extend or revise the printed items? On the
I will, this has been around for a long time, so I think everybody knows what's in here. I will just add to the fact that looking at the convention report, it verifies that convention attendance was 40% below projection. I think we need to make some changes in order to enhance convention attendance, and also, and to do that, we need to reduce the convention cost to the delegates that come. And 300, and I think the initial number was 376 or something like that at Columbus.
The total number that were ever credentialed, not simultaneously, ever was 440.
Okay, well, 440, but
I think the maximum number.
it's about 1/3 of the total delegate slots. I think we need to be able to do better than that. And as Star Child's point has been made, I take the opposite opinion in that what we need is less of this governance stuff. I and many other people think that spending the whole day, arguing about Robert's Rules of Order on page 432 or whatever is totally nonsense. The reason we're not successful as a political party has absolutely nothing to do with our bylaws. It has absolutely nothing to do with our platform. And important that platform is, nobody reads it other than us. So let's get to the business of making the convention something that activists come to, and they come to with enthusiasm, and they go home better activists than they are. Thank you.
Before I recognize Mr. Redpath, and I assume I'll be recognizing Mr. McMahon at some point, I'm asking the secretary to research a point of information from the historical data that she has about how often we've had the convention over Memorial Day weekend in the past, and what the attendance were to the conventions where Memorial Day weekend was the chosen date. And I think that will be beneficial because this is an issue where everybody has an opinion, but there's only one set of data. How far back does your data go?
I know from 2008 forward, there have been instances in the past where they had it 4th of July weekend.
Oh, so Labor Day weekend was.
And even Labor Day the year before, in the past. But in recent history, 2008 was Memorial Day weekend. 2010 was Memorial Day weekend. 2012 was not. It was first weekend of May. 2014 was not. It was the last weekend of June. 2016 is scheduled for Memorial Day. And I can give you relative attendance. The maximum number of delegates in 2008, which was Memorial Day and was presidential.
Secretary, point of information, could you include the location of each of those? Because that is relevant.
Yeah, okay, Denver 2008, which was presidential year, and it was Memorial Day, so there were 638 registered delegates.
How many?
638.
In Las Vegas in 2012, which was not Memorial Day, but there were 643 delegates. So there were 5 more in 2012, not on Memorial Day, as compared to the previous presidential in 2008, which was Memorial Day. So then if you look at the off presidential years, 2010 in St. Louis was Memorial Day. There were 558 registered delegates. Columbus in 2014 was not Memorial Day. There were 440 registered delegates, so it was a drop from 2010 to 2012. I would also point out that Pork Fest was scheduled after we scheduled our date for the convention. Pork Fest scheduled theirs to be the same weekend, and I do not know to what extent they may have affected our attendance.
And another,
So it may not be the weekend, it may be conflicting events.
as a second point of information, sorry, I'm going to get to recognize people. Mr. Tomaso, can you tell me, does Pork Fest ever schedule prior to sometime in June, July? Do they ever go back as far as Memorial Day?
No, it's always been June.
Okay.
Maybe first week of July.
So even if they tried to schedule against us on purpose for some nefarious reason, they don't go that early. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Okay. Now I will recognize Mr. Redpath, followed by Mr. McMahon, followed by Dr. Clark. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized? And then Mr. Hagan. Mr. Redpath.
I speak in opposition to this motion. I mean, first of all, regarding the 2016 convention being on Memorial Day, that came to be only after the Westin Bonaventure Hotel in Los Angeles welched on their promise back in March 2012. We awarded it to be in early June, I believe, 1 or 2 weekends after Memorial Day 2016 to the Westin Bonaventure. And oh yeah, things are good to go. A few days later, well, no, sorry, can't have that.
Got a better offer.
And so the original decision was not Memorial Day for 2016. We don't know what the various causes. You've got the Pork Fest situation. It has also been suggested that attendance was enhanced in St. Louis because there was a candidate for chair that a lot of people objected to at the 2010 convention, and that enhanced attendance in St. Louis. After the St. Louis convention, there was substantial feedback. And by the way, I should have put this caveat at the beginning. I supported Memorial Day conventions because I thought it was best for the party in the past. I highly question that now. As a personal matter, I have friends in Indiana. I go back to the 500 every weekend as just a selfish personal matter. And visit friends in Indianapolis, so I personally don't want it to be on Memorial Day weekend, but if it is, it is. But in any event, we received a lot of negative feedback, and I can't quantify it right now, but we received a lot of negative feedback after Memorial Day 2010 convention, and that really led to the 2014 convention being scheduled not on Memorial Day weekend. I would further state here, I think we should, it also is going to depend on the site. What if we have a much better site that is not Memorial Day weekend, and we have relatively scrubbier sites for Memorial Day weekend? I would also say here regarding an adjourning by 2 p.m., 2 p.m. what time zone? We're talking 2 p.m. local time, and this is held in the Pacific time zone. That's 5 p.m. Eastern time, and you're going to have a lot of people, if they want to get back to the East Coast and function on Tuesday morning, they're going to be looking at red eyes, and a lot of people aren't going to like that. So I see a lot of problems here. I tend to believe the feedback that we got after St. Louis that people don't like holiday weekends for conventions, and that's why I'm going to vote against this.
Can I previously have you on my list?
Not on this.
Okay, let me just put you on my list now. But
Yeah, I want to vote. I was speaking against.
Mr. McMahon, I think, was next. And Dr. Lark, were you seeking to be recognized at some point?
I was, go ahead, it depends on what Mr. McMahon says.
No pressure. I am strongly against holding our national convention on a Memorial Day weekend or any holiday weekend during a major campaign year. 2018 is ballot access races for many states. In Indiana, we filled our delegation when I hear other libertarians going to it, because I say, why aren't you out campaigning?
How do you know I wasn't campaigning there?
You were drinking, come on.
Jurisdiction.
But so, it's you know, every weekend is important to a candidate in the campaign year, but holiday weekends are the most important, because that's when they get the most amount of free media or free publicity to the local communities. Their job is to shake hands and talk to the voter, and if we're taking their volunteers, the state and county leadership away to come vote for who's going to be on the national committee, I think that's a disservice to our number one objective as a political party, which is to elect libertarian candidates to office. How do I do, Dr. White?
I have.
You, as usual, did superbly.
Where are we on time?
We are 4 minutes to go.
Dr. Lark.
Quickly, I'm going to oppose this motion. Actually, I actually like Memorial Day weekend. Some of the best conventions I've attended have been Memorial Day weekends, particularly 2004. I think that we should be looking at sites, and we should look at a suite of opportunities and then decide on the best package of location, date, and so I think this just ties our hands a little too much.
Mr. Goldstein?
Well, I think the date has been beat to death. I will vote against it just on that alone. But there's another part of this motion that seems to assume that we've already had a discussion about having a private entity manage our convention, and I don't ever remember us having had that discussion.
It is a motion that has multiple changes.
Right, so I would oppose it on that
motion
basis
to
as well.
divide would be in order if someone wants to so move. Just as a point of parliamentary information. I guess I should ask, is anyone seeking to be recognized to make such a motion to divide?
And a motion on that subject has been made.
Or, we'll just go in order. Tell me what your motion is.
Point number 3, to change from would prefer to have, change the wording to will consider having. So instead of we don't see will consider having a private entity produce a convention.
Point of personal privilege, I don't think we need a motion to consider using, I mean, that is a matter of discussion.
No, but we need a motion if we're going to amend the language of this motion.
Right, I'm just saying that Tim's.
That's gonna move to mid.
To move point, really.
Yes, Dr. Feldman.
I don't know if it would be, in order to, move to table this until after it could be considered by the Convention Management Oversight Selection
I believe that is both in order and takes precedence, does it not?
I was wondering if this is point of order. Like, I mean, why are we talking about?
The motion to table or to refer to committee.
I wouldn't, okay, it is in order to move to table. I mean to refer this to, or table, but
Yeah, it's two separate motions.
Second.
actually not to table because there's no other urgent matter that we need to take up. So
But
it is in
refer
order
to
to refer
committee
to
is in
committee.
order and would take precedence over debate.
Second.
So is that the motion that you're intending to make? And what you were asking is actually a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to refer this to committee.
To the convention, whatever it's called.
Convention Oversight Committee.
There's a second from Mr. McClendon. Is there a debate on the motion to refer it to committee?
Let me, yes.
Okay. Ms. Mattson?
Just a sentence there. Okay, so,
Are we at time?
40 seconds.
all right, so if you refer it to committee, it says the committee must consider this particular motion and bring back recommendations, and this motion has to come back to us at some point. I prefer to just defeat the motion, and the language that we've restored for Convention Oversight Committee gives them room to decide what to do on this subject anyway. And so it's a subject that's going to be in their lap. We don't necessarily have to put it in the form of this motion. So my preference is not refer it, defeat the motion, and let the committee start talking about what to do.
Time.
Mr. Olson, is that a motion to extend?
Extend for 1 minute.
Is there an objection to having having an extension for 1 minute so Mr. Olson, I assume, can speak against since there was only one side? I don't hear an objection. I think that it's a point of fairness that needs to happen. Mr. Olson?
Yeah, I think you all saw my latest email, and the real cost to attending the convention is close to $3,000 for an individual. And if you're doing, a 4-day non-holiday weekend convention, now students can't do that. If you have a convention in late June, like we had in Columbus.
Mr. Olson, that's out of order. It's only out of order because what's on the floor is whether or not to refer it to committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'll rule that comment out of order. We are extended on time, so we'll move to the motion with precedence, which is the motion to refer this motion to the convention committee. And as a point of information, they have to consider this motion and make a recommendation related to this motion, but they are also empowered. They could come back with a different motion that they want us to adopt. Is that correct?
They could, but it means they have to start. With
They have to do something with this, either say yes, say no, or say why.
But without any referral, they're empowered to take it.
They respond last
So no, there's no response.
Lose
So
the call the question.
Well, no, we're moving to a vote. Should it be roll call? Probably should be. All in favor of referring to a committee, please raise your hand. And hold them up for a moment. Mr. Olson, Ms. Kirkland. Count 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, that's 6 now. I think that is.
Yeah, I'll vote yes. So is that 7? All opposed to referring it to committee?
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
So it is not referred to the committee. We will then proceed to a motion on this motion as written. That will be a roll call vote. I'll let you get your list. Okay, so what we're voting on now is the written motion in the agenda, unamended, no wording changes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ms. Madison?
I will vote no.
Mr. Olson?
Aye.
Ms. Kirkland? Mr. Redpath?
No.
Mr. Tomaso?
Nay.
Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Mr. Weiner?
No.
Dr. Bell?
Abstain.
Dr. Mark?
Nay.
Mr. Hayes?
No.
Mr. McClendon?
Nay.
Oh wait, that was Hayes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Change my name.
Um,
And Hayes voted
No. Mr. Johnson. McClendon is also no.
Was also no. Thank
No.
Mr. McMahon?
No.
Mr. Hagan? Mr. Mora?
No.
I will not vote.
you. See, 1 in favor, opposed are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 opposed, 1 abstention, 1 not voting. 113.
The next item on the agenda is a motion to amend the international representative section of the policy manual. I believe this is the secretary's motion, as I recall, and it's scheduled for 10 minutes. Ms. Mattson, is there anything in addition to the written proposal and any email comments that you would like to make in favor of the motion? Or is there a second to Ms. Mattson's motion?
Second.
Okay, I explained it by email, but since it's been a few days, I'll summarize again. I'm proposing to strike in conditionally from the first bullet point printed there, just because I don't know what that means. I don't know how we conditionally delegate, and I prefer to not have words that muddy the water. So that's relatively minor. The bigger change is to the penultimate bullet point. I love that word. Yeah, and pre-penultimate, and there's another word for the one before that, but I don't remember that. Anyway, all right, so I'm concerned about how we decide to make expenditures. The current language suggests, says that we could put a budget item which would in reality be a big round dollar figure, and then the LNC basically has no say from there about how it's spent. And another option is restricted funds raised specifically for this purpose. Well, that creates an exception to our existing rule that there are no off-budget expenditures. And so that makes me nervous, and I would prefer, since we're talking about spending money to create another organization rather than run our own organization, and that's kind of outside the scope of what we typically do, and for us to do something that is that different, I believe that the LNC should specifically approve each expenditure for this purpose, and there's no confusion about who has power to approve it, and we all know what it's being spent for.
Mr. Redpath?
I moved the previous question.
Second.
Is there anyone that wants to speak in opposition to the motion? Is there anyone who is seeking to be recognized for that purpose? I do not see anybody, so then I would find it in order to move the previous question. It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to moving to a vote on this question? I do not see an objection. It is a main motion. It is substantive, so it'll be a roll call vote. I will inquire, is there any objection to passing this? I do not see any objection to passing this. So it is passed without objection. The next motion is also Ms. Mattson to amend the section of the policy manual regarding previous notice. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Mattson, do you need any discussion on this motion?
I will just say the same thing that's printed out in the in the proposed agenda, that the bylaws already do this, so why have a redundant?
Mr. Tomaso?
I don't remember a bylaw that said electronic mail ballots, or what bylaw are you talking
It's
about?
built into, there's a bylaw section in Article 14, which authorizes electronic mail ballots for not just the LNC, but for all boards and committees. And so when that entire section was rewritten and moved out to a separate article, there's a sentence. The final sentence says, motions dispensed through electronic mail ballots satisfy the requirement of giving previous notice.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to adopting this? It passes without objection. Well, next, so it is now 5:30. We have a half hour until our scheduled adjournment, and we have a 30-minute executive session. However, we could also do executive session first thing in the morning and combine both executive session agenda items. So we only go in once, and we don't have everyone in the gallery or after. On the other hand, it's super convenient to just shut down the stream and kick everybody out now, and we have exactly 30 minutes, which will keep us on task. But I would ask that if we suspend the rules to go into if we go into executive session now, I would suspend the rules and address the second litigation opportunity that I know about at the same time. If there's no objection to that, we'll do that, and we'll do it all in 30 minutes.
Wait, you want to do both?
Yes, 30 minutes.
Executive session.
I'm taking away 10 of my minutes. There's no objection to that. So at this time, sorry, Dr.
No, it's not an objection. Mr. Chairman, I think we actually have a very substantial gallery of people. I think the LNC should thank people for taking their valuable time and trouble to come out to our meeting. Very much appreciated.
It's going to take an extra 5 minutes. With the indulgence of the body, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment at this time. Anyone who would like to be recognized, because this meeting, as opposed to maybe some meetings, started exactly at 9 a.m. and some people came a little later, maybe on expectation of previous committees. So is there anyone who would like to be recognized for public comment? If not, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for paying attention to the business of the party. I hope to see all of you basically next door at 7 p.m. for the grand opening of the headquarters. Mr. Johnson.
I believe the alternates.
Yeah. The alternates can stay. Anyone on the committee can stay, including alternates. Dr.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, Mr. Chairman, to note explicitly that everyone should turn off their recording devices.
Yes, anyone who is recording needs to stop. These are confidential matters, and there is no.
Do you want staff in the room or no?
I do. I want at least.
The executive director.
I want Wes in the room.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
And we can take about a 2-minute break. Just clear the room, come back.
I should mention these doors do lock. The room will be locked. Feel free to leave whatever you want in the room. And I will personally come back after the party and make sure this room is definitely locked and talk to the security guard.
And I knew everything that was coming. And if not, that's stuff that we had.
Yeah, litigation in here.
He wants to Robert
And then
figure out the power problem.
Well,
Minnesota's new business.
Minnesota's not an executive session.
Yeah.
So that'll be first order of business tomorrow, then we'll go to the goals and objectives. Damn, we might get out of here early.
Whoa.
That's gotta be, that's gotta be in the policy manual, Beth, that in there, Jim.
What you did though.
Violate, you set it out.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's great. Thanks. If it didn't
As
violate,
long as I read C wasn't.
we found it, and I registered, that's what we documented on the web.
Jim nearly unanimous.
They are the worst. Yeah, so what did you decide for Friday? Where do you I get in the doorway.
Maybe I'm talking on the parking lot there.
Bruce Majors! To the second floor!
I know who you are, Bruce. I'll find you, Bruce. Get up here now.
What happened to the PA system you budgeted?
They didn't budget it for me. Come on now.
That works. It works on my phone. Speakerphone.
All right. You good? First, figure out that you're There he is. Bruce! You have a shot? Take your naps.
Nick, is this where you sing karaoke?
No, I sing here. I'm not drunk enough, but I will be.
Here, stand!
All right. Anytime you tell me when you're ready. Okay. So. Oh, it burned. Everybody's got to tell me when they're ready. No, they won't. All right. First, I want to say welcome. Welcome to the headquarters of the Libertarian National Committee. This is a dream of a lot of people. And I have to recognize the people who have given so much to build this headquarters. All of our donors who have given so much to build this headquarters. We recognize them. We have plaques around. Gary Johnson from the Libertarian National Committee. Elizabeth Nolan is here somewhere. The headquarters is named after her late husband. These are the people who built this party. These are the people who are important to this party. And what I wanted to tell you is this. First, thank you. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to all the supporters. Thank you to the donors. Without you, we're nothing. And with you, we are a major political party. What this headquarters says is that we are not going away. We are not getting off the political scene. We are not renters, we are owners. We have moved into your political neighborhood, and we are here to stay. I told this to the National Committee earlier today, and I want to tell it to you, the supporters of the Libertarian Party. When I say we're here to stay, we have a commitment that when we get candidates on the ballot, we don't just get them on the ballot. We're going to commit to make sure they stay on the ballot, because the old parties will cheat with both hands, violate the law, violate our rights, send armed people to intimidate our petition signers to try and kick us off the ballot. And that will not fly. If they mess with us, we mess with them. If they fight us, we fight them. That is how it's going to be, because we're going to follow through, and we're never going to give up, and we're here to stay. One of the unofficial symbols of the Libertarian Party is the porcupine. It's a cute animal, it's a cuddly animal, it's nice. But when you hit a porcupine, it hurts. And what we're going to tell the old parties is when you hit this porcupine, it's gonna hurt. Our gubernatorial candidate in Nebraska, Mark Elworth, sued the Republican Secretary of State to make him follow the law, because he decided the law didn't matter when his Republican political crony needed some help. And we got more press that said our candidate, Mark Elworth Jr., Libertarian candidate for governor, all across the national AP wire, every Nebraska outlet, and he's appealing that case right now to the Nebraska Supreme Court and getting even more press. What we are going to tell them is this: if you fight the Libertarian Party, we will fight back. And when we fight back, it will cost you more to fight us than you can imagine. You can't give us better press than fighting with us. And so my commitment to you as chair, to all the candidates, to all the donors, is that as long as I'm your chair, we will fight and we will win. Not just because we're committed to follow through in supporting our candidates, supporting our affiliates, supporting our activists, supporting our donors, but because we are the only serious political party in this country. Other parties will lie to you about what they're going to do for you. Republicans will lie to you about cutting government. Democrats will lie to you about protecting your civil liberties. It's not true. It's a lie. And libertarian candidates are going out there around this country and putting the lie to the old parties, because our candidates are committed. We are going to cut government, and cutting government is going to advance liberty. And our candidates are specific. You can hold us to it. If you elect me, I will end the war on drugs. If you elect me, I will not get us involved in another war in Syria or Iraq. These are the things I will do to get government out, to increase liberty, and to make your life better. That is our commitment. We are the only party who is serious about this. We are the only party who means it. The old parties are dead. They're gut shot. They're bleeding out. And they don't know they're dead yet. But they will. The Libertarian Party, with this building, is making a statement. We're not going anywhere. And you better get used to it. And if you punch a porcupine, it's gonna hurt. Now, what I want you to know is we're so serious about it, we actually have libertarians willing to serve in government to show people what it's like when you have a libertarian in government. I want to recognize Tyler Brown, member of the Occoquan City Council. Mr. Brown, take a few words.
First off, thanks everybody for coming out. I know it's not my building, it's a Libertarian Party's building, but this is just, it's beautiful, it's all come together. We own a building here in Alexandria, which is right down the street from my job and my home, so I like that. But either way, I think that this is a great showing for the future of the party, and I think that with our permanence here, it's going to be great for the future.
I also want to recognize all of the libertarian candidates for public office who are here tonight, who took time out of their busy campaign schedule to show that this means something to them, that they're committed to this cause. Candidates like Jeffrey Carson, running for Congress in Virginia's 8th district right here. This is his district. And one of the things, just to show what I mean when I say we're not going away and we support our candidates, we have basement space that we haven't started using yet. And I got a call, said, you know, Jeffrey Carson wants to phone bank, to call voters, to try and increase vote totals, to put that libertarian message out there. He needs space. Can he use our basement? And people were worried. Well, is this going to be controversial? I don't care. We're a political party that runs political candidates, and we have free space. We're going to take the opportunities that we have, and we're going to commit to doing whatever we can to help our candidates, to help our activists, and to build this party. I want to thank Leo Domowski, candidate for Attorney General of Maryland, John Quinn, candidate for Governor in Maryland. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank every libertarian and every libertarian out there who's not a libertarian yet. Because if you want to advance human freedom, if you believe in freedom and liberty, and you understand that nothing good has ever come from government, government only slows us down. And that the way to have a better life, a better society, a better world for you and your children. I only have 2 right now, but I'm having a 3rd. That's why I do this. Because the only way that we build a better world for our children is we get government out of the way so that human beings can be free, so that they can help each other, so that they can do the amazing things that people do when you just take away their barriers. And that's what we're committed to as a party. That's what I'm committed to as your chair. That's what the National Committee is committed to as your governing body. That's what your candidates are committed to. That's what your activists are committed to. That's what every one of you donors is committed to, and every Libertarian voter is committed to. So thank you. Thank you. Go drink our beer, eat our food, and thank you again for coming out.
Don't red pass, it's John Quinn.
What are we doing here?
You can do one for an office.
Am I supposed to speak now?
Bill Redpath, candidate for 10th District, Virginia, and National Board Member, and Ballot Access Champion.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being a part. This building, the gestation period of this building was over many years, but the purchase of this building, putting on my number cruncher's hat, which I try to wear as little as possible, but the purchase of this building is an over $1 million savings. That is the present value of the future occupancy costs to the Libertarian Party from buying this building is over $1 million. And I want to thank everyone who participated with their contributions and their future contributions to pay down the mortgage for purchasing this building. And this is not just a matter of permanence, but it's going to lead to much greater political activism going forward. We can afford more ballot access, we can afford more candidate training, we can afford more everything going forward because we purchased this building, and this tonight is a celebration of that. I want to thank everybody for being here, being a part of this historic night. And thank you to David Nolan. I want to say thank you to David Nolan. I know he's hearing this, for being a founder of the Libertarian Party, Mr. Big at the beginning, at the get-go. This is in his honor, because without him, we wouldn't have a Libertarian Party. So I want to have a toast. I want to have a toast to David Nolan right now. Elizabeth, come on over here.
Elizabeth's coming. She's coming.
I've got my glasses. Come on up here, Elizabeth. Come on. I've got my glasses on top of my head because I rinsed all over them because it's a little warm in here tonight. But Elizabeth, I want to say thank you. Please turn around and over here. And I want to say this is Elizabeth Nolan, the wife of David Nolan. But in 1971, his brave steps led to the founding of this political party. And for a political party, other than the R's and D's, to be a part of the American political scene for over 40 years is a rarity indeed. And it shows the strength of our ideas and the strength of the people who are a part of this political party. And I wanted to say thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you to David. Thank you for being here tonight. Here is to David Nolan.
Thank you all very much for having me here this evening and for honoring Dave and naming this office there. Thank you very much for all the hard work and effort that you put into finally making a permanent home for the Libertarian
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, and have a great time this evening. Thank you for being here. Oh, well, there are only 3 floors, so. It's just the end. It's like I want to say transition out of it. Do you have anything in mind?
Hey, spread out before the